Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 146, Fire Nation Festivals 4. There were many sights to behold that day in the capital of the Fire Nation. The dormant volcano in which the city stood, the caldera volcano, scarcely saw activity as it did during the festivals, and no day had more action in the streets than the first one. The Fire Nation didn't boast of many holidays, and they didn't have an entire week of celebratory days at any other moment of the year. There certainly wasn't the most festive of nations, but it wouldn't seem to be the case for anyone who saw them during this week. Gold and red decorations brightened every corner of the city, laughter and music flowed through the streets. The sense of food, whether vegetables, meat, noodles, or even sweets, permeated the air everywhere. Most streets featured stalls full of flowers, and the many beautiful floral adornments shared their fragrances with their city too. Almost every stall had stashes of fire lilies, the dominant crimson and gold hues of the festival shone brightly in them, and several people were already purchasing the flowers to give to their loved ones. The enthusiastic atmosphere surrounded everyone. Adults would laugh as they chatted while children ran through the streets, playing with their toys or disguising themselves behind the many masks their parents had bought for them in the festival's stalls. Sokka suspected they would never see every stall, at this rate. There were too many of them, each for different purposes, all brightly decorated and all appealing in their own way. If he had been alone, he would have lost himself easily in the whirlwind of excitement that swirled in the capital today, but he was as far from alone as he could be, burdened with responsibilities he couldn't be distracted from. Ruishi had been very thorough with his notes. Sokka knew exactly what position to take in practically any formation Azula might request as they coursed through the streets. Depending on how thick the crowds might be, she would request for a different one. Right now, as they were in a relatively calm area, they were positioned around her in a wide circle, and Sokka walked at the front of it. A lot of pressure came attached to the role of guard captain, and Sokka found he didn't enjoy spearheading this group all that much. If only he could be alone with Azula instead. But there was no point in dreaming of the impossible, especially since he was supposed to be focusing on the here and now, as a proper guard should. Still, Azula made it very difficult to focus, and not for the usual reasons. "Ah, that stall near you, Chiang. What is it for?" "Why, it's only a calligraphy stall, princess." "Calligraphy? Interesting. Make them write my name, then." "Right away, princess." Chiang was standing the furthest to the right, just as Jiang Huo, another guard, was furthest to the left. They were the main victims to Azula's fickle shopping, but that didn't mean the others weren't frequently affected by it too. The princess would approach some stalls, inspect them thoroughly and then call one guard, seemingly at random, to ask if there was anything they liked in the stall. The first one to take up the strange challenge was Taro, who had assumed the princess was asking him to help her pick out an item for herself. Taro had suggested a sophisticated makeup set, and Azula had teased him for his choice before purchasing and gifting it to him. After that, the others knew better than to choose anything they wouldn't want for themselves. Sokka glanced behind himself, eyeing the curious princess who waited patiently for the nervous man at the stall to write her name with his best ink. But his gaze went further back, and he smirked behind his helmet at the sight beyond the cluster of royal guards. He had noticed Azula's true intentions at the second or third stall she had stopped at. The noise that had arisen behind them had alarmed him until he understood what was causing it. Every stall Azula made any purchases at would be swarmed by customers right afterwards, without fail. It seemed that the princess's approval of the stall's products meant that business would go strong for at least a few hours. Her understanding of the wild crowd's behavior was interesting, to say the least. She used her popularity not to boast and feel superior, but to promote the stalls and boost their sales. It wasn't likely that they would visit every stall, but, with luck, their participation would make it one of the most successful festivals of all, thanks to Azula's not-so-casual strolling through the city's streets. The calligraphy was finished and Azula nodded approvingly as Chiang showed her the result. She then proceeded to request one for Wuhan, who seemed startled by her generosity even if he had seen her display it for around an hour now. For the first time since Sokka had taken him and Shuren to Azula's room, the tall Wuhan was showing some sort of emotional response to something. The thought made Sokka chuckle. Not only did Azula inspire the common folk, but her guards admired her to no end. 2. Oh, princess, do not worry about payment, this is free of charge, said the man at the stall, beaming at her. It's already an honor to write for our glorious crown princess, I couldn't ask for more. Well, don't ask, then, said Angela, smirking. Let's just say my hand slipped and a few coins fell out of it, instead. But princess. She didn't take no for an answer, just as she hadn't in any of the previous stalls. She set 5 coins on the counter, and she returned to her position at the center of the circle of guards. Off we go, she said, trying to ignore the grateful whimpering behind her. Thank you, princess. Thank you. She smirked as she continued walking with the group. She never anticipated to feel such satisfaction through this procedure. She didn't usually spend the share of the money she earned from Sokka's victories, so this was an ideal opportunity to make the most of her savings. She could hear the sounds behind her, but she didn't turn to confirm her subtle plan was working. She had hoped her rising popularity would have some use in the long run other than cementing her position as Ose's heir. Promoting stalls was a small service to perform, but one that she could be proud of providing for her people. Their progress continued, and she stopped at more stalls, purchasing a stuffed toy for Haoran, a new mahjong set for Fei Li and a wall ornament for Han. Upon reaching a stall that sold books, though, she knew exactly who the receiver of the next gift would be. Do you happen to have any poetry? She asked, with a mischievous grin. She could see Sokka tensing up from the corner of her eyes. But the man behind the stall smiled and nodded. I do. It's a brilliant anthology, princess, one you'll be sure to enjoy. Wait, you're not actually going to pay, are you? Angela didn't waste time by explaining stall clerks the reason why she kept paying for everything she bought. She simply grinned and set the coins on the stall before returning to her procession. The stall clerk gasped. But princess. Ruishi. She called, her voice laced with amusement. Sokka turned towards her. Here you go. Educate yourself with this. Thank you, Sokka said, with an awkward half-smile. But while everyone else had received their gifts without any input from the others, it seemed Sokka wasn't destined to get off the hook easily. Poetry? For you, Captain? Fei Li asked. I didn't know you liked that kind of thing. He has always been very cultured, Fei Li, Taro defended him. It is only right that he would be interested in poetry. Oh, this isn't about culture, though, Angela smirked. Sokka gritted his teeth. She wouldn't do this to him, would she? This is about him wanting to write poetry for his girlfriend. He should read up, so he can understand what to do, of course. Song won't be very impressed otherwise. The gasp that shook all guards made Sokka stiffen. He grimaced, wishing he weren't blushing, but he was. He wasn't the one dating Song, he knew as much, but somehow he felt as embarrassed as he would if he were Ruishi. Perhaps he was getting too deeply involved with the role he was playing. Oh, my. Captain, you rascal. Fei Li laughed. You have a girlfriend. Are you for real? That doesn't concern you, Sokka retorted, between gritted teeth. His speech was slightly mechanical again, but nobody seemed to care. If anything, they credited it to his nervousness about his relationship's discovery. But it does. Fei Li exclaimed, approaching him. Come, now, Captain. Tell me everything. Who is she? That name, Song, rings a bell. Said Tai Wei, hands on his hips. Angela sighed while Sokka grew more tense. I suppose it does, but it makes no matter, does it? We have much more to look at, and you have many years ahead of yourselves to torment Ruishi about his relationship, don't you? She said, smiling, and urging them to take up formation again. Let's keep moving, shall we? Sokka's grimace didn't fade for, once again, he deciphered Angela's intent fairly easily. This was going to be part of Ruishi's punishment. When he came back to the job, relieved that Angela had allowed him to keep it, he would have to face the teasing and the endless questions from his peers, from Fei Li, most of all, about his relationship with Song. And seeing how private and shy Ruishi usually was, he wouldn't be likely to enjoy that. But if that was Angela's intent, then she didn't plan on firing Ruishi, or did she? Sokka frowned, wondering if she truly would be forgiving towards her captain. If so, he would likely be quite grateful that teasing was the only price to pay for his crazy plan. Sokka resumed leading the group while deep in thought, but his feet halted again when they found themselves in a heavily crowded street, where people stood in a circle, watching something. Sokka glanced around with uncertainty, wondering if there was a better way through. He found a slightly less crowded area to the right. But once they were already passing through the opening amongst the tightly packed group, Azula called for a halt. The guards stopped at once, while she frowned and stepped towards whatever was at the center of the crowd. With narrow eyes, she could see, through the thick crowd that stood close together, that there were 2 more people inside the circle, but they looked awfully disheveled, even filthy. Wary of whatever could be happening, she cleared her throat loudly. The people obstructing her vision jumped out of the way at once upon noticing who she was. But the ones inside the circle remained undisturbed. They continued speaking with a melodramatic tone, and she raised an eyebrow upon assessing the situation. "What is life, but to love, to dream, to suffer?" claimed one. "You speak of vanities, illusions without form," retorted the other. "The void, the lack of meaning, is all that awaits us. There is no greater design, no destiny for us to be beholden to. Whatever spirits or gods ruled us, they have forsaken us, forsaken me. They are lost to us, and we to them. Life is a failed pie show game." Azula raised an eyebrow with confusion as the nearest guard, Han, chuckled softly. She shook her head. "What on earth is this?" she whispered, and someone within the crowd answered. "It's experimental theater," said an old man, beaming at her. "There is no script, no guideline, they just improvise. And they're saying they're staying fully in character, to provide the best performance ever, by forgetting their circumstances and surroundings and only focusing on their performance. Huh. And that's the best they can do? Really?" Azula asked, with a derisive stare. The melodramatic men continued their pessimistic improvisation, and their alleged wisdom failed to reach Azula every time. She was about to take her leave, but she caught the eye of one of the actors when she turned on her heels. "Because I cannot go on like dash." The oblivious actor rambled on, but instead of following his lead, the other one disrupted their performance immediately. "Princess Azula." She stiffened and glanced at them over her shoulder, surprised to see that the first actor seemed genuinely upset at the other for interrupting the performance. Azula only felt all the more determined to get away after that. "Greetings," she said, with a dry grin. "Do carry on, then." Oh, thanks," the second man exclaimed, while the other rolled his eyes before scolding him. "You're supposed to be completely immersed in the performance, damn it." Azula laughed and rolled her eyes as her group resumed movement. The guards spoke amongst themselves, and they were either amused or disturbed by the play, but while she had every right to silence them for talking too much, Azula didn't feel like it, as their comments were entertaining for her, too. "Well, I wouldn't even call that theater," Tai Wei determined. "It lacked many crucial elements for it to be actual theater." "It was experimental, though," said Jiang Huo, shrugging. "Who are you to deny them their experiments? It seemed rather artificial, I'll say," said Taro, and Azula laughed. "Are you all right, Princess?" "Oh, it's just ironic, seeing as they were trying to make their performance seem more real," said Azula, smirking. Holding their act in the middle of the street, with a ragged appearance, standing amongst lots of people who, on first glance, wouldn't know that they were acting. "Did you find it realistic?" Taro asked. "Oh, not in the slightest. It's where the irony resides," she smirked. "In their attempt to seem real, they only seem more fabricated. Trying to evade something usually means it will chase you relentlessly until you yield. And if you fight back too strongly, it may just devour you." Sokka smiled to himself, agreeing with her words. He knew by heart that avoiding things was just as Azula had described it. He had caused them a lot of trouble by avoiding his feelings for Azula, by trying to rid himself of them even when they were unstoppable, for his soul resonated with hers, much like her fire resonated with all flames. Avoiding Zhang had only resulted in a worse outcome than it might have been if they hadn't tried to outsmart him, too. The image she had painted was far too close to his heart, and he knew she was speaking from her experiences just the same. It was only right, then, that they would both reflect on what they'd lived through, on the ordeals that had plagued their relationship, both in professional and personal regards, when they came across the next cluster of people. This time, most of them were sitting down, while those standing were by the flanks of the group. At the far end stood a stage of some sort, another play, this time a more traditional one, it seemed. Angela slowed but sighed, doubting it would be worth their time. "We'll have to take a detour," she said. "Try to go around the crowd, maybe switch to parallel formation so." But as they headed inside the darkness, a secret was revealed. The voice of the play's narrator reached them all the way here, for everyone was in reverent silence as they watched it. Lo and behold, the last of the dragons. Angela froze as she heard those words, and only then did she squint to see what the play was. A better glance told her it was a puppet performance, unlike the previous one. But as she detailed the characters in the scene, she found herself at a loss for breath. There were 3 puppets on the stage, one, a black dragon. The other, a man dressed in blue. The last one, a girl in gold and red. "They're not, oh goodness, they are," said Angela, a disbelieving smile spreading over her face. "This is..." She stepped towards the crowd instinctively, and someone else moved alongside her. She wasn't surprised to find it was Sokka. Her smile shifted into a smirk as she folded her arms and watched the play intently, alongside him. "Do not fear, my brave gladiator," the puppet Angela exclaimed. "I will tame this creature." "Oh, but is it safe? Are you sure of this, princess?" Puppet Sokka replied, fretting nervously. "I am the daughter of the Fire Lord. I know no fear. Learn of my bravery and spread word of it throughout the land." "I shall do so, princess." Angela held back the urge to laugh, and she glanced at Sokka with amusement. She wished she could see the expression on his face right now. She had no doubt he'd be dumbfounded. "That's one very embellished way to portray that," he whispered, without changing his voice. Angela couldn't hold back her laughter completely anymore, a few chuckles escaping from her lips. "Just look at how self-righteously heroic I am. And Xin Long seems to be terribly docile, no attempts to eat the intruders or set them on fire." "They should have found someone to fact-check their script," Sokka said, with amusement as well. But Puppet Angela had succeeded at mounting Xin Long, and together they were shooting fake blue fire all over the scene. The crowd clapped happily at the success, and it wasn't long before the puppet princess offered her hand to the puppet gladiator. "Oh, but I cannot come yet," Puppet Sokka cried out. "This is your first flight. You are supposed to fly alone for it. And leave you here in the dark?" Puppet Angela asked. "Tempting, but no." The crowd laughed again, and Sokka tapped his finger on his forearm while Angela looked away pointedly, feigning innocence. "That's awfully closer to reality, isn't it?" he said. "I wouldn't say that," she said, but Sokka chuckled beside her. "I thought you were more self-aware than that," he said. The brief window where they spoke to each other as Sokka and Angela ended quickly when they heard the footsteps of the other guards approaching. They stood nearby, entranced by the performance all the same. "Is this about your life, princess?" Fei Li asked, his voice betraying his excitement. "You think we're in it?" "Doubtful. It's a puppet play, Fei Li," said Angela, with a smirk. "It's unlikely that there's enough people behind the stage to properly perform as all members of the royal procession." Fei Li seemed disappointed by that, but they continued to watch the show all the same. The curtains fell when they left the cave, and they were lifted again when they defeated the rough rhinos, or half of them, seeing as there were only 3 members who cried shamefully after their defeat. The public laughed heartily at that, but soon a new act began, the White Lotus's attack to the capital. It was clear that the scriptwriters lacked most information regarding all the events they were trying to portray. Angela wasn't shown to be sickly whatsoever, and she defeated the White Lotus fairly easily. Instead of a cavern fight that Sokka won just barely, with the help of a near-unconscious Angela, the fight took place in the middle of the palace courtyards and it concluded with Angela and Xin Long setting the White Lotus agents on fire. Even though it was a puppet play, Angela visibly cringed at the portrayal of their fight while Sokka tensed up beside her. The crowd, of course, found it hilarious. Isn't it, odd? Sokka brought up, his voice deepening as the next act commenced. Angela raised her eyebrows at the sight of Ba Sing Se. That while you and, the Gladiator are being portrayed as a wondrous team, there haven't been any gladiator fights whatsoever. I doubt they had the budget to craft the likeness of any arenas for their backgrounds, said Angela, smirking. Besides, this doesn't sound like like Sokka's story. It seems to be, well, mine. And of course, your story would lack gladiator fights, Sokka said, skeptically, breaking character without a care in the world. Well, if they didn't deem them necessary, I suppose it does, Angela said, smiling and shrugging. Sokka huffed. The play continued as intended, with Angela, Sokka, Iroh, and Toph saving the day and Ba Sing Se in very roundabout ways. After that, Sokka finally had a chance to shine in the slate, despite the spotlight shifted towards Angela anyways. They featured her giving him some sort of pep talk in the middle of the fight, and as though she had channeled her power and glory through him. Instead of the unexpected, chaotic victory Sokka had actually obtained, he had defeated the Millennium Dragon easily here, once Angela's strength was powering him up. You should do that sometime, Sokka said, smirking. Angela laughed. Channel all power that way towards the Gladiator. Ah. I think I already have, she said, hands on her hips. The memory of how she managed to bend through Sokka's arm was still present on both their minds. But as much as they wanted to talk about it, this wasn't the time or place for it, not with so many people around. The performance didn't last much longer, though, concluding with Angela's promotion into becoming Crown Princess. Several guard puppets were present on the scene, leading Fei Li to claim he was one of them. Surprisingly, other guards argued that it was them, and not Fei Li. Angela only smiled as the crowd clapped, and she sighed and shook her head while turning towards Sokka. They had a few facts right, I suppose, she said. But I do wonder who their sources were. A lot of it was unnecessarily beautified. If they want to make you look like an undefeatable heroine, they're not going to show you at your worst, said Sokka, with a shrug. And I suppose I ought to be grateful for that, said Angela, smiling weakly. Showcasing the vulnerabilities of the next Fire Lord is a sure way to make her lose the respect she has worked hard to earn. And then the playwrights would pay a hefty price for their crime. Sokka whispered with a teasing voice. Angela closed her eyes and smiled. Surely they would, she said, before turning towards her other guards. Well, I do hope you enjoyed the show. Time to move on, though. Of course, said Tai Wei, sighing and grabbing Fei Li by the back of his neck so he could set him back into position. Let's go. But we should watch it again, from scratch this time. He exclaimed, even though he knew he wasn't going to get his chance to sit through another full performance. They were walking away when the crowd's rumors reached the actors, who were walking to the front of the stage to bow before their public. The actor who still had Sokka's puppet in his hand purposefully bumped his shoulder against the one who had Xin Long's puppet, a black dragon that remained suspended on two thin sticks. Say, isn't that? Said the first actor. Xin Long's actor leaned closer. What? I mean, over there, don't you see those guys, dressed in red and... Xin Long's actor dropped the puppet just as the director reached them, eyes wide with excitement. The princess. She was watching. They told me, she smiled. The director exclaimed. Our play is approved by the princess. The actor exclaimed, as the other actors rushed towards the director, rejoicing in the news. The whole crowd exploded in applause again, and some of the guards were tempted to glance back and find out why, but Angela carried on walking. They followed dutifully, heads held high just like hers, as they progressed to one of the less occupied areas of the main streets. Stalls still had plenty of activity around here, and Angela made sure to purchase a few more goods in them, but one specific stall exuded loneliness. Angela raised an eyebrow as she approached it with firm footing. The stall in question wasn't like the others, it lacked the traditional counter and signs, featuring instead several small wooden boxes. They were numbered and colored, reaching up to the number of 20, and they were positioned in a circle. Each box had a door, directed towards the center of the circle. In that center stood another wooden structure, perhaps the stump of a tree, carved to serve as a small platform. The roots of the stump extended into the ground, forming what appeared to be several small sleds. Angela stared at it for a moment, raising an eyebrow with uncertainty while her guards stood behind her. Sokka stepped forward. "Have you ever seen anything quite like this?" she asked. Sokka shook his head, and her other guards did the same. The owner of this stall was nowhere to be seen, so Angela continued to study the strange boxes until their return. She waited for the inevitable gasp, and the onslaught of rushed words, once the person responsible showed up. Oh my! Princess? Oh goodness, what brings you around here?" The voice belonged to a middle-aged woman, who approached hastily and rushed to check that all her boxes were still in place. Angela studied her briefly, taking in her plump appearance and her dark hair, tied in a simple ponytail. "I've had a look at most the stalls in the city. Yours was next in line," said Angela, simply. The woman's face broke into a wide grin. Well, I hope you'll think my squirrel pigs are a lot of fun, princess," she said. "This stall, well, I'm not really selling anything, it's just a game I've made up." "A game?" Angela asked. "For 20 people, give or take." "Less than 20 can play it, too," said the woman, smiling. "All you need to do is pick one box. Inside each one is a trained squirrel pig, I've tamed and trained them myself." "Have you, now?" Angela asked, raising her eyebrows and stepping toward the boxes. "And what happens after we choose one?" "You'll support your chosen squirrel pig as it seeks the treat at the top of the carved stump," said the woman. "I'll set one there, and once everyone's ready, the gates will open on the count of 3. Whichever squirrel pig gets the treat first wins." Angela smiled, amused by the game's concept. She glanced back at her guards and smirked. "Well, all you have to do is pick a box. And, I assume, pay a fee." "Oh, no, you're the princess. I could never." "Hush and take the money," Angela told the woman, offering her a few coins. Her guards followed her lead, each of them giving the woman so many coins she was left in shock for a moment. Happy tears blinked in her eyes after she pocketed them, and she nodded as she fetched the treat for the game. Angela stared at the boxes, an eyebrow raised. Picking the first one wouldn't be wise, but she didn't want to choose one with a low number. The guards were waiting patiently as she paced around the boxes until she settled for the box with a number 2 inked brightly across blue paint. Unsurprisingly, Sokka stepped forward and took the box number 3. Angela smirked at him as he stared at his red box, hands on his hips. "May the best squirrel pig win," he said, as sternly as he could manage. She had to hold back her laughter. The others picked their own boxes quickly afterwards. Taro stood at the 5th box, Haoran chose the 7th box, and Shuren and Wuhan took the 8th and 9th, respectively. Chiang picked the 11th, Tai Wei the 15th, and Han was on the 17th. The last of the group were Jianghuo, with the 19th, and Fei Li, who chose the 20th. "Very well," said the stall's owner, after setting up the treat at the stump and leaving the circled enclosure. "There are strings right next to the doors on your boxes, you'll hold them up and wait for my signal before pulling them." The guards and the princess obeyed promptly. The rumor of voices and footsteps approached, and Angela smirked, knowing they were doing it again. The group that followed her around would surely jump to play this game right after their round was over. 3. said the woman. 2. 1. Start. Everyone pulled the doors open at unison, and the squirrel pigs poured out immediately. They were small animals, with heads that were half the size of their bodies and snouts that weren't as angular as those of most pigs, but of the same proportions all the same. Each of them had furs of different colors and patterns, along with long, fluffy tails. The color of their collars matched the box they'd left from. Angela kept her eyes on her blue-collared rodent, eyes squinted as it moved towards the stump. "Oi, oi. What did you think you're doing? Don't go back inside!" Fei Li exclaimed, to everyone else's amusement. "I think mine's taking a, yep. He's taking a dump," said Han, sighing in defeat. "And mine's chasing Shuren's," exclaimed Tai Wei, amused. Shuren seemed aghast. "Get away! Leave him alone!" Shuren cried out, but his demands weren't much use at keeping the creatures off each other. Looks like this is a lot more entertaining than one would think, Angela mused, with a smirk. A couple of squirrel pigs had bumped into each other, and given the way they grunted threateningly, they might just start a fight, but hers was moving to the stump rather quickly. We ought to do this more often. This is crazy, said Sokka, amused but watching closely as his squirrel pig moved towards the stump too. It was only then that they realized the only ones who were remotely close to victory were the two of them. Angela leered at Sokka from the corners of her eyes, and Sokka did the same, albeit unnoticeably. I would hope your creature knows better than to steal the treat from mine, Angela said, threateningly. Sokka huffed. Stealing would require yours getting to it first, wouldn't it? No way yours is winning, princess. Well, then, how is it that mine's already climbing the stump? Angela smirked. Sokka gritted his teeth as he noticed she was right. Oh, the last thing he needed was for her to rub in his face that she had defeated him even at the Squirrel Pig Wars. Not that he hadn't grown fond of her arrogant boasts, for he knew most of them were playful, but it was one thing to admit defeat when it came to her superiority in fighting, or in studies and knowledge. It was another, far more ridiculous one, to admit it when it came to picking the right or wrong squirrel pig. Come on, said Sokka, as his squirrel pig made his way to another of the carved roots that led up to the top of the stump. We should have made a bed of some sort, said Angela, smirking. I'm not even sure what, Ruishi, but it would have been fun. Perhaps you would have been in cleaning duties for a month. Cleaning? Oh. She meant another potential punishment for the real Ruishi. Sokka snorted. Well, I could live with that. I wonder if you really could, Ruishi, Angela said, with a knowing smirk. Sokka actually laughed. But just as he was preparing himself to admit defeat, the unthinkable happened. His squirrel pig rushed up the stump, invigorated all of a sudden, while Angela slowed down. Wait, what is he doing? Hey. Thing. Keep moving. She exclaimed, her confidence shaken all of a sudden. Sokka grinned wildly under his mask. Oh, yes. This was his moment to shine. It was his golden chance, a brilliant opportunity to defeat Angela and rub it in her face for years to come. Go, you little. He started, but his sentence went unfinished as his squirrel pig reached the treat. And moved right past it. What? What? He exclaimed, forgetting entirely to feign Ruishi's persona by now. Angela laughed out loud, delighted. Oh, I suppose your squirrel pig wasn't nearly as... Her mockery of his creature was interrupted soon enough too, for Sokka's squirrel pig had decided to headbutt hers. And together they had toppled down the stump, wasting their ideal chances to win the game. What in the... Angela started, watching the tangled squirrel pigs with disbelief. But she couldn't help herself. It was too ridiculous, too amusing to hold back. She snorted and began laughing, doubling over as Sokka drew his hand to his helmet, laughing beside her as well. As much as they'd almost tasted victory, they both had lost their opportunity by now. Okay, but maybe we can still do it. Sokka said. Angela chuckled. You sure? They seem terribly determined to lose, she said, smiling as the squirrel pigs detached and yet started wandering in circles, sniffing but failing to find whatever they were looking for. No, they were close once before, so I know one of them is going to find its bearings and... I won. Sokka's determined pep talk ended halfway through. Everyone was stunned when they saw a thick squirrel pig at the top of the stump, munching on the treat happily, wagging its fluffy tail. Taro watched with a happy smile as his orange-collared squirrel pig ate quickly. He glanced at Angela warily for a moment, though, uncertain if he should be rejoicing in his victory. But the princess seemed to be in a good enough mood, and she even clapped in his direction, which prompted everyone else to do the same. Congratulations, Taro. You made the right choice, she said, smiling at him. Yeah, yours wasn't chasing its own tail, complained Jianghuo, shaking his head. The one you picked does look a little chubby, pointed out Jiang. I suppose he's won before, hasn't he? Sometimes, yes. He's quite sharp where food's involved, said the owner of the stall, smiling too as she approached Taro with a bag in her hands. "And now for you, the victor of the day, your reward." Taro smiled as he took the small squirrel pig effigy from the woman. He nodded and thanked her gladly, assuring her that it was his honor to have achieved this remarkable victory in such an extraordinary competition. It was no surprise, of course, that, as soon as they walked away, the crowd that followed them everywhere pooled around the squirrel pig's game. Angela smiled at the owner of the game, watching as she rejoiced in the sudden onslaught of customers. "Why do you think she didn't have a lot of business?" Sokka asked. Angela shrugged. "I've never played that game before." She said it was of her invention. People don't always feel encouraged to jump into the unknown, even if it's just a simple game. "And yet the unknown doesn't seem to deter you," he said. She smiled. "If it did, my life would be a lot simpler, wouldn't it?" It was his turn to smile, wishing as usual that they were alone someplace. That they could experience this entire festival differently, the way so many couples did. He had seen them walking down the streets, holding hands. He had seen several men purchasing fire lilies in stalls, too. He had been sorely tempted to follow their example, hell, he still was. If only Angela got distracted for a short time. His opportunity arrived at the worst possible moment for Sokka. As the sun was setting, the group found a poetry recital. Angela smirked proudly and strode towards it, and Sokka wished he could have stayed beside her to listen to it all, but he had to act fast, once Angela wasn't paying him much attention. The princess hadn't been too invested in the recital, not until a new girl came onto the small stage to deliver her newest haiku. She spoke of dragons, and of the powers of fire. It kept Angela captivated long enough that Sokka could slip away unnoticed. It wasn't until the fifth girl after that one that Angela realized her left flank was missing one guard. She frowned and glanced around, failing to spot the captain of her guards in the crowd. "Where did Ruishi take off to?" she asked. Tai Wei shook his head. "I wasn't watching." "Sorry," he said. "Still, it's getting late, princess. Maybe we should return to the palace once the recital is over." "We'll go once he comes back, then," Angela said. "As you wish," he said, nodding his head towards her. They didn't have to wait too long. Sokka showed up again within a few moments, and once he did, Angela fixed him with a skeptical glare before conveying orders to her guards to lead her back home. They obeyed, filing out of the crowd as one swarm, making their way to the main streets once more. "It was probably the most fun day on duty I've ever had," Fei Li said. "I wouldn't mind doing this again. It's not bound to happen, not anytime soon, but I wouldn't mind it either," Taro admitted, smiling under his helmet. The whole group was carrying countless new items, all the products Angela had made them buy, or that she had bought for them. It was an odd sight for a royal procession to enter the palace with so many bags, as though they'd been out shopping as friends. The other guards on duty watched them with uncertainty as they crossed the palace's gates. "Well, I hope my father will be pleased by how I obeyed his wishes," Angela said, with a dry grin. "At any rate, you all know your duties for the next few hours. Take up whatever patrols you were assigned to." "Yes, princess," they said in unison. Angela nodded as the procession disbanded in the middle of the palace courtyard. But one guard didn't leave her side even now. Angela raised an eyebrow and glanced at him, suspecting he was grinning in that adorable and silly way that he often did. "I believe I gave you your orders, Captain," she said. He chuckled. "You did. And I'll obey, but, can we go somewhere private for a moment?" "Private? Huh," she said, looking at him with suspecting eyes, but she led the way towards her dragon's refuge all the same. Xianlong greeted them with a grunt, and Angela smiled as she caressed his long hair. He groaned again, shaking his head proudly. "What? You know why you weren't supposed to go out there today," she told him. "You're a devoted troublemaker, and you would have scared most the civilians unless you promised to behave, which you didn't. So, Xianlong would have pouted, if a dragon could do that." Angela smiled at him, stroking his hair gently as he growled about being left out. "I'm sorry you couldn't join us. But you do realize it would have been chaotic to have a dragon along, right?" Xianlong shook his head, his mane fluttering proudly, conveying that a little more chaos would have been just fine. Angela rolled her eyes and smiled before turning towards Sokka. Well then, what is it? Want to talk about how insane this day turned out to be? Because honestly, whenever I think about any of it, it's been a lot, hasn't it? Said Sokka, with a weak grin. I shouldn't have showed up as I did. Yet I got enough fun out of that, Angela said, biting her lower lip as she smirked knowingly. Sokka laughed. Yeah, but then you had to bend through me so I wouldn't make Ruishi look incompetent and it's still a real wonder that it worked at all, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. I guessed it could work, theoretically, but I was afraid it wouldn't, and that I'd set you on fire instead. I wanted the flame to materialize where it did, and I concentrated on doing that, but I don't think I merely made it appear there. It really went through me. Somehow, said Sokka, with a confused smile. It's a first for me, no doubt. Whenever you bend at me, I usually just get burned. I suppose that, in some strange way, your chi paths channeled my power. It was my bending, but you were the vehicle of it, so to speak. Well, whatever it was, being a bender for a little while was quite the thrill, said Sokka, smiling brightly. Is that how you always feel? That's strange, built up fire inside your limbs. Only when I am bending, she said. It's something you evoke, and not a completely constant thing. But if you want to talk about this at leisure, I'm sure I'll have time after tomorrow's memorials end. Memorials? Sokka repeated, raising his eyebrows. Angela nodded. You don't know the full schedule for the week, do you? She asked. Tomorrow we have our traditional Memorial Day. We honor those who have died, our ancestors. Everyone lost to the pointless war? Sokka asked, innocently. Angela smiled dryly but nodded. Not that they'll ever say it was pointless, but yes, she said. At any rate, I'm not likely to be busy all day. In fact, well, if you want to spend the day with me again you can drop by the temple tomorrow morning. As yourself, this time. That would be great, said Sokka, smiling. It's a lot easier not to be Ruishi. And you haven't even done that great a job of it, said Angela, smirking. You've had too many slip-ups. Okay, well, I might not have if someone hadn't decided to make out with me in her room. Sokka said, stepping towards her. Or invited me onto her palanquin, too. In my defense, said Angela, stopping him with her index finger on his chest as he stood bare inches from where she was. I wasn't talking about that. I meant while we were with the others, you didn't always make efforts to act like him. Oh, sure, that's what you meant, he said, amused. Angela laughed. And thus, you prove your amusing theory incorrect. Looks like guys, such as yourself, are quite prone to perverted assumptions, just as women are. After a girl had her way with me like that, it's hard to keep perverted thoughts out of my mind, he said, moving to press his forehead to hers, but Angela inched away from his helmet. Yeah. Best not do this when you're wearing that, she said. It was his turn to laugh before reaching to caress her arms with gentle rubs. Say, can we make a quick escape on Xin Long for a moment? He said. She raised an eyebrow. It's not going to take long. Right. Because it's so very not suspicious that I'd suddenly ride off into the sunset with the captain of my guards? It's one thing to do it with you, everyone's used to it by now, but it doesn't have to be towards the sunset, said Sokka, his voice betraying that he was pouting. Angela snorted. Really, though? He can just fly upwards, through the top gates, and go so fast no one will see him. We can go way up, as fast and far as he wants, and that way no one will notice you're not alone. Heck, no one would even see Xin Long if he goes fast enough, right? That's a little too much flattery for the dragon, you know. Angela said, while Xin Long chuckled mischievously, agreeing with Sokka. He may not be that fast. Now Xin Long huffed with indignation. Angela smirked at him but gave Sokka a meaningful stare. What are you up to? She asked. He blushed under his helmet, hoping she wouldn't see the tension of his shoulders. Nothing much. But I just doubt we'll be able to say goodbye properly later, right? He said. Might as well do it now. Is that so? Said Angela, raising her eyebrows. Ruishi's shift ends by 9. You would likely have time to say goodbye by then. Would I? Doubtful, Sokka said, crossing his arms behind his back and glancing away pointedly. Angela smirked. It's just rather suspicious that you would vanish in the streets when you did, just as you should have been picking up more tips on how to write poetry, and that you'd ask me just now, at sunset, for a moment in private. Gee, am I really that transparent? Sokka asked, with a defeated smile. Angela shrugged. At times. But after today I know better than to assume you're being straightforward with everything you say and do. I still am sorry for all the lying, you know. Of course you are, said Angela, smirking as she moved to climb on Xin Long's saddle. But truthfully, if anything I'm a little pleased that I'm rubbing off on you like I am. Ty Lee always did claim that couples started picking up each other's habits, so I suppose you've started to pick up mine. Yeah, well, you're not that recurrent a liar either way, said Sokka, accepting her hand as she helped him climb after her. Or so you'd think. As a reminder, well, you still don't know if I've ever faked my orgasms when. You can claim whatever you want. We both know the truth, he said, fiercely, hands slipping over her flanks and dancing dangerously close to her pelvis. Angela laughed. We do. Doesn't mean you didn't buy it for a moment. You wouldn't have panicked so badly if you hadn't, she smirked proudly before ushering Xin Long to fly as intended. The dragon was faster than ever, as if to prove Angela wrong about her earlier claims. His acceleration through the sky was so fast and sudden that the wind whipping at their faces was almost deafening. Sokka clutched onto the railings of the saddle while Angela grabbed Xin Long's reins. They approached an overhead cloud and tore through it. Xin. Stop. The dragon slowed down little by little, glancing back at Angela with mischievous amusement. His rider was breathing heavily, and she glared at her dragon. Very funny, she growled. Xin Long chuckled, and so did Sokka behind her. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we weren't seen, said Sokka, caressing her hip with his thumb. And hey, from this height the sun's still setting. The crater of the capital was full of jagged peaks that prevented the people on level with the ground from watching the sunset at this hour. By now, all fire lilies would have been gifted to the right person, traditionally, for the sun had set for them. But after Xin Long's speedy climb through the sky, the princess and her gladiator could watch as the last sliver of sun sank in the horizon, while shivering, of course. The air currents at these heights were cold and merciless. Well, it's great if we weren't seen, but are you going to get it over with already? Angela asked, with a weak smile. I don't really look forward to freezing up here, as much as I know you'd likely enjoy it. Sure, the snow savage loves being cold, said Sokka, smirking as he slipped his hand inside his clothes. But hey, maybe a fire lily will warm you up. Get it? Because it's, fire? Okay, yeah, bad joke, I know. But he offered the flower to her nonetheless, and Angela laughed softly as she took it. She shook her head and stared at the gold and red flower while Sokka snuggled against her, his chin resting on her shoulder. Care to take off that helmet? She asked. He hummed. Need me to? He asked. Clearly. Kissing a helmet sounds unappealing, she said, smirking at him. Sokka laughed. The cold breeze around his head was surprisingly refreshing, Sokka found. Wearing so many layers of clothes, along with an armor, had been quite uncomfortable for a man who preferred wearing light clothes in the Fire Nation. The chill in the air was a welcome respite. But nothing was as much of a welcome respite as the feeling of her lips on his. She leaned back and kissed him, heart pounding in her chest as she recalled one occasion when she had dared do this, while he was unconscious behind her, right after they had vowed to never slip up again, to never be together as they were now. Such fools they had been to make a promise they could never keep. They had needed time to heal their wounds, but the healing could only lead them back to where they wanted to be. They were magnetic, somehow. Their souls answered to each other, sought out one another instinctively. There had been no fighting their feelings, and they had learned the lesson the hard way. But that hard way allowed them to be here, kissing passionately as the sun sank in the horizon. Sokka gently tilted Angela's chin towards him, while her hand fisted his hair, the other one holding the fire lily. That flower was, again, something she hadn't thought she'd experience. Again, something she had expected to be deprived from. If she had ever dreamt of receiving one of these flowers, she had swatted the thought away quickly, knowing they would have only been given to her as an obligation by any husband her father forced on her. No one else had given her a fire lily before this day. No one else had reason to. Only Sokka did. And only Sokka would go to the ends of the earth to make sure her every wishful fantasy would come true. Every depressing thought of how impossible romance would be for her, every pang of jealousy over her friends' far more successful love lives, had been things she had assumed she would endure forever. A monster could not be loved. But after all this time, it was truly hard to believe she was one. She knew Sokka had helped her see the many errors in her ways, and she had chosen to learn the lessons one by one. She had made a decision today, defied her father in a battle of wills, and she had done so for the sake of the people she would rule over one day. For the sake of all those people, and not only the ones whose support she'd need to seize the throne. Would a monster do all those things? She didn't think so. She really didn't. There was also the fact that Sokka, the smartest but most stubborn, rebellious man in the world, with the best, kindest heart she had ever known, would love her. He was no fool, even if she claimed otherwise sometimes. His heart was in the right place, and he didn't think she was a monster. He wouldn't have loved her if he thought she was one. She didn't need more of the romantic gestures she knew he'd keep making. She would gladly accept them every time, but he didn't have to go to such lengths to make her happy. The greatest of all his gestures had been the chance to let her grow, and to stand beside her as she became a better woman than the heartbroken one who had stolen a kiss from him that night. To become someone who no longer believed she would live her life halfway through. She could become a successful leader, the best one the Fire Nation had seen, just like her father wanted her to be, but she meant to do that with the love of her life standing by her side. She pulled away from the kiss with a smile on her face. Sokka smiled too and clasped her hand in his. She nuzzled his neck, resting against him as his free arm wrapped around her waist. "I never told you," she whispered. He raised his eyebrows. "About the first time I kissed you while we were flying." "Oh," Sokka said, smirking. "I don't think you need to tell me about it, princess. I was there, too." "You were. But you were asleep," she said, smiling. Sokka's eyes widened. "I always chastised you for breaking your promises. Truth is, I broke ours not even an hour after we made it. That promise that we wouldn't seek each other out romantically anymore." "You," Sokka said. Azula sighed. "I know, I should have known better, but I couldn't control myself," she admitted, slightly abashed. "The things we'd told each other, the truths we had spoken aloud, and that promise, all of it was overwhelming. I couldn't handle the onslaught of emotions that were tearing me apart at the moment. I could pretend I was fine, and I did, for a long time. I did the next morning, I did until you kissed me again at Ty Lee's place, but, just then, when I knew you couldn't see me making my mistakes, I allowed myself to be weak." "What would you have done if I'd woken up, though?" Sokka asked, chuckling. Azula smiled and shook her head, pressing her forehead to his neck. "Beats me. Maybe I would have flung myself off Xin Long's back." "Azula, you asked?" Sokka laughed, despite his initial indignation, and she joined him soon enough. He leaned in to kiss her again, and she responded softly. "Odd that you're confessing this just now, though," said Sokka, with a growing smirk. "Does that make us even?" "Even? About what?" "You know, me doing something I definitely shouldn't have today. You, breaking a promise that you then made me feel guilty about breaking when I did. In my, sort of defense, I was being self-indulgent, and you never would have known if I wasn't telling you now," she said, turning her face away, but not fast enough for Sokka to miss the way her cheeks were reddening. He laughed. "That's your defense? Really?" he asked, nuzzling her neck. "What a cruel princess you are, Azula." She smiled as she felt his hands sliding over her body gently. His lips kissed the exposed skin on her neck, moving up to her ear. "Here I should be outraged by how you were doing unspeakable things to me while I was unconscious." he said, smirking against her nape. Something I would have never, ever, done to you. Huh? Never? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows and suspecting he was about to confess something of his own. Sokka laughed. That night, when I first told you I loved you, in Ember Island. He said. She bit her lip and smiled. Huh? You said you'd do it for one night, ended up kissing me the next morning anyways. And I did it before you woke up, too. She gasped as he laughed against her, and she looked at him in disbelief as he held her tightly against him. How dare you, doing such unspeakable things to me while I was unconscious? She huffed. I should have you punished. Oh, do tell, what do you have in mind? He snickered. She laughed, unable to hold up her anger pretense much longer. Can't even let me have double standards without giving me one of your witty retorts? She asked, and he kissed her cheek, beaming. It's hard to help it sometimes, I enjoy teasing you this way, he whispered by her ear. I love you. She turned her head again, catching his lips in another heartfelt kiss. If only their position was a little more comfortable, she would embrace him tightly while their lips brushed together. I love you, too, she said, sighing heavily and relaxing with closed eyes against him. Thanks. For the flower. For today, she said. Sokka gave her a crooked smile she couldn't see, still with her eyes closed. It's by far the best festival day I've ever had, and I had a high bar to compete with, what with last year and the ceremony, and our reckless boat escapade. Heh, and here I thought you hadn't liked that one. If I hadn't liked it, I would have shoved you off in the middle of it, she said, smiling wider. I was really drunk, but I don't think I did anything I wouldn't have done if I hadn't been. Xian Long showed me everything and, that's what actually scared me back then. I wanted you so badly that I would have done it all over again, this time all the way, and I did, not too long afterwards. The consequences scared you, then? Sokka asked, stroking her hand as Xian Long began moving again, planning on descending again, once the sky was a little darker. The consequences, the loss of rational thought, the surge of raw instinctive lust. She said, with a soft chuckle. In a way, it wasn't new to me. You've been doing that to me since, well, at least since that mess after your fight with Kyoshi's heir. But it was stronger than ever, and I knew I couldn't reel it back in. More than that, I knew I didn't want to. I knew this could ruin our lives, if we're ever caught there's no telling what horrors would happen, but none have, said Sokka, kissing her ear now. As bad as it could have been, it hasn't been. We've dealt with all obstacles, fought all our battles, and it's pretty much a year now since we first got physical, and yet we're still here, aren't we? We are, she said, looking at him and smiling warmly. And we're better than ever, too, he said, grinning, and pressing his forehead to hers. She laughed softly. Feels like we only do get better and better, she said, intertwining her fingers with his. I don't know what sort of life I'd lead without you, and I really don't want to know. The best decision I've ever made, was going back to Huiyi and choosing you. If I could do things over again, I never would have sent you there in the first place. But as things were, getting you out of there, it really is the best thing I've ever done. Well, accepting your deal was my best decision, too, said Sokka, smiling and kissing her brow. Even if I didn't think so at the time. Damn, it feels like it was another lifetime, doesn't it? How we begrudgingly worked together, bickering, snapping at each other. And here we are now. Two fools in love, after one too many gifts of flowers, she said, laughing. It's been quite the journey, hasn't it? I'm sure it's going to be an even longer one, too, said Sokka, smiling and holding her closely. We have so many things to do, so much to live for. We do, said Angela, nodding with certainty. And we will. We used to be our worst enemies, and we fought each other more often than we fought the real threats against us, but we've stopped doing that. On the most part, anyways. And now we're an unstoppable team, too. Yes, we're also fools in love, but still. We can be both things. I think we've proven that, she said. Sokka smiled and nodded again. And we'll spend the rest of our lives proving it, he said, gazing into her eyes. Her smile was warmer than before, so warm Sokka's heart tingled pleasantly at the sight of it. Her beauty was ever something to be in awe of. "Nothing would make me happier," she whispered, her hand reaching up to caress his cheek gently. They kissed again and again, enough times to lose count and to lose themselves in each other, while Xianlong continued to wait until he could return to the refuge. Once he was satisfied with the darkness of the skies, he dove down again. The lights in the city were brighter than ever as Sokka's grip tightened around Angela's waist, his lips still kissing her ear and temples softly. "Looks like one heck of a celebration," he said. She smiled and nodded. "Let's just hope they save the fireworks for a few hours later," she said. Sokka's eyes widened. "You don't think one might hit us, do you? With their aim? Who knows?" Almost on cue, the whistling sound of fireworks reached Angela's ears. It came from the left, and so she ushered Xianlong to move in the opposite direction. It went off at enough distance that they remained safely away from it, and they flew quickly to enter the refuge once again. The fireworks were barely starting, the lights blazing beautifully in the twilight sky. Angela watched them after dismounting, standing near one of the refuge's gates. The sight of the blend of colors in the sky brought to mind the multicolored fire she had conjured a year ago for the ceremony. It wasn't the same, but it filled her chest with the same feeling of contentment either way. Sokka approached, the helmet on his head once more. Angela smiled at him, and he reached down to take her hand as he watched the spectacle around them in pure awe. "You guys really know how to throw parties when you want to, huh?" he said, watching as the sparks of red and gold spread across the sky. "If the urge hits us, yes," said Angela, smiling as she leaned closer to him. "People think there's something romantic about watching fireworks as a couple, you know. Do they? And why's that?" Sokka asked, smirking as he draped an arm around her shoulders. "Who knows? Maybe if we do it long enough, we'll figure it out," she said. Sokka chuckled and agreed with her. They would have to part ways eventually, they knew as much. But for now, if just for that small moment, they would enjoy each other's company as they continued to gaze at the bright lights in the open sky. They weren't the only ones watching the fireworks. All over the city, people pointed at the sky and cheered at the sight of the best detonations. The flames spreading and fading in the darkness of twilight were the best way to put an end to the first day of the festivals. "It's amazing," Song sighed, Ruishi's hand in hers as they sat under a tree. Her other hand held the fire lily he had procured for her today. She had thanked him amid blushes and kisses, careless about who saw them or what they might say about their boldness. Everything had turned out the way it was supposed to be. Even if Ruishi had worried about whatever had happened to the royal procession, the princess's powerful speech had appeased them both. They had spent most the day avoiding the princess, unlike her dutiful fans who chased after her and the guards like hounds following their master. Ruishi's concerns about his future seldom gave him pause, though. He and Song had enjoyed their longest, happiest date so far. The whole day had fully convinced Ruishi that there was nothing better than the intimacy born from being completely comfortable with someone else. "Actually, this whole day has been amazing," Song corrected herself, with a small smile. She turned her head away from the fireworks, and towards Ruishi. He smiled kindly right back at her. "It's how I wanted it to be," he said. "I'm glad you've enjoyed it. Being with you like this, it can be a little embarrassing," she said, blushing and hiding her face behind a hand. "I know we shouldn't kiss in public, it's not very appropriate, but I couldn't help it sometimes." I wasn't complaining. Neither was anyone else, as far as I could see, Ruishi said, smiling at her. "Don't worry about what anyone might say. We are well past that point now." "I suppose we are," said Song, smiling weakly now. She gazed at him with concern, though, and Ruishi understood why immediately. He shook his head and cupped her face with a hand. "Don't think about tomorrow," he said. "Don't think about whatever might happen to me, to us. I've already chosen you above all else, and I'll do that again if asked. If that means I can't go back to my job." "I just wish it didn't have to mean that," said Song, lowering her gaze. "But I understand. I just don't want to be someone who gets in the way of your career. My career has been satisfactory so far. I'll gladly give it up if it's what it takes to be with you," he said. I can find other jobs, you see. I could work in many other ways, even as a private bodyguard for some other nobleman, I don't know. You're really willing to go that far for me? She asked, biting her lip. Ruishi nodded and she laughed. You're far too kind, Ruishi. You truly are. It's the only way I can be honest with myself, he said, taking her hands in his. If I've learned something after all this time with the princess and Sokka, it's that they're each other's highest priority. She readily forsakes anything for him, that much is clear. Their relationship inspired me to be forward with you, and to give us the chance we deserved to be together. Inspired as I am. I just want to stay by your side, no matter what. Song smiled and nodded, lifting his hand to her mouth. She kissed his fingers softly, and he did the same with hers, leading them both to laugh while pressing their foreheads together. Ruishi. She whispered. He hummed as a response. I love you. His chest tightened, as if his heart was about to burst. His jaw dropped, and his eyes widened. A smile spread across his face slowly, tenderly, and the emotion reflected in his eyes made Song's insecurities vanish instantly. She hadn't said the words before, even if she felt them deeply. But whatever uncertainties she'd held, whether he was ready to hear them or not, were dispelled so easily when his face became the truest reflection of his soul. He hadn't heard those words, spoken to him, in far too long. Fireworks seemed to come alive within him, launched by Song's confession. I love you too, he said, with a bright grin, with the conviction of a man who had come to terms with those feelings a long time ago. A man who had only been waiting for the right moment to say them. Song's fragile smile lingered even as she kissed his lips, pulling closer so he could wrap his arms around her waist. Every day with Ruishi had been better than the last, his presence was enough to brighten every moment, his gentle smile and honesty always overwhelmed her. Her heart pounded in her chest as she realized she never wanted him to let her go. She never wanted to be torn from his side, and, going by how many things he was willing to sacrifice for her, he didn't want that either. Their lips separated, but they remained locked in their close embrace. Song smiled shyly, as Ruishi stroked her cheek. When I asked Sokka what you two were up to, I may have, assumed you were after something else, she blurted out. Ruishi raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? He asked. She blushed brightly. There aren't many things you would talk about with Sokka, she said. That's what I thought, anyways. So I kind of figured you wanted some sort of advice for, Ruishi raised his eyebrows before blushing as well. Song buried her face in his chest while he blinked blankly. I'm sorry, I'm so foul-minded, she said, bashfully. But I just wanted you to know that, if you ever want to do something like that, I'd be happy for it. You would be. Ruishi said, his cheeks growing redder by the minute. Why you really? I mean, I just told you I love you, she said, with a soft laugh. I mean it, Ruishi. And if there's someone I'd ever do that sort of thing with, it's you. Song. He said, swallowing hard and stroking her hair gently. Well, I certainly hadn't expected it to happen anytime soon. I mean, I kind of assumed otherwise. You want us to wait until we get married? Song asked, with a soft laugh. That's lovely. Lovely as in, that sounds so wishful and old-fashioned, or lovely as in, I would very much want to marry you, or? Ruishi asked, swallowing hard. Song laughed again. The second one is closer to what I meant, yes, she said, glancing up at him. I'm committed to you, Ruishi. I truly am, in every possible way, so, if you ever asked, I'd agree to marry you. That's. He said, eyes wide as he smiled brightly. I think I'm somewhat overwhelmed now. Sorry, I'm not used to this sort of feeling. What feeling? She asked, placing a hand on his chest. He covered it with his own. Bliss, I think, he said, with a soft chuckle. Then you truly want to be with me for good? To marry me one day? I do, she said, and they both laughed together at her choice of words. I do, Ruishi. I love you. And I love you, he said again, leaning close to kiss her softly. So much I think my heart can't keep up. Of course it can, said Song, laughing as she pressed her body against his. Ruishi beamed. Well, then, if we're committed as it is, I mean, maybe it's not too far-fetched to break protocol, if just a little. I mean. His nervous mumbling only had one possible interpretation, and Song stared at him in amazement as he bit his lower lip and gazed at her hopelessly. Or would it be too much? He said. That is, maybe you do want to wait until then. Maybe that's what's right, and I'm being a fool to think that. The house will probably still be empty, said Song. Ruishi blushed. We do have the chance to do this. If it's what you really want. Oh, no, if it's what you want, Song, Well, I do, but I'm not saying this to pressure you or. I'm not pressured at all, I just really to be sure that. The two of them rambled together until they both stopped. Their nervous words devolved into laughter and smiles again, as they held each other's hands. I wouldn't be a very good partner, I fear, he admitted. I've never done this before. You can't be worse than me. I haven't either, said Song, with a bright smile. He laughed and kissed her lips again. I guess we'll find out, then, won't we? He said, cupping her face. But, maybe we shouldn't go home. Huh? You don't mean, going to the barracks? She asked, eyes wide. That would be. No, that's not what I had in mind, he said. His gaze drifted towards a sign down the street, lit by lanterns and hanging right in front of a large and beautiful house. It took Song a moment to read the sign. The house was an inn. Ruishi blushed and shrugged. I was only thinking that this way you won't have to worry about cleaning or cooking or doing any chores, he whispered. And if Sokka were to come home, he wouldn't intrude on us. I'd have to explain where I spent the night anyways, said Song, biting her lip. We'll have a wider margin of time to decide how to explain by then, he said, kissing her brow. Song laughed softly. Well, all things considered, that jerk has been with the princess for a long time now. He has no right to judge us. None indeed, said Ruishi, smiling and taking her hand in his. Then, do you really want to do this? Song smiled right back and nodded, shifting closer to him and kissing his cheek. Ruishi bit his lip as their fingers intertwined. Let's go, she whispered, gazing into his eyes lovingly. Fireworks went off through the rest of the night, and the excited crowds in the streets only fell silent well past midnight. But for the two young lovers in that middle-class inn, the sounds went ignored. The blasts in the sky were simply part of a background as they finished the best day of their lives by taking one more step forward in their growing relationship. Chapter 147, Fire Nation Festivals 5. The sounds of nature woke her, and it wasn't long before she realized she hadn't fallen asleep in her own bed. The texture of the sheets was foreign, although they felt nice against her bare skin. She sighed as her body woke, pleasant soreness stirring in her lower belly. Some part of her wanted to stay there, comfortably nestled in the warm mattress for hours on end, but another part of her grew aware of the fact that she was alone despite having climbed into bed with company. She opened her eyes lazily, but somewhat nervously, as she glanced across the room. Where was Ruishi? Stared back at her as he fastened the ties of his shirt. Song blinked drowsily, and smiled when she saw him doing the same. I was about to wake you, he said, walking towards her. He was already fully dressed, in yesterday's clothes, unsurprisingly. Song smiled weakly as he sat beside her on the mattress, his fingers brushing her bangs away from her eyes. Good morning. Hi, she said, with a shy grin. For a moment I thought you'd left. He asked, raising his eyebrows. Not without you, I won't. But I do have to go back to the palace soon. Sokka must have gone home by now, if all went well, and I have duties that I can't avoid for 2 days in a row. I know, said Song, smiling and nodding. Best that you get to them, right? Right. Well, that is, If I'm not walking right into my termination as a royal guard, he said, with a defeated smile. Song's smile vanished. I know, maybe it won't happen, but even if it does, well, I can safely say it was worth it. Yes, well, it was, Song agreed, blushing and grinning as Ruishi kissed her brow. Let's have breakfast, then. And for once, you won't have to make it yourself, he said, with a proud grin. Song laughed. I'm actually pretty happy about that, she said, smiling brightly. You pamper me too much, Ruishi. I most certainly do not. It's never too much, he said, beaming and pressing his forehead against hers. I love you. I love you too, she said, before kissing him willfully. She was slightly bashful as he helped her get dressed. It was one thing for him to see her while his eyes were clouded by his emotions, by love and desire intertwined, with the cover of darkness to keep him from seeing every single detail across her body. It was another for him to see her in the morning, with light drifting through the windows, giving him an opportunity to determine, far more rationally and consciously, whether she was good enough for him or not. Yet her uncertainties went forgotten as he helped her get dressed, as respectfully as he could do so. But sometimes his hands brushed intimate parts of her body, and it was hard for either of them to tell who was leaning closer, who was the more daring one. They stole a few kisses and caresses, holding one another and smiling non-stop. The moment that touched Song the most, however, was Ruishi's offer to help her with her shoes. She sat on the bed as he knelt before her, but instead of picking up the shoe, his hand moved to her right calf. She was startled at first as he gently lifted her skirt a little higher, but she relaxed and even blushed when he kissed the old burn softly. Does it still hurt? He asked. She bit her lip and shook her head. Not really, she admitted. It did for some time. But by now it's just, well, a reminder of a bad day. An unsightly scar I wish I didn't have. Ruishi gritted his teeth but nodded, pressing his head to her knee. Song touched his hair, hoping to reassure him that she was fine. It doesn't take away from your beauty, he said. She swallowed hard, color rising in her cheeks again. I hope you know that. But even so. I wish you had never been hurt this way, too. Ruishi. She said, smiling kindly as she moved a hand to touch his face. He looked up at her, eyes remorseful but loving. She sighed and leaned close to kiss his forehead. We can't change the past. But I know you won't let anything else hurt me, she said. The words seemed to encourage him, and he smiled and nodded. Nothing will, as long as I have a say upon the matter, he said, cupping her cheek. You truly are the warmest, kindest soul I've known. To think a firebender hurt you this way, and yet you've allowed me into your life like this. Well, the princess dragged Sokka away from his home and look at them now, she said, smiling at Ruishi. If they hurt each other as many times as they did, and yet they've found a way to be together, we certainly shouldn't have nearly as much trouble as them. It's true. We certainly won't, he said, lifting her hands to his lips and kissing the knuckles softly. That doesn't mean you're not as admirable as I think you are, though. You're still wonderful, Song. So are you, she said, beaming at him as he finally put on her shoes. He smiled to himself at her words and kissed her leg one more time. He pulled her skirt down over her knee again right afterwards. They shared breakfast in the dining room of the inn and left the establishment when the sun was barely rising. Ruishi breathed deeply as he gazed at the palace. It rose ominously a few avenues away, filling him with unease. He wondered if the princess's wrath would be just as daunting as the building looked from afar. I can go home by myself, don't be late, said Song, bringing him out of his thoughts as she smiled at him. You've already caused yourself enough trouble. Maybe I can handle a little bit more trouble, said Ruishi, biting his lip. Song laughed and shook her head. Go. And, well, whatever happens, you know where to find me, she said, smiling warmly at him. He nodded and embraced her tightly. I'll run to you as soon as I can, he whispered by her ear. She relaxed in his arms, basking in the bliss of being loved by him as she was. I hope we won't be apart for long. I hope so too, she said, moving in for a soft kiss. Now go. You have no time to waste. It's no waste if I'm with you, he said, smiling, and kissing her again. I'll see you later. I love you. I love you too, she said, beaming as he pulled away, letting go of her fingers begrudgingly, but with a warm smile. He turned towards the streets, seeking a tunnel through which he could sneak inside the palace while avoiding detection, but finding it would be the easy part. It was whatever came afterwards. Once he was expected to accompany the princess to the temple, what made him uneasy. Song didn't take long to reach the house, feeling refreshed and tired simultaneously. Ruishi's gift of lodging and food had given rise to a nice feeling of laziness within her, and she hardly felt like making Sokka's breakfast, despite she knew she was supposed to. She glanced up at his room, at first wondering what he'd say about her suspicious absence last night. Maybe he'd think she had seduced Ruishi, which would prove that his theory that women were as perverted as men was correct. The thought made her blush, but she couldn't quite bring herself to refute that possibility. Not when she had enjoyed herself so much last night. But it caught her eye that Sokka's door would be ajar. She frowned and climbed the stairs slowly, wondering if he had simply left it that way carelessly. There was no one inside. Sokka wasn't home. The blood slowed inside her as she thought of every possible reason why Sokka wouldn't be here. Had he decided to keep pretending he was Ruishi? Had he been caught in his deception? Why wouldn't he be home when it was barely daybreak? Climbing the steps of the temple could be a tiring practice, but it wasn't much of a challenge for a trained gladiator. Sokka ascended across those seemingly endless stairs as quickly as he could, reaching the top to find a very different temple from the one he'd seen yesterday. Instead of noise and bustling crowds, there were mutters and reverent silence. Instead of gathering in groups, the few people within the building seemed to move on their own, walking purposefully towards their destinations. Sokka had no idea what those destinations were, or whether he should head there with them or not. People would enter the building, but many of them came out moments afterwards, and they would head to a path to the right of the temple. Sokka watched them go with confusion, wishing Angela were here already. She would help him find his bearings, tell him what to do. But while she had said she would be here early, it seemed she hadn't arrived yet. Sokka waited by the door for around an hour, watching the horizon in hopes to catch Angela crossing the palace's gates and heading to the temple, but it didn't happen. "You're the princess's gladiator." The voice was unfamiliar, but Sokka turned towards it anyways. A young man with ornate red robes stood opposite to him, wearing a tall red hat that looked slightly ridiculous to Sokka. Yeah. "That'd be me," said Sokka, nodding. "You're a sage." "Yes, I am." "I know I look young." "Well, I am the youngest of the sages," said the man, smiling awkwardly. "Which is why they sent me to take care of the door just now. Would you like to pay your respects to the departed, too?" "I don't know for sure," said Sokka, with an awkward smile. He certainly didn't want to pay any respects to some of the departed that he knew would be revered today. Such as the Fire Lord who had started the war, and most of all his grandson, the one who had ordered the raids that had destroyed the water tribes and killed Sokka's own mother. "Oh, but you should," said the sage, with a soft laugh. "I bet you're only being shy. Come on. I'll show you around, and I'll tell you what to do so you won't have to worry about doing it wrong." "There's a way of doing it wrong?" Sokka asked, with genuine curiosity. If he gave it some thought, no doubt there had to be about 1,000 ways to desecrate and insult the memory of the Fire Lords of old. Maybe he'd be able to put a few of them into practice before he got kicked out of the temple. "Well, not entirely, as long as you do it from the heart, but," said the sage, before shrugging. "You're only standing out here doing nothing, no one else in need of guidance has arrived, so I can spare a few minutes and give you a tour. Come along." Sokka sighed but agreed, nodding towards the sage and wishing again that Angela were here already. He would much rather hear these explanations from her rather than a stranger. But Angela was otherwise engaged at the moment. Sokka hadn't known she would be ambushed with a new task by her father when she arrived at yesterday's feast. She had woken up well before dawn and taken a ride to a very unpleasant location, right outside the capital, accompanied by none other than Admiral Zhao, who had offered to take her there. Oze wasn't entirely mad at her, she could tell, even though he certainly wanted her to face unpleasant consequences for her insolence from yesterday. He seemed to be entertained by what she'd done, though. He had enjoyed her stories of how she had stirred the masses to purchase more goods at the festival than ever before, and indeed, Every stall's report reflected that they had earned a larger share of money than they had in at least 10 years. Jose had been amused and pleased. And then he had reminded her she had to deal with the homeless people herself. The homeless people he had locked up in the prison tower, right outside the capital. I could check on them myself, if you'd like, Zhao offered, as the two of them walked towards the tall, ominous building. I doubt Jose has ever set foot in here. I'm not sure you should do it, either. I'm not particularly daunted by walking into prison, Admiral, said Angela, curtly. I'm not intimidated by whatever prisoners my father keeps here, White Lotus or Rough Rhinos or whatever else they may be. I'm here under my father's orders, after all. Still, regardless of your orders, what Jose doesn't know won't hurt him, right? Said Zhao. Angela's stomach lurched nervously. Huh. Indeed, just how many times had she used those same words to justify her relationship with Sokka? Did Zhao really believe in keeping secrets from Jose, or was he trying to set her up for treason somehow? She hadn't suspected Zhao of any cruel ploys for several days now. It surely had been a new record, one that she had broken just now. I merely don't want you to be uncomfortable, said Zhao, as they crossed the doors he had opened for Angela. Then stop telling me I shouldn't be here, said Angela, with a dry grin. That might make me a tad bit more comfortable, Admiral. Do excuse me, then. It won't happen again. I hope so. The guards in the prison were nervous over the Fire Lord's daughter's sudden visit, but they led her to where the homeless people were being kept, on the second floor. Angela and Zhao followed them silently. The atmosphere of the dark tower would have suppressed their urges to hold a conversation if they'd had any such urges to begin with. The corridors they traversed were lined with metal bars, but every cell was empty. The dangerous prisoners surely were held higher in the tower. Here we are, said the guard. Angela frowned as they reached a door, and he pushed it open. To Angela's surprise, she didn't enter another cell block. It was a dining room, or so it seemed, with several long tables. The group of homeless people, dressed in pitiful rags, sat at one of them, eating ravenously. They didn't look up at the sound of the door, no doubt too famished to care for whoever had entered their room. We were told they weren't exactly criminals, said the soldier who had led them, shrugging. But I don't think we'll need any bars to keep them here. They've eaten every plate we've put in front of them and they still want more. Not sure if they should eat so fast, might upset their stomachs. I suppose they've been starving for so long that they don't care about that, said Angela, nodding towards the soldier. Stand guard by the door, then. Yes, princess, he said. Angela stepped forward, and she heard Zhao's footsteps behind her, but not too close. She took that as a sign that she would be able to speak with the homeless people without his interference. They didn't look up until she was standing right beside them. She resisted the urge to take a step back when their scent reached her. Unsurprisingly, they hadn't cleaned up in ages. Each pair of eyes rose towards her slowly, warily, as if they dreaded she'd come to take away the bowls of rice they were devouring desperately. Few meals looked as unappetizing to Angela as that plain rice. Good morning, she started, with a dry grin. I hear you were the people who attacked my royal procession. Their fear intensified with that. Angela only watched them, assessing everything she could about them just by studying their reactions. And no. It was no attack. We thought you were the Fire Lord. We didn't want to hurt anyone, we. Hush, she said, raising a hand to slow them down. I'm aware you weren't after me. I noticed that much, at least, amid the confusion. You say you weren't out to hurt anyone, and I'd like to believe that, too. But I would like to know what you were doing, then, if not attacking or disrupting a public event for the sake of it. We were told the Fire Lord would help us, said one of the women of the group. A man told us, he saw us, found us, said the Fire Lord would. Oh? Did he live in a box, by any chance? Angela asked, skeptical. She had wondered if that first homeless man was still around. Well, no. That's another man, said the same woman. Angela frowned. So, he's still out there? She asked, grimacing. The whole group nodded, not even questioning why Angela would know the man they were talking about. But Zhao wasn't taking anything for granted the way the others were. Is who out there? Zhao asked. Angela sighed. Some madman I met when I was searching for a house for my gladiator, she said. They got along fairly well, I just assumed they were equally insane. Harsh, said Zhao, smiling a little. Angela turned her attention to the homeless people again. You were told by someone that the Fire Lord would aid you, she repeated. And that you should crash the parade to get his help. He said he would take pity on us, said one of the men this time. He would see how hurt his people were, and he would want to help us. His people? Zhao repeated, frowning. You mean, the lot of you are? Are you true-born Fire Nation citizens? The blood chilled in Angela's blood when the whole group nodded. Jose had almost sent an entire group of Fire Nation citizens to their execution, when their only crime had been following poor advice given by some dubious source. Angela's fists tightened at either side of her body. Either the person who had encouraged them to attack the parade had some sort of grudge on the group, or on the Fire Lord. It could have been a trap to tarnish Jose's public image. Admittedly, they didn't need to try too hard to do more of that. While still a beloved Fire Lord, in general, Jose was far from the most popular Fire Lord in history. Rumors would have spread, and people would have talked. It already would have damaged Jose's image if the homeless people's presence in the capital became common knowledge, but if they had been caught by Jose's imperial guards, who would have killed them without a second thought, there was no telling what sorts of revolts could occur. Commoners throughout the Fire Nation, honorary citizens who had never fully trusted Jose, slaves and servants, all of them could have risen up in arms against the Fire Lord, and if they had, the Fire Nation would have faced not only a civil war, but enough of a conflict too. Angela stopped her thoughts abruptly. She was getting ahead of herself, seeing too deeply into this. Chances were that, if Jose had executed them, people would have simply assumed he was well within his rights to do so. And nothing would have happened. But whoever had gotten these people up to this hadn't been betting on that. They had used them as pawns, vulnerable and desperate as they were, in hopes of sabotaging Jose's day, at least, if their goals weren't more ambitious than that. She closed her eyes and gritted her teeth. She didn't want to make wild assumptions, but it was hard to help it. Using others as tools for their own ends, it was a move worthy of Zhang Zhang. He had displayed great disregard for who died and who lived when it came to achieving his goals. He had sent his men to attack a fortress they had no opportunity to lay waste to, and who knew how many of them had died in that stunt. If those men had been his allies, and he hadn't cared much for their lives, who was to say he would care at all for common, homeless people? Then again, it could just be anyone, any other White Lotus member. The spy was still out there, but if she was right to assume it was her uncle, then the spy certainly hadn't been up to this, since Iroh was probably reaching the Earth Kingdom by now. Maybe she was right to think there was more than one spy, more than two, perhaps. What did this man look like? The one you spoke with? Angela asked. The homeless people glanced at each other, as if waiting for someone to answer the question. The first woman did. Nothing special. She shrugged. Dark hair, dark skin. He wore a hood, see, we couldn't see much of him. He had a scar across his cheek, said another woman, and they glanced at her. I peeked. Not very polite, peeking into a stranger's hood, said another man, before throwing a load of rice into his mouth. Then, someone put you up to this. I suppose you're slightly gullible, but that's not a crime that warrants being in prison, said Angela, glancing at the guard. I'll have you released and... No. Angela's eyes widened, as did Zhao's. The despair in that shout, spoken at unison by all the 7 homeless people, left her floored. There's food, explained one of them. It's shelter, good against the rain, said another one. Don't make us go, said the first woman, pleadingly. I beg you, we'll do anything, we can clean floors, we can work. The others nodded too, and Angela's chest tightened. She averted her gaze for a moment before glancing at Zhao. He seemed just as confused as she was. You don't have anywhere else to go? She asked the group. No family to speak of. Zan is my sister, said one of the men, looking at the woman who had been speaking the most. Angela raised an eyebrow. I meant, anyone with a home to their name, said Angela, but her question was met by silence. I guess not. If we had any place to be, we'd be there by now, said the youngest man of the group. Angela regarded him with an apologetic stare. I'm sorry, she said. They tensed up. I mean, I'm sorry I asked. I don't know what your stories are, but I suppose I'll ask about them later. I have several things to do today, so I guess you'll keep eating the prison's food supply for a few more days. At least, until I figure out what to do with you. Their eyes lit up gratefully, and they smiled brightly at her. One woman tried to reach for her hand, perhaps to shake it to thank her, but Zhao stopped her. His grip around her wrist wasn't strong, but it kept the others from repeating that mistake. Be more respectful, he said. This is the crown princess you're speaking to. Angela's eyebrow twitched, as all the homeless people stared at her in awe and disbelief. Well, who did they think she was? They had crashed the parade because they had mistaken her palanquin for her father's. Did they assume every random Fire Nation citizen in the capital had a palanquin? She knew nothing of the lives they had led so far, though, so perhaps they did think so. Angela closed her eyes, wishing she knew the full story already, but knowing she couldn't stay longer. The temple's ritual would be beginning soon, and Sokka would be waiting. Sokka, how she ached to see him after this. To tell him what she'd just discovered. To bury her face in his chest and find comfort from the harsh truths she was being forced to face. She hadn't been wrong when she had told Oze that his system was failing. She just hadn't expected it to fail the Fire Nation citizens as well as the outsiders. Not that the outsiders had it any better. She knew most people in the Earth Kingdom weren't living it up. She had stayed in a village for a night and heard as those people whispered in corners about how untrustworthy and dangerous she was, right after she had saved their lives. She knew there were people like Aonu, who were born with the rights of any Fire Nation citizen, but whose Earth Kingdom heritage had made him a reject, a joke, his father's worthless, illegitimate son, merely because of his earthbending. And most of all, she knew about the slaves' struggles. Sokka had told her, recounted his sorrows from Huiyi in a night long past, and she had been forced to accept not only that the man she loved carried heavy burdens within himself, but that those burdens were her own fault. She had sentenced him to slavery, not suspecting he would become a bright beacon in her life so many years later, never knowing his smile would destroy her fears and reassure her in her worst moments. He had been one more of the pile, and now he was special. How many other slaves weren't special to anyone? How many of them were still enduring the misery Sokka had to put up with? How many of them had lost whatever dignity they had left in towns of decadence, the way Suki had? It was horrifying. It was painful. It was wrong. The words she had spoken the day before reverberated in her mind. Her people deserved better than this. She had no doubt they did. And she had been granted the power to change that. I will return. Hopefully, with an answer, she said, nodding towards them. Carry on, then. Don't inconvenience the prison guards much. Thank you so much. You have no idea what this means. Oh, you've saved us. I knew the Fire Lord would help. Angela left the room without another word, amongst the grateful clamors of the people she had hoped to save. They seemed satisfied so far. She wasn't. Zhao's carriage awaited outside, and they climbed on without dawdling. The soldiers at the prison gates bowed towards them as the wheels began spinning, guiding them back to the capital. Of all the things I could have expected, I never thought they would be true-born Fire Nation citizens, said Zhao, almost slumping in his seat. His eyes were wide. I never imagined our own people would be in such a state. Neither did I, but then again, is it truly that surprising? She said, narrowing her eyes. Zhao frowned. Come again. I was present during some audiences my father held well over a year ago. A commoner was amongst the petitioners, and he begged my father to help him and his village. The new factories and refineries have damaged the water supply of villages and towns throughout the nation, and our people grow sick and even die because of it. My father didn't heed his words. Then, you think these people are refugees? Asked Zhao. Angela shrugged. It's not impossible. It's either that, or the ease with which our own people are being demoted into slavery, she said. The commoner who made that petition lost his temper, attempted to attack my father, but I held him off. My father demoted him into slavery immediately. How many people has he turned into slaves this way? How many of our own? There are quite a lot of fire-bending gladiators, after all. Not all of them are slaves, Zhao muttered, but the look in his eyes showed Angela's words were reaching him, or so she hoped. That any of them are slaves is ridiculous enough, said Angela, closing her eyes. The Millennium Dragon is a slave, isn't he? Born to the colonies, though. And yet we have honorary citizens who are treated with more respect than he gets, as a firebender. Such as his sponsor, even if he doesn't get much of it, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. Zhao sighed. What is it you want, then? He asked. Yesterday you gave a speech about spreading our greatness by welcoming those foreigners, by showing them why they should want to be amongst us, and, now you're upset that they receive better treatment than our own. You misunderstand, Angela said. I believe we are responsible for our own, just as we are for those we've taken under our wing. My problem isn't about who's treated right or wrong, who has more benefits or who lacks them. It's the fact that people who shouldn't be suffering under my father's rule can be found roaming the borders of our capital city, hoping to find solace by begging the Fire Lord to help them. We are responsible for that, Admiral, just as we are for every tortured slave, every dismissed honorary citizen. We have resources from all over the world at our grasp now, but we can't feed our own people? Is it we can't, or do we just not care to? It's true we ought to feed them, Zhao consented, rubbing his forehead. But gifting things to them on a silver platter. It's not what I would want either, no, said Angela. If it were up to me, everyone would earn their dues. But how much use would a starving man be at lifting rocks for construction, for example? How does a child perform at average levels in school if he has no roof to live under? It's not our job to gift our people with anything, but it is our job to provide means and opportunities that will enable them to become productive members of society. Goodness, you are slightly terrifying, said Zhao, with a crooked smile. What has taken your forefathers 100 years, you probably could have achieved in 5. You're quite the force to be reckoned with. I try to be, Angela admitted, glancing out the window with uncertainty. But I can't change everything on my own. I can't change anything on my own, actually. It's a complicated issue that I'll only resolve if my father ever decides to listen to me, but as far as I can tell, he has no interest in doing that. He does prize your advice, said Zhao. Truthfully, Jose admires you. I never have seen such a thing as admiration from a parent towards their child, it's always the other way around, but he thinks you're remarkable. Inspiring, even. But, he is the Fire Lord. And all shall be as he wishes in the end, regardless of what any of us want or think, said Angela, crossing her arms over her chest. Does he ignore your advice too? Often. If anything, more often ever since he thought it'd lead him astray with your mother that one time, said Zhao, with a sad smile. He's a stubborn man. Don't take offense if I say you inherited that trait from him. I won't, said Angela, with a small grin of her own. Then again, your mother was also insanely stubborn. Goodness knows if she was more stubborn than your father, said Zhao, grimacing. If you've taken after both their stubbornness, then I'll have the potential to drag everyone to hell with me just because I refuse to see sense. She said, her smile widening. Zhao chuckled. But also the potential to save everyone, even if they're determined not to be saved, said Zhao. As long as your judgment remains sound, you will make a remarkable Fire Lord. I can only hope so, said Angela. Hopefully better than the ones we're about to visit, at any rate. Do you mind if I drop you off at the temple? Said Zhao, biting his lip. Angela raised an eyebrow. I shall head back to the temple later myself, but I'd rather visit the lake first. You have many people to pay your respects to, I imagine, said Angela, and Zhao nodded. Soldiers, perhaps. His own parents, seeing as now she knew how he'd lost them. It was reasonable that he would choose them over the Fire Lords, even if it wasn't considered appropriate. Angela wouldn't blame him or behold him to any traditions, she had spent long enough with Sokka to know that respecting the Fire Lords wasn't something you could force on someone else. Zhao had always been much like Jose, and he had never seemed content during the days of Agelin's reign. Angela couldn't fault him for not wanting to pay any respects to her grandfather, not when she wasn't particularly keen on doing it herself. She allowed Zhao to take her all the way to the temple, and she dismounted the carriage before nodding towards him. The driver kept the door open after her. "Thank you for the drive to the prison tower today." "You didn't have to do that," Angela said. Zhao smiled a little. "You could have done it alone, I know. I wanted to see who they were for myself, though." "I'm that selfish," he said. Angela laughed softly. "Of course. Have a good day, Admiral." He nodded towards her as Angela turned to the temple's steps, where she found 3 of her guards waiting for her. One of them with golden highlights in his uniform. Her eyes narrowed as she heard Zhao's carriage speeding away. She took a few steps towards the men, regarding them with curt nods as they made quick reverences for her. "Good day to you. You were slightly late to accompany me in my visit to the prison tower," she said, narrowing her eyes at Ruishi. He seemed to tense up under her scrutiny. "Not that there was room for any of you in Admiral Zhao's carriage, but nonetheless, I expected otherwise. I'll take responsibility for my mistakes, Princess." His voice made Angela's stomach churn mildly. It was him, all right. Some foolish part of her heart wished he was still Sokka, for having a perfect excuse to keep him around her at all times was rather convenient. Losing that excuse proved more disappointing than she expected it to be. "I'm glad to hear it, Captain," she said. "Jiang Huo, Chiang, have you paid your respects to my forefathers yet?" "We haven't," Chiang answered. "We hoped to do it after you did, Princess," said Jiang Huo. "And here I hoped to have a chat with the captain, myself," she said, raising her eyebrows. "Where are the others?" "Already by the lake," said Ruishi. "We were to escort you through your visit until you could meet with them there. Then I suggest you reunite with the rest of the guards faster than that, Jiang Huo, Chiang," said Angela, raising her eyebrows. "I do have a few things to straighten out with the captain, and I'd much rather have no witnesses, if you don't mind." Chiang and Jiang Huo glanced warily at Ruishi, almost as if they were giving him wordless condolences, despite they had no idea why the princess was so hostile towards the captain today. Ruishi didn't move an inch, though. Angela stared at the 2 other guards with skeptical eyes. "Well? Was I unclear, or are you being rebellious, on top of unpunctual?" "Excuse us, Princess," said Jiang Huo, bowing down to her. Chiang followed suit. She knew they would be confused by how quickly her mood had changed. She had acted fine the previous day, after all. Suddenly she seemed ready to bite Ruishi's head off for a minor transgression, but all things considered, her guards had been witness to Angela's harshest demeanor many times in the past. It might be of little surprise to them if the princess's mood changed easily. Only when they had walked towards the paved road that led to the lake did Angela dare speak, and only after she had glanced about herself enough times to feel confident that there were no dangerous eavesdroppers nearby. "Is there something you'd like to tell me, Captain?" she asked, with a sarcastic grin. "Any confessions about something that you've felt guilty for?" Ruishi was visibly uncomfortable, even while disguised under his armor and helmet. Angela raised her eyebrows at his silence. "Huh. I suppose I didn't give Sokka enough credit at first. He certainly managed to perform that guilty silence of yours to perfection. I didn't think anything dangerous would happen." "I was wrong," Ruishi confessed. "When I heard of what had happened, I knew I should have been there to protect you. And yet you can't bring yourself to regret it," said Angela, with a smirk. Ruishi sighed. "How predictable. Would you have regretted it, if you could have done the same?" Ruishi asked. Angela froze. "If you could have had one normal day with him, one day of not hiding who you are, or, well, what you mean to each other, would you regret taking it?" Angela lowered her gaze. She was tempted to lie, but Ruishi already knew the truth. He had seen that truth with his own eyes. He had watched her throw caution and responsibility to the wind, kissing Sokka without a care in the world on the roof of Piandeo's old mansion. He had heard her desperate pleas in the forest as she begged him to help her save Sokka, comforted her when she broke down, terrified of losing him. Lying to him would be futile. She couldn't pretend to be a perfect, dignified princess, who would always choose her duty over the man she loved. She had never been like that, not when it came to Sokka. I wouldn't. I haven't. I never would, Azula said, bluntly. Ruishi nodded. Yet after so long of being scolded by you, berated for the irresponsibility of my actions, it's merely ironic that, when facing the same situation, you have chosen her over me. Just as I'll choose him over everyone else. You could say I learned from the best, Ruishi blurted out. Azula raised her eyebrows. That you did. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be an insult or a compliment, she said. To her surprise, Ruishi's soft chuckle was audible. But I do wonder where that leaves us. You certainly understand my plight now, and I would lie if I claimed I don't understand yours. But you realize that your shirking of your duties could have easily signified a major threat to my life. I know that, said Ruishi, tensing up again. I don't know what happened yet. I know that if I were to ask anyone, they would realize I wasn't there, so I don't know what happened, but I'm sorry. As much as I don't regret choosing Song, I do regret not being there when you needed me. When you say you don't regret it, she asked, looking at him carefully, are you trying to say you'd do it again, Captain? He started, but even he seemed uncertain of the answer to that question. I honestly just wish there was no choice to be made. That I could have both my job, and Song. But I know that may not be the case. I know I failed you. I'm ready to face the consequences. Azula frowned, but Ruishi lowered his head as he stood with his hands behind his back. She snorted and looked at him in disbelief. You're telling me that you are fine with being fired? She asked. You don't mind if I give you the boot right now? If anything, I'd encourage you to do it, he said. Her eyes widened now. I am no longer fit to serve as your guard. I wish I could claim otherwise. I wish I could balance both my personal life and my duties as your guard, but I failed when faced with the very first obstacle. I do not know if I still deserve the honor of serving you. And what shall you do from now on, then? Azula asked, matter-of-factly. Ruishi swallowed hard. I don't know, he admitted. I do think I can search for other jobs, but I can't say I look forward to it. Losing the privileged position of serving as a royal guard, you do realize that's not a blow most people recover from, right? She asked. It's not a very compelling confession to make to a new employer, whoever they may be. I'll figure something out. I've caused you enough trouble, so I will take care of my problems on my own, he said, nodding towards her. Well, I should hope so, said Azula, nodding. I certainly don't enjoy saving everyone whenever they get into trouble. I'm glad you're being so considerate. Ruishi sighed and nodded again. Then, shall I hand in my resignation, or? You can take your resignation letter and set it on fire, as far as I'm concerned, said Azula, rolling her eyes. Ruishi jumped. Do you seriously think I'm going to kick you out? Where else am I going to find a captain as trustworthy as you, I wonder? She asked, with a dry grin. But, well, I could give you recommendations, if you need them, Ruishi said, nervously. Azula laughed. It's almost like you genuinely want to lose your job. Well, if that's the case, don't worry, you exasperated me plenty yesterday, a few more of those stunts and I'll certainly lose my patience and get rid of you, she said, smirking. But even if I did want to fire you, I have enough reasons not to. Even if you wanted to. Ruishi repeated, swallowing hard. Isn't it what I deserve? Certainly, said Azula, nodding. Just as I deserve to be stoned and shamed throughout the Fire Nation for being a stain upon my family's honor, and as Sokka deserves to, you know, I'm not even going to say it. As you can see, him and I have made a sport out of avoiding our apparently deserved fates, and you shall have an opportunity to do the same thing. Only, of course, if you get on my bad side too many times, you're certainly not going to get just another slap on the wrist for it. I mean it. I understand, said Ruishi, smiling a little behind his mask before pressing his lips into a tight line. Though, I suppose you're also doing it for your benefit. Spot on, said Azula, smirking. Why, yes, I certainly can't have another captain, not at this point. It isn't about me distrusting you, nothing further from the truth, but a new captain? One who might prove even more stubborn than you, who might follow me anywhere and everywhere, giving me no chances to, Do not finish that sentence, said Ruishi, with a curt grin of his own. Angela laughed. Fine. The point is, I can't carry on as I have if the game's players change, she said, shrugging. But I do have to say, I'm not all that fond of this rebellious streak of yours. Not really. The next time you plot something like this, Sokka is going to rat me out before I can pull it off, said Ruishi, nodding. Angela smirked. He might. Unless you present him with another tempting offer, I guess, but I do plan on keeping a closer eye on you both. If I catch you whispering in corners or hear that you've been spending too much time together, you'll face the consequences you deserve. Only me? Ruishi asked, raising his eyebrows. Angela beamed. He has ways to persuade me not to unleash my rage on him. You, on the other hand, she said, shrugging as she moved towards the temple's steps. Ruishi followed. I am not as resourceful, I guess, he said, nodding. Still, I'll try not to do this again. I will get an official leave of absence, pretend I'm sick, request soldiers or imperial guards to fill in for me. Are you still worried about the attack? Angela asked. Ruishi grimaced. You really don't know what happened, huh? Not even a little bit. It was impossible to tell from the crowd, he admitted. Angela chuckled. Well, the next time a group of homeless people rush my procession to beg us to feed them, I hope you'll be right there with a bowl of rice ready for them to gobble down, she said. Ruishi froze for a second before rushing to follow her. Homeless. It wasn't a real threat, Ruishi, said Angela. Not to them, anyways. Only to her father's stability on the throne, and she had handled the situation in such a way that his image had not been damaged. She hoped her father would be grateful for that, at least. Then, he said, sighing in relief. No one was hurt. Only a few nervous fools from the squad in front of my procession, said Angela, with a small smile. It wasn't as worrisome as it seemed. Not really. Well, with the speech you gave, I had feared otherwise. I thought something dangerous had happened, he said, sighing again. It was a good speech. Better than most I've heard from the Fire Lord, if I may. Why, thank you. Make sure not to say that in his presence, though. Not that you say anything in his presence, generally, but still. Good job either way, he said. Angela smiled. They reached the top of the stairs, to find reverent people heading inside the building to pray. Angela's heart picked up its pace merely by thinking Sokka was likely in there, somewhere, or by the lake, perhaps. Knowing him, he might have decided the temple's rites were too much of a waste of time for him. I think you have enough people to light candles for, said Angela. Ruishi raised his eyebrows. Don't you? I do. Do you want me to leave you to yourself? He asked. It is meant to be an individual ritual, but I won't be alone, said Angela, without looking at him. Or, well, I doubt I will be. Huh. He's waiting for you in there, said Ruishi, with a small smile. To think he dreaded that you would be upset at him for ages. It's hard to stay mad after, yeah, you don't want to know, said Angela, with a proud grin. Ruishi cringed. Also, you're not getting that uniform back. Just saying. If I do, I'll set it on fire. Ah, so extreme of you, said Angela, amused. I'll tell Sokka to hide it properly then. You do that. And, greet him for me, said Ruishi. Ah, should I give him a thank you note too? A kiss, while we're at it. Any invitations to the brand new club of sneaky schemers who think they're too clever for me? Because, frankly, trying to get him to pretend he was you was such a foolish mistake that... Oh, I knew he'd never manage to act like me, not entirely, said Ruishi. Angela snorted. So, you deliberately set him up for failure. I deliberately set him up to deal with you, said Ruishi, smiling again. And seeing as I'm not fired, and he's not dead, I think I guessed correctly when I assumed you were pleased to have him beside you instead of me. I suppose, after some point. Angela mumbled. Ruishi chuckled. Thank you, princess. I don't deserve this second chance. I apparently have gotten into the habit of giving out those. I should be ashamed of myself, said Angela, rolling her eyes. Run along, then. Before I radically change my mind about keeping you around. I know you won't. It's still fun to threaten you with it. She could tell he was smiling under his helmet as he took off towards another path, this time a dirt road down a slope, that also led to the crater's lake. She watched him go, unable to suppress a smile of her own. She had been a dreadful influence on her guard, no doubt, but she had never heard him quite so happy. Duty and love didn't mix very well, not in their line of business, but just like Ruishi, Angela couldn't bring herself to regret her decisions. She definitely couldn't regret serving as an example to Ruishi when it came to putting those you loved first. If anything, she took pride in that. She entered the temple, and she soon spotted Sokka walking through the halls, accompanied by a young sage. The look on Sokka's face told her he was desperate for rescue, and she was pleased to provide it when she did. They were the best historians in the world, you see. How do you know? Did you ever read history written by anyone from other nations as a compare? That's not relevant. They were from the Fire Nation, and that means they were the best. So, if you go down the hall, you'll find the shrines for the most important royal painters, the men tasked with creating the masterpieces that grace the palace's royal gallery, said the sage, gesturing in that direction. Sokka grimaced. Right. Have you ever seen those masterpieces? He asked. The sage blinked blankly. Why, no. Have you? Angela. He exclaimed, beaming brightly at her as the sage beside him gasped. Why you can't address the princess that way. He exclaimed, before falling into reverence for the princess. Angela watched him bow down for a moment, stopping a few paces away from them, before making the conscious choice to ignore the sage and turn to Sokka. It's been a while, she said, with a sarcastic grin. Sokka held back from laughing, knowing it was best to play along with her while in someone else's presence. Have you been waiting long? Not that long, he said. Though this guy has been telling me where everything is. He talks quite a bit. Is it true your ancestors' ashes are buried someplace down below? The dragon catacombs, yes. But those aren't open to the public, not today, or any day, said Angela, breathing deeply. Well, then, if you already know where everything is, does that mean you've paid proper respect to the most outstanding Fire Nation people, outstanding enough that personal shrines have been erected in their honor? I certainly have not, said Sokka, grimacing. Angela smirked. Well, why's that? These people made the Fire Nation what it is. That's exactly why I haven't. Nonsense. Come along, no need to be shy. You may have foreign origins but your blood flows just as red as the Fire Nation banner, meaning that blood color has nothing to do with belonging to one nation or another. Sokka huffed. Angela smirked and gestured at him to follow her. Sure. You can keep telling yourself as much, it makes no matter. I didn't ask you to come here for a picnic, now, did I? Sokka pouted and sighed as Angela walked away. He looked at the sage, who still remained in a very uncomfortable position, his torso bent forward. I think you can stand upright already, he said, with a weak grin. I'll be going now. See you. Thanks for everything. Sokka rushed off to follow Angela without checking if the sage had changed positions or not. Relief flooded him. He wouldn't be able to spend quality time with Angela the way he would like, but it was much better to trade verbal jabs with her than endure the endless rambling of a Fire Nation nationalist like that sage. Damn, can that guy talk, said Sokka, once he'd caught up with the princess. He watched her smirk proudly, warmth spread in his chest upon seeing her smile. I do hope you weren't too bored, she said. We shouldn't be long. While the ideal way to do this used to be to stop at every shrine to pray for guidance, over the course of the last few centuries it has been encouraged that you only do as much for your family, close acquaintances, or admired figures. I can imagine. There are so many shrines in here that I'd forget who most of them are, myself, said Sokka. Azula laughed softly. Most people don't know who they are to begin with, so they wouldn't forget what they don't know, she said. We're talking about celebrated people who did a few noteworthy things millennia ago. It's not always easy to keep track of the story of each shrine, I think only the sages know them all. Which may be why that guy was hell-bent on dumping all his knowledge on me, said Sokka, huffing. He was quite the Fire Nation fanboy, I'll say. A lot of people are. I'm glad you held back the urge to punch him, said Azula, smiling sympathetically. Sokka chuckled. I didn't really want to punch him, but I did make snippy remarks once in a while. I did my best to hold back, though. I wouldn't have known what to do if he kicked me out of the temple before you got here. Nice to know you were that eager to be with me, said Azula, in a whisper. Sokka bit his lip and she smiled warmly at him. But alas, I have to pay my respects. Do you? Sokka sighed, as Azula filed into the royal wing. The sage had fawned over this wing for what had felt like hours. Sokka had held back from snapping at him when he started rambling about the wonders of Fire Lord Azulon. The wound of his mother's death, as commanded by that man, felt fresher these days than it had for years. If there was something he refused to do, it was to pay any respects to the man responsible for it. Azula stopped before Azulon's shrine. It was the largest, and closest one. Sokka remained beside her, eyes narrow. His shrine is the largest of them all, as he was the last Fire Lord to perish, Azula commented. And I suppose you're expected to pray for him and whatnot. Sokka muttered, begrudgingly. Azula glanced at him and he shrugged. It's fine, I'll just look the other way. Pretend it's not happening, you know. I am expected to, yes, she said, biting her lip but glancing at the shrine to Azulon's left. She allowed her feet to move past Azulon's shrine. She stopped at the next one, read the name and eulogy, and leaned close to light the incense with her fingertips. Then she knelt, head bowed, hand fisted against her palm. Sokka swallowed as he watched her, unsure of whose shrine she was honoring right now. Azulon's incense had yet to be lit, as did most the shrines in this portion of the hall. He approached Azula and read the name Luten on the shrine's identification, her cousin. Sokka closed his eyes knowingly, remembering what little Azula had spoken about him. From what he had been able to gather, she had admired the man. He had died in battle, one more casualty of the pointless 100-year war, another life lost to the ambitions of a Fire Lord, of the Fire Lord right beside his shrine, to be precise. Sokka didn't know much about Luten, and he didn't know if he should ever ask any questions about him. But if just for now, if just for Azula. She almost jumped when she felt him kneeling beside her. Her eyes drifted towards him, as he studied her stance and bowed his head towards the shrine. What are you? She asked. Sokka smiled a little. I'm only trying to pay my respects to the dead. The ones who deserve it, anyways, he said, looking at her warmly. Her chest tightened. You and him got along, right? We did, Azula admitted. He wasn't like his father. Luten, he didn't choose a favorite between me and Zuko. He was a great cousin to us both. Then for that he certainly deserves some credit, said Sokka, smiling. Azula found herself smiling back. It's funny, but now I think of it, you and him would have gotten along marvelously, she said, with a soft laugh. Sokka's eyes widened. Would we, now? He said, beaming. Why do you think so? Well, he had a tendency of saying ridiculous things, much like you do, said Azula. Sokka grimaced as she laughed softly. He was humble, even if he was insanely talented. And he encouraged me to be the best I could be, but not by pushing me. He was kind. Heh. Well, I have no idea how Iroh raised such a sensible son, but I like him, said Sokka, smiling and nodding before bowing towards the shrine. Thank you for looking after Azula for all this time. Her fists clenched, as did the knot in her throat. Sokka didn't have to do this, he could have stayed behind, begrudging this entire rite, wanting no part in it. Instead he wanted to be involved in it, to know more about her family, to hear what she had to say. To pay his respects to those who had meant something to her. "You have to stop it," she said, shaking her head. Sokka tensed up. "Did I do it wrong?" he asked. She hissed and shook her head harder as she stood up abruptly. "Azula, I can't drag you into the nearest room and kiss you, damn it," she whispered. Sokka blushed. "I can't obey my impulses right now, so, stop making me want to obey them. Don't make me want you any more than I already do." "I will try," said Sokka, with a shy smile. Azula huffed and shook her head. "Truthfully, it doesn't matter how hard you may try. I'll still want to get you to myself for what you've just done," she sighed, as Sokka stood up again. "Honestly, Sokka, we're partners in everything, Azula," he said, smiling gently. "It doesn't matter what you do, where you go, what choices you make, I'll be beside you all along. And to berate you if you make the wrong decisions, of course. Ha, because you're so wise you can talk me out of making huge mistakes," Azula said, rolling her eyes but smiling. Sokka chuckled. "My point is, your pain is my pain. Your dead are my dead. Your heart is what keeps mine beating. We belong together, Azula. And I'll be part of your life as long as you'll let me be in it." She shook her head again, but he knew she was merely overwhelmed again. He smiled warmly, raising a hand as though to wrap her into an embrace, but he held back. It wasn't the time or place for it. "You'll be in it forever. I don't know how you'll live with that, but that is what you're cursed with," she determined, swallowing hard and breathing deeply. Sokka chuckled. "At any rate." She bowed towards Lu Ten's shrine, keeping her head down for a moment before moving to her left now. Sokka followed again as Azula moved past Azulin's shrine once more, kneeling by the one to his right this time. "And this is?" Sokka asked, kneeling beside her. "My grandmother." "Isla," said Azula, closing her eyes and bowing her head respectfully. Sokka gulped. "I never knew her, if that's what you're wondering." "That's a shame. Grandmothers can be really nice," he said, with a sad smile. She didn't doubt he was thinking of his own grandmother, but Sokka fell silent before making the proper reverence for the deceased Fire Lady. They remained in place for a few minutes, in silence this time, before Azula stood up. "When did she die?" Sokka asked, glancing over the shrine in search for the dates of birth and demise. "I believe my father was still a child," she said, closing her eyes. "He seemed fond of her. It's why I won't light her incense myself. I'll leave that to him. The closest relative should light the incense." Sokka asked, standing up too. Azula nodded. "Iroh should have lit Lu Ten's," she said. "But by now it's more common that he wouldn't do it, really. He was away for 10 years, and through them all." "Through them all, you were the one who did it," said Sokka. Azula nodded again. "And I suppose I could light a few others, too, but..." Footsteps silenced them both quickly. Azula raised her head to find someone familiar approaching them. The old man in red robes was a stranger to Sokka, though, who grimaced, dreading that it was yet another rambling sage, here to torment them. "Princess Azula!" exclaimed the sage, beaming as he stepped towards them. "It has been so long since we last spoke. I trust you've been well? Any novelties regarding your gold fire?" The question he posed served as an answer about his identity. Sokka raised his eyebrows. This had to be the head sage. "Ah, well, nothing else, I'll admit," said Azula, with an awkward grin. She glanced at Sokka before smiling more warmly. "May I introduce my gladiator?" "I figured that was who you were," the head sage told Sokka, beaming. "You certainly look strong." "I feel strong, as of late. Sometimes. I usually do if I haven't been beaten up for a while," he said. Azula laughed softly. "This is the head sage of the capital's temple," she told Sokka. He smiled and nodded. It's my pleasure to meet you," he said, trying to sound convincing. Pretending to be respectful when meeting one of the potential White Lotus spies was harder for him than it was for Azula. "Likewise. Do you mind answering a few questions about the healing effects of gold fire? The sage started, before catching himself and shaking his head. Oh, what am I saying? I can ask at another time, for sure. Today will be hectic for us at the temple. It already is, as far as I can see, said Angela. The head sage chuckled. Well, I hope you've had a chance to pay your respects to all your relatives, princess, he said. Fire Lord Agelin's shrine is, well, smaller this year. By your father's command. He spoke bitterly, and Angela smiled weakly as she glanced at Agelin's shrine. It didn't look particularly small to her, but perhaps she had never paid much attention to its size before. He should be here soon to light the incense, said Angela. In the meantime, I suppose you'll have to deal with us instead. And that's quite fine, princess, said the head sage, smiling at her. Truthfully, I would love to meet with you more often, to explore the extraordinary capacities of your fire, but I suppose you have been quite busy as of late. Indeed, said Angela, but she bit her lip. Still. I suppose there is one thing I would like to ask, if you would indulge me. Oh? Anything you need, princess, said the head sage. Have you ever heard of, well, indirect bending? She asked. Sokka tensed up next to her, and the sage's eyes drifted towards him quickly before returning to Angela's. Indirect bending? Do elaborate. Well, you see. I was training with my gladiator recently, and I meant to use my fire on him, but accidentally, my hand came into direct contact with his shoulder, she said, swallowing hard. The burst of fire came out of his hand, not mine. The sage's eyes widened now. Angela raised her eyebrows. Is that something you have heard of? Or is it an entirely new concept? She asked. The sage cleared his throat and coughed softly. Well, that is quite rare. Then again, you keep doing inventive things with your bending, it comes as no surprise, he said, with a soft laugh. So, you have heard of it? Angela asked. I have, but it's definitely unusual. I've only studied it theoretically. Two people who are very close may find their chi attuning to each other, said the sage. Angela and Sokka stared at each other in astonishment. It's not unheard of, but I did always wonder what that chi compatibility could mean. Proper chi flow between two people who are, well, intimate friends, has been registered as akin to merging two life forces into a single one, so to speak. Said Sokka, trying not to blush, but failing. No way we're that close. Oh, well, I'm not implying anything that complicated, said the sage, laughing softly. I take it this could happen with friends, with an employer and their employee, even family members. But as far as I know, it has been, well, mainly registered with those who are, quite intimate. Not that that's your case, of course, but still. How do you even know the chi is attuned? Angela asked, succeeding at keeping the color from her cheeks with a lot of effort. Sokka had taken to pretending he was gazing at the shrines, unable to conceal the redness of his ears. This chi attuning, how does anyone know it's happening? If I were attuned to Sokka, or him to me, how would anyone go about testing that? Why, through spiritual fire bending, of course, said the head sage. It is done through an old technique learned and developed by sages, called energy reading, passed on by the ancients to our days. With that, he waved his hand around, and sparks of fire danced smoothly over his fingertips. Angela watched in astonishment, as Sokka inched away warily. With this technique, chi can be studied, analyzed, said the head sage. That's how it's possible to find out if chi is attuned. Granted, attuned chi is quite a rarity, one I've never evidenced myself. Perhaps it only happened in the spur of the moment, as you were both in the middle of combat. His explanation made enough sense, and both Angela and Sokka nodded gratefully for the head sage's reassurance. Regardless, they suspected their combat instincts weren't the only reason why they might have been attuned the day before. Barely half an hour earlier they'd desecrated the purity of her palanquin, with a wild, reckless tryst that had left them rather groggy and pleased with each other. It just might have been the reason they had been able to bend jointly, after all. I suppose it must have been exhilarating, or terrifying, said the sage, smiling at Sokka. Sokka chuckled and nodded. Both. I don't know how you benders do it. I thought for a moment my whole arm was on fire, he said. Azula rolled her eyes but smiled while the sage laughed. It is a matter of adjusting. But, granted, some benders have better control than others, said the sage. Some benders are even afraid of their own fire. But others, like Princess Azula and her grandfather, they were born to be the most extraordinary benders of their generation. I suppose they were, yes, said Sokka, biting his lip and raising an eyebrow. The sage looked at him with confusion. Do you doubt it? Oh, no, it's just. I mean, Azula is amazing and. I mean, Princess Azula. Her bending is. Why, you know what I mean. But I'm, not exactly fond of the guy who commanded 1,000 raids to my home village. Azula had felt sorely tempted to stomp on Sokka's feet for being such a nervous wreck in front of the sage. He might as well have blurted out they were fucking, at that rate. But the last words gave her pause, and the head sage too. The man lowered his head and nodded, surprising Sokka. I understand, you must resent him, he said. I won't say you shouldn't. Fire Lord Azula was not a kind or a merciful man. Certainly not, said Sokka. The head sage sighed. But regardless of the sins he committed, he didn't deserve to. He whispered, but stopped talking abruptly. Azula frowned. He didn't deserve what? She inquired. The head sage smiled awkwardly. It's nothing. No cause for concern, he insisted now. Azula frowned and was ready to launch into an interrogation, but the sounds outside the room distracted her effectively. Heavy footsteps gave room to mutterings and gazes of admiration. The Fire Lord's procession had arrived. Ozay's royal regalia was pristine, as expected. He strode into the royal wing of the temple, head held high, eyes drifting briefly towards a smaller, less ornate shrine in the corner, before glancing at Azula's. Azula frowned as she followed his gaze. She didn't notice the lesser shrine before, but seeing it made her stomach churn. For some reason she had forgotten about it this year. Greetings, head sage, Ozay spoke coldly. The sage bowed towards him. Good day, Fire Lord, he mumbled, but Ozay seemed to ignore him as he turned to his daughter. Ah, I didn't know you would be here, Princess Azula, said Ozay, smirking. I was under the impression you were otherwise engaged. I was, but my visit to the prison tower was brief, said Azula, with a curt smile. I may have a better grasp on the situation by now. Do you, now? It pleases me to hear as much, said Ozay, nodding towards her. Have you paid your respects to the Fire Lords of old? Not quite, as you can see, she said, gesturing at the incense sticks, still unlit. I believe you should be the one to light the incense of these shrines, or am I mistaken? Someone beat me to your cousins, from the looks of it, said Ozay, looking at her matter-of-factly. Curious. It is indeed, said Azula, with a sarcastic grin. Well, then, let us not dawdle, said Ozay, moving towards Azula's shrine. I would like to be finished with this before the morning has run its course. Right, said Azula, nodding. Sokka took a few steps back, unwilling to partake in this ritual now. Ozay spared him a quick glance, but where Sokka had expected to be berated, his silence was met with acknowledgement from Ozay. The Fire Lord would not force him to bow down to the royal family's ancestors, it seemed. If anything, Sokka could be grateful for that. It took almost 2 hours for Azula and Ozay to properly pray at every shrine, and the head sage was long gone by then. Sokka waited impatiently by the door, wishing he could leave already, but reluctant to do so without Azula. He sighed in relief when the princess and the Fire Lord, followed by the man's large retinue of imperial guards, made to return to the entrance arch. But he tensed up when Ozay raised a hand to stop Azula, his eyes drifting towards the shrine in the corner. It's hardly adequate this year, too, said Ozay, curtly. Azula bit her lip. Should it even be there? She asked. It's not like she actually died, or did she? Ozay huffed, and for a moment Azula felt a pang of fear in her gut. Wrenching, cold fear that would signify having pushed her father a little too far, over something that mattered a little too much. Perhaps not. But if she had, that sage still would have granted her no better honors than these, Jose finally replied. The tension in Angela's stomach eased slightly. He was upset at the head sage, then, not at her comment. Jose walked towards the shrine, and Angela sighed silently. She glanced at Sokka, who stared at her in confusion. He didn't understand who the shrine was for. She would have to explain, once they'd left the building. Which they would, as soon as possible. I should head to the lake by now, father, said Angela, hands behind her back as she watched him light the incense. My guards await there, and I think Admiral Zhao must also be there, so. Of course, said Jose. Angela breathed deeply and readied herself to make a proper reverence. But you can indulge me for one moment, can't you? Her lips parted, and she felt as though her blood had frozen over. Her entire body felt cold, unresponsive, after his request. No, she couldn't. No, she wouldn't. He wanted her to sit at that shrine, to pray for her. To pray that she might have survived throughout all these years, or that, if she hadn't, she might have crossed safely into the next life. She didn't want to do it. She wasn't about to do it. She was happy to pretend that mediocre shrine didn't exist at all, but her father's broad back beckoned her. He had never asked her to join him at this particular shrine before. He had never seemed willing to share a moment of retrospection with Angela, not when it came to Ursa. But for some reason, he had done it today. She gulped, and against her better judgment, stepped towards Jose. Sokka watched her go, recognizing the set of her shoulders, the frown, the mix of emotions in her eyes. The shrine had to be for her mother. His heart ached at the sight of Angela, kneeling beside Jose, following his commands. He knew every second she spent there would amount to torture for the princess. Angela breathed deeply as she knelt beside her father. The shrine was truly a work of mediocrity, as she had judged previously. The incense's scent was hardly noticeable, the wood that comprised the shrine was scarcely polished, and, unlike the other shrines, it lacked the gold highlights that was expected in them. Ironic that this is meant as an insult, said Jose. Angela gritted her teeth, wondering just why the head sage would want to insult her mother's memory, if that was truly what he was doing. Yet she would prefer it this way. With no jewelry, nothing noteworthy. Angela whispered. Jose nodded. As I mentioned, that never impressed her. Not many things did. I know. Her words were spoken with bitterness, his, with fondness. Had time and distance made her father forget the strained marriage he had endured for years? Angela spared a glance at him, her heart twisting upon seeing the unusual gentleness in Jose's eyes. That wasn't an expression she had seen in her father's face before. She didn't die, he said, suddenly. Angela's eyes widened. Your mother, she left. She was given no choice. By whom? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. If her father answered her, she might just seek out the person responsible and thank them personally. By those who had the power to make demands from us, Jose said, enigmatically. Angela's confusion only increased. There was no choice. But she didn't want to leave. She was tempted to smile and say good riddance. To say it wasn't important if she wanted or didn't want to leave, because she had done it anyways. To say that if she hadn't wanted to, they should have found another way. But Angela said nothing. She held on to her tight silence. I do not know if she's dead now, Jose said. Angela trembled, her body reacting involuntarily to Jose's words. I do not know where she is. I haven't seen her or had any news of her in almost 15 years. So, every year I request for this shrine. If she has already passed on, then at least we can mourn her death. And if she hasn't? Angela asked. Then we can pray she will return to us one day. The tension in her shoulders even hurt by now. She gritted her teeth, unwilling to answer. Unwilling to agree. If her mother returned, she'd never approve. She would take one look at Angela and determine that she wasn't good enough, regardless of all she had achieved. Regardless of all she had changed. And if she saw Sokka, Ursa would never approve of him either. His heart was in the right place, but he was a rebel, always defying authority and notions of social superiority. He dared look Jose in the eye, and it amused the Fire Lord on any given day, but it wouldn't amuse Ursa. If she ever saw him, and if she ever knew what Sokka truly meant to Angela, she didn't want Ursa back. She certainly didn't. Her body trembled more violently now, as she could barely keep her head held high as ever. Her bangs framed her face, darkening what was at either side of her head, which was why she didn't see the hand that found hers over her thigh before it did. The trembling only worsened. Her eyes widened. He had misunderstood. Perhaps he thought she was upset, that she missed her mother. But Oze was trying to comfort her, or to find comfort for himself through contact. Angela shivered, her voice faltering and failing her. She couldn't remember the last time her father had touched her. She hardly remembered him comforting her as a child, by telling her to wipe her tears, for they were meaningless and unnecessary. He wasn't the type of father who would hold his daughter's hand spontaneously. But he was doing that right now. He was doing it because of Ursa. Because the only members of their broken family left in the capital were the two of them, Oze only had Angela. She was the last remnant of that dysfunctional family, and the last living reminder of his wife. A wife that, Angela suspected, he had cared about more than he had ever dared admit. She gritted her teeth and lowered her head before glowering at her mother's portrait. It hung at the center of the shrine, with her collected, perfectly rehearsed noble posture preserved eternally on that canvas. Just staring at it filled her with dread. No, she didn't want her back. She absolutely didn't. At least, not for her sake. Her life had been better ever since her mother had vanished, but perhaps Oze's hadn't. Perhaps Oze needed her. Could Angela endure being away from Sokka for 15 years? The mere idea made her dizzy. Being torn away from the one you loved, for that long. She resolved to pray, in spite of it all. Not for herself, not for her mother, but for her father. Hoping that one day he would either make his peace with her departure, or he would find her again, and find peace in a different manner. She closed her eyes, and allowed herself to think it, to want it, even if it was the most bittersweet wish she had ever made. But if that was what her father needed, so be it. She didn't know for how long they remained where they were. She closed her eyes and willed her body to calm down, urged herself to regain control, but it was harder than it usually was. Her mother had always been the one subject that brought her worst emotions to boil over. Calming down when it came to her was, well, not impossible, but she wasn't likely to have a chance to sneak off to a bedroom with Sokka anytime soon, the way they had in Ember Island. But Oze pulled away his hand eventually and made a reverence, fist against palm, towards the shrine. He held his position for longer than necessary, and Angela briefly wondered if he wanted her to join him. She was reluctant, to the point of unwilling, but then Oze raised his head again, and the moment was over. "You were headed to the lake, then?" Oze asked, making to stand up. Angela bolted to her feet, hoping not to seem too eager to get away from the shrine as quickly as possible. "I was. I am. I'll get going," she said, nodding towards him. "I have other shrines to visit," Oze said. "Do have a good day, Princess Angela." "You as well, father," she said, swallowing hard and making a proper reverence for the Fire Lord now. She walked away slowly, with steady strides. She raised her head again as she walked past Oze's guards, moving towards where Sokka stood. The gladiator didn't miss that the general from yesterday seemed to watch Angela, rather than his liege lord. He frowned at the man, hoping to look slightly threatening, at least, as Angela wordlessly ushered him to leave the temple with her. Her fists were clenched, her brow furrowed, her eyes lost in the horizon. She seemed to move by sheer instinct, sliding through the halls of the temple and to its front doors. The road to the lake was to their left. So, what's in this lake, Sokka asked, biting his lip. He knew Angela needed a change of subject, but he wasn't sure if she would welcome one yet. At the very least, he knew better than to ask her if she was alright when it was apparent that she wasn't. They couldn't discuss what was ailing her until they were somewhere more private. Despite he hadn't expected her to answer, she did after clearing her throat. "Another memorial tradition. You could say it's more personal there," she said. Sokka raised an eyebrow. "Personal how?" he asked, as Angela led him towards the dirt road down to the lake. "Sounds like there's way more people there than in the temple, so, if anything, it sounds a little less." You can mourn anyone, said Angela. It doesn't have to be someone important to the whole nation, just someone who matters to you. You just get a lantern, write the name of the person you are mourning on the candle, light it, put it in the water and watch it drift away. It's a small gesture, but it's something. Huh, said Sokka, swallowing hard. And you get to choose who you mourn this way? Does it have to be a Fire Nation person? No one will know if it is or isn't, Angela sighed, slowing down as they took a bend on the road. No one would unless you outright told them, so. I see, said Sokka, slowing along with her until they'd stopped, in the middle of the dirt road, trees and bushes all around them. Angela. Why did he? She asked finally, breath hitching as she brought her hands to her face. Why did he make me do that? Why would he? Hell, I. Sokka swallowed hard before taking her hand, guiding her out of the road and into the cluster of vegetation around them. She followed, trembling violently still, but Sokka pulled her to a sitting position and wrapped his arms around her, hiding from plain sight in the thick vegetation. She buried her face in his chest immediately. It's over now, said Sokka, stroking her hair kindly. Nothing bad came from it, or did it? He doesn't talk about her, that's how it's always been. So, what is it with him lately, with all this? She said, until she snarled and shook her head. No, nothing bad, I guess. But I didn't need to do that. I didn't want to. I don't want anything to do with her. You're the only family he has left, Sokka said. Angela tensed up. And you did say you thought that maybe he loved her. So, I guess, he doesn't know who else to share his grief with. Well, it sure as hell shouldn't be me, said Angela, pulling away from Sokka as she frowned and snarled. Everything about my life is better, has been better, ever since she left. If she were still around, She would have never allowed me to do anything, she would have held me back, held me down, she wouldn't. I wouldn't possibly have gone south, I wouldn't have met you, you wouldn't be here now and… All right, said Sokka, his hands on her shoulders as she stopped ranting. Her chest heaved with every breath she took. That's all true, likely. But she wasn't there, she hasn't been here for ages. She probably won't return anytime soon. Thinking about what might have been, what good is it to dwell on that? No good. None at all, but it's hard to help it when he grabbed my hand, she said, lowering her head and shaking it again. I can't remember the last time he even… Angela, said Sokka, breathing deeply. She shook her head faster. I'm sorry, There's nothing for you to apologize for, said Sokka, cupping her face in his hands. Not about this. He ambushed you, you had no choice but to endure it. It was an ambush, she agreed. Just, why? Doesn't he remember how much she disliked me, how it was mutual? I have nothing to pray for, not for her. Especially not when he's not even sure she's dead. He isn't? Sokka asked. I mean, I kind of thought that shrines were for the dead, so… Well, the Fire Lord gets away with whatever he wants, clearly, she said, huffing. As it's unknown whether she's alive or dead, he's convinced the head sage to do this every year just to honor her. And every year I've ignored it. I have no reason to do anything else, and yet… It's okay, said Sokka, sighing and pulling her into another hug. She groaned against him. Don't worry, Angela. It's over now. You're the last person who should be comforting me after this, she said, clasping his shirt with her fingers. Not when your mother and you, well… We had a good relationship, Sokka said. It's nowhere near the same situation, Angela. I never thought it was. But surely you think I should give her a chance, that I'm being too harsh and… Do I? Sokka said, enigmatically. I never said anything like that. I really didn't, Angela. And I sure as heck didn't think so either. Angela gritted her teeth as she felt his gaze scrutinizing her. He sighed. Do you wish I'd said that? No. Do you think you should give her a chance? I don't know, said Angela, huffing and shaking her head again. I mean, she was a source of frustration for me. I don't know what I should want, or think, or. I just don't, all right? Well, Angela, he said, lifting her head to kiss her brow gently. It's been several years since she left, and as far as we know, it may be more years until you see her again, if you ever do. You have time to decide what to do or how to feel. There's no need to make up your mind right here amidst the bushes, He smiled a little awkwardly at her, but his words seemed to dispel the blinding fog that had permeated Angela's mind. She stared at him blankly for a moment before nodding, her shivering already soothed to some degree. Right. Yes. You're right, she said, breathing deeply and shaking her head again. Goodness, you must be tired of this. Tired of what? He asked, slightly amused. She grimaced. Having to put me back together whenever I lose my mind like this, she said, her gaze vulnerable as she fixed it on him. I'm sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for, said Sokka, cupping her face again and kissing her lips softly. You keep doing the same for me, and if I apologize for it, you get mad. So, you're not allowed to be sorry. She asked, with a weak grin. Sokka smiled back, and she laughed softly, forehead pressed against his. Fine. Then I guess, thank you. I don't know how you still have enough patience to put up with this nonsense, but, thank you. I should ask the same thing whenever you help me, he said, smirking but kissing her brow again. It's okay to be grateful, but truly, it's not a problem at all. If I can help you, I'll do it gladly. The spirits know I've always wanted to be there for you, even when you didn't want me to be. So, if you accept my meddling now. Like I have a choice, she said, with a wider smile. Sokka chuckled. Her golden eyes reflected her deep gratitude, but she leaned closer to him and conveyed it through a fragile kiss instead. Sokka's hand slipped to her neck, holding her in place as he kissed her more enthusiastically than she had. It was an overwhelming kiss, of the kind that left Angela's head swimming in bliss afterwards, her lips aching for another taste, for more of him. We know the truth about who you are, and everything you can accomplish, he whispered, his breath brushing against her lips as they parted. If your mother ever came back, she'd either have to learn to accept you for who you are, or face both our disapproval, I suppose. I guess so, she said, smiling a little. It's really not likely that she'll come back, though. All things considered, maybe the shrine is more genuine than I thought. Why do you think that? It's just. I don't always think about it. I don't really let myself think about it, but. She said, sighing. Zuko brought it up, when he was leaving. That he didn't know if she was alive because she'd never reached out to either one of us, even while we've been abroad. While I doubt she would have reached out to me, it's true that she would have tried with him. Sokka frowned, as Angela sighed. His thumb brushed against the nape of her neck, hoping to appease her. Do you think she might have died at some point, during these 15 years? Sokka asked. Angela shrugged. Either that, or, she's captured. Maybe, she said, gritting her teeth. Which, of course, only makes me more of a monster for not wanting her here and. Oh, now, hush, he said, rolling his eyes and looking at her intently afterwards. She grimaced. You know well enough that's not the case. That I'd be a monster. That she was captured? Or that I don't want her here? Well, all of them, in different ways, Sokka huffed. You're not a monster, never have been, never will be. And if we ever meet her and she says you are one, I'll gladly give your mother a piece of my mind. Heh. I wonder how that would sit with her, said Angela, with mild amusement. As for the capture theory, you can't know if it's the truth, and precisely because of that it's unfair for you to beat yourself up for it, said Sokka. Finally, you may not want her here, but that doesn't mean you want her to be in pain. Else you wouldn't feel guilty when you think she might be in trouble. Angela frowned but sighed in defeat. Sokka's fingers stroked her hair before he pulled her close for another embrace. You don't have to mourn her. You don't have to miss her. You don't have to want her here, Sokka whispered. But, you do need to think about how you truly feel. Maybe you're not at peace with how broken and damaged your relationship with your mother was, even if you were used to it. Still, you need to find peace with it all, I guess, which you'll only achieve if you accept what you truly want. And whatever the answer may be, I'll stand by you. Really? She said, swallowing hard. Even if the answer is to want nothing to do with her. I've loved you all this time, believing that's how you felt, so frankly, do you even need to ask? He said, smiling down at her. Angela sighed heavily but nodded. Sokka grinned and kissed her repeatedly until she seemed calm again. By then she smiled and held him briefly, before pushing herself up to her feet and cleaning his lips with her thumb. Okay. I'll ponder this, but for now, time to go, she said, nodding. The lake awaits. The road didn't continue for much longer before it came to an end at the lakeside. People could be seen throughout the shore, in small clusters, never too many of them in the same place. There were stalls here, just as in the streets, at a certain distance from the water and the people. One glance told Sokka that they provided the lanterns Angela had told him about. Angela led the way to where her guards stood, and they greeted her as respectfully as expected. Sokka smiled and said his greetings as well, only realizing halfway through that he shouldn't be quite so friendly or familiar with the guards. The feeling of camaraderie that he had fostered with them yesterday wasn't something to take too seriously, for none of them knew Sokka had been playing Ruishi's role. So, he smiled awkwardly, and the others either waved or simply tilted their heads towards him. You've paid your respects? Angela asked Ruishi, who nodded. All of us. As you commanded, we were waiting for you here, he said. It was her turn to nod. Then I shall be quick about it, she said, breathing out and making her way to the nearest lantern stall. Do you have to, pay for any of those? Sokka asked Ruishi, who shook his head. They're courtesy of the temple, he said. They prepare them through the year for this occasion. Sokka bit his lip. Ruishi raised an eyebrow. You're allowed to join in, if you'd like, he said. This is a personal ritual, and as it involves water, maybe it suits you. I guess so, said Sokka, breathing in and watching as Angela returned, 3 lanterns in her arms. The lanterns weren't too large, each of them made with different kinds of paper, shaped as lotus flowers. Their shape gave Sokka a mild sense of unease for obvious reasons, but he pushed the thoughts aside as he watched Angela kneeling by the lake's shore. She pulled out a knife that he had never seen her use until that day, Zuko's gift to her, the old Earth Kingdom knife. She carved the candles carefully, and Sokka didn't dare approach to look at what names she was etching across them. Instead, Sokka turned around and made his way to the nearest lantern stall, his mind made up. It wasn't hard to write down Lu Ten's name. Angela did that every year, even if it meant more nowadays than it did long ago. Her childish resentment towards her cousin had caused her to think of this as an annoying responsibility, but after she had come to terms with his death at his grave, she realized how much of a fool she had been about him. She lit the candle with his name using her blue fire before sending it into the lake. The second name was much harder, Bao, the guard who had died long ago in the scuffle against the rough rhinos. She hadn't been able to pay her respects before, and she knew she had to do it now. He was the first man to die while carrying out her orders, it was the least he deserved. The last lantern was the one she still was on the fence about, the one she didn't know if she wanted to send out at all or not. Doing it could mean she was indeed making her peace with the woman, while not doing it would mean she still didn't believe her mother could be dead. But even if she didn't believe that, even then, her heart would still be heavy, still murky, and burdened with weights she was tired of dragging with herself. So she wrote down Ursa's name after all. And she cast the lit lantern into the water, exhaling and watching it drift into the current. It almost left her dizzy, as though she had lost her balance, but her chest felt lighter somehow. Even if tears of confusion burned in her eyes, she did feel better about herself, if just for now. Movement at her right brought her to frown. People usually didn't intrude on those who were casting their lanterns, but it was Sokka, barely a few feet away from her. She frowned as she watched him carving a candle with his whalebone knife, and then struggling to light the flame with spark rocks he had been given by the sage who manned the stall. She couldn't hold back her curiosity, even if she knew she shouldn't have. Sokka had brought at least 5 lanterns with him, and what she could make out of the name he wrote on the candle. This one was fated for Nut Brain. Sokka, she said. He raised his head, after having struck the spark rocks and failed to light his candle again. What? Yeah, he said, raising his eyebrows. Azula breathed deeply before moving towards him. I can do that for you, she said, biting her lip and conjuring a few blue flames with her fingers. Sokka smiled gratefully before casting the lantern into the water. Azula watched it go for a moment, before noticing that Sokka was already hard at work with the next candle. This one was for Booger, apparently. Sokka, she said, swallowing hard and looking at him almost painfully. Is this what I think it is? Are you really? Am I not allowed to? He asked, nervously. I mean, I never knew their real names, and it's probably rude for me to do it this way, but I know as well that no one must have lit any candles for them. We were just slaves, unnecessary, worth nothing, so. Azula breathed deeply and closed her eyes. Sokka stared at her worriedly. Did I do something? You didn't do anything wrong, she said, shaking her head. Just hand them over so I can light them when you're done. Sokka smiled gently, and nodded towards her. She couldn't bring herself to grin back. Sokka made many trips back and forth between the stall and the lake, and Azula's heart sank deeper each time. She counted the lanterns, though, every single one of them, the names were ridiculous, but the truth behind them stung badly. The thought of the men Sokka had known, of every man he had been forced to kill, to this day, she couldn't forgive herself for indirectly putting him through that devastating ordeal. It didn't matter if Sokka had grown to love her now, the pain she had inflicted upon him at first was devastating and unforgivable. Almost an hour later, the first name she recognized appeared on one candle, the Dart Slayer. Her eyes widened, and she glanced at Sokka. He shrugged. He wasn't around long enough to get one of Huang Li's pathetic names. I only know the name he used when he fought me, he said. Azula swallowed and nodded. Sokka cast the lantern into the water, took a deep breath, and picked up the next one. Azula frowned. Was he casting a lantern for Bao too? Or for Lu Ten? What else was he? It wasn't Bao, but it was Bato. Azula's brow drew together as she read the name, lighting the candle as before. Who's Bato? She asked. Sokka breathed deeply again. My dad's best friend, he said. He sacrificed himself during the war, allowed the rest of the Water Tribe warriors to escape a bad situation. He was like an uncle to me. Azula gritted her teeth and nodded before returning the lantern to him. Sokka placed it in the water and watched it drift before moving to the last of his lanterns. The last name had to be his mother's, Azula realized, without even asking. She took the lantern in her hands, glancing at Sokka to see the solemn look on his face. Even though he had tried not to let his grief overwhelm him with everyone else, it did now. Who are you sending this one for? The voice startled them. They hadn't noticed the guards were around them, had been for a while now. Fei Li was the one who had asked this time, and Sokka visibly braced himself before answering him. My mother, he said, watching as Azula took the candle into her hands. She died in a raid. She saved, well, all of us. She was more heroic and braver than I could ever hope to be. Azula closed her eyes and lowered her head. Sokka's grief was strong, overpowering. She held the lantern as she allowed the wave of sadness to settle down, and she wondered if this was, again, because of how attuned they were. She was far from the most empathetic person, but when it came to Sokka, his pain was her pain. His dead were her dead. Just as hers were his, too. She lifted her fingers, as she always did. But this time, the fire wasn't blue. Sokka's eyes widened as the fire gleamed in a gold hue, startling even the guards as the lantern was lit. Azula handed it back to Sokka then, who looked at her gratefully. You didn't have to. I did, she said, giving him no room for rebuttals. Sokka smiled, lowering his head. Thank you. His words stung, as she sat cross-legged on the ground, watching Kia's lantern drifting away. Sokka swallowed hard, his eyes hurting as he held back the tears that threatened to spill. Movement at his right surprised him. Ruishi had knelt beside him, but not to offer an embrace of comfort, or to whisper any words of solace. He had knelt the way Ajala had in the temple, the way people knelt for those worthy of the greatest respect. His hands were in position too, and he bowed his head towards the drifting lantern. Sokka's chest hurt as he watched him, and that pain only worsened when he saw the other guards imitating their leader, from the corner of his eye. It was almost impossible to hold back the tears now. His breath hitched, and he looked away from them, to find Ajala was following the example set by her guards. His entire body shivered as he looked at her, beautiful and solemn, the expression in her face showing just how heartfelt her gesture was. How grateful she was to the woman who had raised Sokka in his youngest years and taught him what true, selfless love stood for. His burning throat was but the prelude of the tears he couldn't hold back anymore. The lantern kept drifting away amidst many others, the candle melting slowly but surely, until it was impossible to distinguish it anymore. Yet the group remained where it was, honoring the water tribe heroine in the only way they knew how. Sokka breathed deeply, wishing he could at least take Ajala's hand right then and there. Maybe that way he wouldn't feel so vulnerable, but he knew well enough he couldn't do that. Still, he didn't feel alone. Of all the unlikely things, his mourning of Kia, the most difficult, painful thing he'd done in quite some time, hadn't been a challenge he'd faced by himself. Maybe the camaraderie between all of them was stronger than he'd taken it for. Maybe Ajala understood the loss of a mother in more ways than she wanted to let on. Maybe they just wanted to be there for him, even if he should have been just a common slave in the eyes of the guards. Maybe they saw him as one of them, even if he wasn't supposed to be. But their display to honor Kia, a woman they hadn't known, touched Sokka deeply. He finally dared raise his eyes again, with a small smile and a silent promise to his mother. A promise that her death would not be in vain. If all these soldiers would honor her, if the Fire Nation princess would offer condolences in the form of gold fire, then perhaps a new world was already being born. A new world where no more mothers would have to die for their children the way Kia had. A world without a devastating war, where peace reigned instead, a world worth living in. A world far worthier of people like Kia. Chapter 148, Fire Nation Festivals 6. Spirits had to be quite imposing, terrifying perhaps, or they would be, if they were real. Sokka doubted they would be as goofy and clumsy as the alleged spirits on stage right now, wading through their motions in a very rehearsed choreography. He had seen part of this play before back when they traveled to Ember Island. Ajala had still been guarded back then, still determined not to burden him with her problems, still convinced she could not be loved. Watching love amongst the dragons back then had been a restless experience, even before Zuko had stormed off, mid-performance. A lot had changed since then. Not only did Ajala enjoy this version better, for the actors weren't the infamous Ember Island players, but she was serene through it all, making a few comments at times, without ever seeming anywhere close to a nervous breakdown. There was melancholy in her eyes as she watched the play unfold, but she wasn't distraught by it. Even if Sokka felt the urge to hold her hand through it, it wasn't to appease her as it had been that night in Ember Island, but just for the pleasure of linking their fingers. The play's not that bad, I admit it, Sokka nodded, as the final confrontation between the Water Spirit and the Dragon Emperor began. But you know, I kind of like the Water Spirit better than the Dragon Emperor. Ah, really now? Ajala asked, looking at him skeptically. Sokka chuckled. What can I say? The Dragon Emperor deserved his torment, he said. He was a huge jerk at first. But he's grown and changed. Meh, not that much. He's still an arrogant jerk. Oh, please. He chuckled as Ajala gave him a meaningful leer. He busied himself with his fire flakes, eating them slowly so he wouldn't be overwhelmed by their spice. The play carried on as the Water Spirit and Dragon Emperor continued to battle, constantly trading melodramatic dialogue as they fought. Once the Emperor was predictably triumphant, he turned towards the mortal woman he loved, astonished to discover she had been his Dragon Empress all along. Meh, it would have been way more unpredictable if the Water Spirit had been the Dragon Empress, said Sokka. Ajala snorted. Come on, you know I'm right. All I know is you've proven yourself absolutely unfit for most of the Fire Nation's artistic traditions, she said. I'm glad I didn't bring you to the palace yesterday. The days of the festival had passed by smoothly, even if the chaos of the first day still lingered on their minds. On the third day, fire-bending duels had been held to honor Fire Lord Oze, and the best fire-bending schools had faced off against each other in pursuit for glory. The fourth day had featured artistic fire-bending instead. The performers delivered other fire-bending ceremonies and rites, including a few that featured multiple performers, flowing through their forms in perfect sync. The fifth day was meant for other artistic pursuits, tea ceremonies, floral arrangements, poetry recitals of the Fire Nation's best literary works and concerts by renowned orchestras. Today was the day of theater. All the companies in the Fire Nation would perform their best plays, whether in the highly prestigious Capitol Theater or in makeshift stages out in the streets. Seeing as food was often on sale outside the building, so people could eat during the play, Angela had thought bringing Sokka to the theater wouldn't be a bad idea. She had visited him after the fire-bending demonstrations from 2 days ago, but she hadn't had the chance to do the same the previous day, for the artistic demonstrations had taken up most her time. She had wished Sokka had been there to enjoy them too, but right now she was grateful for his absence yesterday. Hearing him complain about every Fire Nation tradition wasn't an appealing perspective. "Oh, now, please," said Sokka, huffing. "If this is about the vulture dancing again. You know, there will be more vulture dancing tomorrow," she said, smirking at him with malice. "I wonder if you'd like to enjoy it again this year." "I don't know. I mean, I won't enjoy the weird dancing," he said, grimacing before blushing. "But, seeing you in a dress? That's always fine by me." "Of course," said Angela, shaking her head. "You say you want to see me in a dress, while all I hear is that you want to get me out of one, instead. Now, to be fair, I'd gladly do that too," Sokka said, smirking and raising his eyebrows suggestively. Angela's smile widened. The crowd began clapping, and a standing ovation was granted to the actors as they greeted their public. Angela clapped as well, and Sokka did too, for politeness' sake. The actors made reverences, and the director stepped forward to bow with a very elegant flourish of the hand, staring directly at their balcony. Angela and Sokka had taken their seats in the theater's very exclusive royal balcony. They had the perfect view of the stage while also sharing in the privacy they preferred. There were other balconies too, but just as it was in the Grand Royal Dome, the Capitol Theater had been built to provide the royals with the most privileged view of what happened on its stage, and Angela had no qualms with exercising said privileges. "Well, that was an alright play, even if I liked the previous one better," said Sokka, relaxing against his chair while drinking what was left of his juice. Angela looked at him in disbelief as the bowing actors stepped out of the stage. "Why, of course you would prefer it. The target audience for the previous play was children under the age of 7, so." "Not true. That story about the animals who played instruments? It was so good, Angela. Your criteria continues to amaze me," she snorted, shaking her head. "So refined for some things, so vulgar for everything else." "Hey, in my defense, I'm refined when it comes to really important things," he said, smirking. Angela laughed softly. "That's true, I suppose. I'll give you credit for that," she said. "At any rate, though, should we call it a day?" "Should we?" Sokka asked. "I was thinking about getting some more fire flakes for the next play, but if you want to go already, say, why isn't your dad here? He doesn't care for theater, never has, never will. Today is his leisurely day in the week of the festivals," she said. "Last year he was in the palace when we came back from the slate, remember?" "Oh, yeah. You met with him that day," said Sokka, nodding. "He would watch plays with my mother, and they took Zuko and me once we were old enough," Angela said. "But, well, he complained more about them than you just did, to put it mildly." "I suppose your mother didn't enjoy that," said Sokka, with a small smile. Angela laughed. "No, she certainly didn't. She kept berating him for not understanding the finer points of art," she said, raising her eyebrows and sighing. She still didn't feel at ease upon speaking of such matters, not entirely. But it seemed that accepting that she cared about her mother, to some degree, had calmed some of her heart's everlasting resentment. It wasn't easy to make up her mind about what to think of Ursa, but it was a relief to speak about the woman without feeling empty and foul on the inside, a sensation that served as a constant reminder that her grudges only proved her mother right about what a monster she was. If those grudges were gone, or at least, minimized, the unpleasant feelings would only grow weaker, as they had. Still, though, why did you want to leave? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. I figured you were having fun. If it's because of my complaints, I can shut up. Oh, liar, she said, smiling weakly. You wouldn't shut up, let alone with the play that's about to start next. What is it about? The genius of our time, Fire Lord Ajalin's legend rises, Ajala recited, with a melodramatic voice. Sokka cringed. See? You don't want to sit through that one, do you? Yeah, I'd sooner jump into the Slate's volcano, he said, eyes widening. I guess we really will call it a day. Ajala smiled and nodded, leading the way out of the balcony. Sokka balanced his empty food containers with difficulty. They had been watching plays for well over 5 hours, and he had come and gone several times in new trips for food. Ajala had agreed to have some of his food, too, but she was certainly nowhere near as eager for it as Sokka was. Xian Long ferried them to Sokka's house, as usual, but he decided to amuse himself by flying low, just above the streets filled with stalls. It didn't matter how many times Ajala pulled at the reins and yelled at him to stop, the mischievous dragon thrived in scaring people with his puffs of smoke and with his unpredictable flight pattern. By the time they reached their destination, Ajala seemed ready to scold him for hours. You are truly something else, aren't you? She asked, having climbed off and standing in front of the guilty dragon. He only smiled sheepishly at her. I enjoy a healthy amount of chaos on occasion, everyone knows it, but that's a bit too much, don't you think? Xian Long only waved his tail carelessly and shrugged, to which Ajala rolled her eyes and looked at him sternly. Xian Long snickered. Do something like that again, and I'm going to sneak up on you in your sleep and braid your hair, she declared. Xian Long blinked blankly. Oh, you don't know what that means? Why, I suppose you'll have to give me no reason to do it, then. Xian Long swallowed before pouting and shaking his head in disapproval. His rider was ruining his fun and he was certain he didn't deserve that. He stuck his tongue out at her before speeding away, towards the outside of the city's crater this time. Ajala huffed as she watched him go. It's like trying to discipline a teenager. Utterly hopeless, she growled, while Sokka laughed behind her. You know, instead of laughing you could have helped. He's like your teenage son, and we somewhat adopted Toph, too. He said, smirking. We just need one more strange kid and we'll have all the children you supposedly would and wouldn't have, right? Huh. Yeah, that's true, said Ajala, raising her eyebrows and looking at him. That would be convenient, you know. Adopting rather than, yeah. You really don't have to do either thing if you don't want to, said Sokka, smiling and leaning close to kiss her brow. Ajala sighed and dropped her head on his chest. I was just teasing. I know, but it's a thought, she said, stroking his chest. I missed this. Did you, now? He asked, his fingertips gliding over her flanks. We were only apart for 1 day, Ajala, really, is it you can't live without me even for such a short time span? She laughed as he smirked proudly. Too often they would hold similar exchanges, reversed. It was fitting that it would work both ways. I think I can live without you, she said, and Sokka gasped, taking feigned offense at such words. Ajala smiled as she watched him stumble away from her, looking at her accusingly. But I seriously don't care to. That kind of life would be a waste, don't you think? Sokka had been in the middle of his melodramatic reaction, but now he blushed and looked at Ajala in disbelief. She only smiled at him. Oh. Okay then, he said, biting his lip somewhat nervously. That's really too sweet and I was having fun pretending to be devastated. Damn. Ah, I ruined your innocent fun. Ajala asked, smirking teasingly and reaching out to caress his hips. However shall I make it up to you? She gave him her best innocent eyes before her hands reached down and cupped each of his buttocks. Sokka bit his lip for a whole different reason now, an amused excitement building in his eyes. Well, A creative girl like yourself surely will come up with something," he said, smirking. Angela laughed before pushing herself up to the tips of her toes for a kiss. Their private time together ever was the highlight of their day. It wasn't only about making their love physical, but about finding peace in each other's arms. They basked in every moment, every caress, and every kiss, just as they thrived in lying together amid the rumpled sheets, breathing heavily while still closely wound up around each other. "I'd really have thought that after nearly a year of this we wouldn't be so desperate anymore," Angela said, smiling as she gazed at her flustered lover. "I guess I was mistaken." "Yeah. I can't believe that I was stupid enough back in the day to think I just had to get it off my system," he said, hoping Angela wouldn't be upset about him bringing that up. "Look at us now, we get it off our systems every time we can, and we still crave for more." "It's your fault for being so good at what you do," Angela declared, smiling and wrapping her arm around his waist. Sokka smiled in relief, glad she wasn't upset after all. "I suppose this is our punishment for all our wrongdoings, an everlasting urge to be naked with each other, even in the most inappropriate of moments." "It might just be," said Sokka, chuckling and sighing. "I never even imagined we'd ever do it in your palanquin, you know. I didn't think we'd do it while you were still dressed up as a guard," she laughed. "Even when you used to wear that disguise of yours, you'd remove it whenever we had sex. Yet as you seem to think I look so good in red," he said, smirking. Angela laughed softly again. "Speaking of which," she whispered, fingers caressing his chest. "If you're planning on going to the ball, which I assume you are, if only to stuff yourself by the food table." Excuse you, I'll go both to stuff myself and to ogle you, clearly," he said, raising his eyebrows. "I'd think you'd already know that." "As romantic as ever," said Angela, chuckling. "Still, what are you going to wear?" "Oh, I take it you'll demand that I wear red." He smirked. She bit her lip but shrugged. "Your formal wear from last time was nice, but you can't expect to wear the same thing 2 years in a row, can you?" Why not?" Sokka asked, blinking blankly. Angela snorted. "Because that's not what the high class does when they throw their ridiculous and obnoxious celebrations," she declared. Sokka pouted. "You don't have anything else?" "Not that I can think of," said Sokka, grimacing. "I know what you're up to, princess. You really do want me in your nation's clothing again, don't you?" "What?" "Why, not at all. You can wear whatever you want," she said, innocently. Sokka smiled. "Right, but I won't find many blue clothes now, will I?" he asked. "It's been hard enough to get the clothes I usually wear, can't imagine how much harder it will be to find anything formal and blue, even when there are plenty of clothing stalls out there these days." "Quite a shame, isn't it?" said Angela, with a melodramatic sigh. Sokka snorted. "Yeah, sure you think so. Next thing I know, you'll have rented a boat for me to sail, and hidden all my clothes." An approving smile spread over her face, and Sokka smirked too before tickling her for her shamelessness. Angela writhed under his fingers, laughing and trying to shake him off, but he was determined to punish her for her mischief. Spending peaceful afternoons together was a source of bliss for them. Their leisurely time together, as they lay in each other's arms, talking and kissing, indulging in that simple but complete intimacy, could do away with their troubles like nothing else they knew. It was hard to remember what their time together had been like barely a year ago, when they had still resisted the magnetic pull between them. They were so accustomed to one another by now, their naked bodies smoothly joined together, that parting ways for the day was growing more difficult than ever. "Can't we just slow down the sun?" Angela groaned, resting atop him while glaring at the orange glow that filtered through his room's curtains. "We've been together all day and it's not enough." "When has it ever been?" Sokka smiled. "We do have plenty to talk about still, too." "We do." "I'm sure we do," Angela agreed, before raising an eyebrow. "Nothing comes to mind right away, but I know there has to be something." Sokka laughed and kissed her brow. She felt her inner fire flaring under the warm look in his eyes. "We really haven't had a chance to talk about what you did in the parade." "Ah, I thought we had talked about the crazy indirect bending already," she laughed. "But if you mean we should discuss what the head sage said..." I suppose all the sects may have attuned our chi. Maybe, Sokka laughed, caressing her face. I do hope that's not the secret to attuned chi, or else the head sage might discover our relationship, but that's not what I wanted to talk about. No. Angela whispered, fingers trailing over his collarbone. What did you want to talk about, then? Your speech, he said, smirking a little. Angela sighed and dropped her head on his chest as he laughed. What, are you ashamed? It was amazing. Amazing, she said, looking at him in surprise. Here I thought all my rambling about the Fire Nation's greatness had made you puke inside your helmet. Granted, I didn't like that part much, no, but the way you twisted all that talk of greatness into responsibilities, and the way you acknowledged everyone's worth, whether they were true-born Fire Nation people or not. Sokka smiled. It was great. I think you've already proven what kind of Fire Lord you want to be, and, considering their response, I think your people like how you think. Well, I suppose they do for now, said Angela, shrugging. I doubt they'll like it so much when I outlaw slavery all over again. Sokka beamed and hugged her tightly. She laughed and held him as well, arms around his neck now. He pressed many kisses to her face, prompting her to blush as she looked at him in disbelief. You're really going to be a brilliant Fire Lord, everyone knows it, Sokka declared, happily. Though, whatever happened to those people, the homeless ones? You said your father would leave them in your custody, but... Ah, I didn't mention it, did I? She muttered. I had to visit them just before meeting you at the temple. They're currently in prison, actually. But don't get indignant, it's not quite that bad. Not bad? Sokka asked, eyes wide. Why would they be in prison, if they wanted to be, Angela said, with a sigh. No one knew where else to take them, and once they were there, they decided they didn't want to leave. They had shelter over their heads and food to devour as ravenously as you do. I do have to figure out where to relocate them to, but I suppose I'll work on that once the week is over. Seems fair, Sokka nodded, biting his lip before grinning at her. Well, if that's how it is, it's a victory all around. Everyone wins, one way or another. Except for the bastard who was trying to sabotage the parade, said Angela, scowling. Someone told the homeless group to rush my father's procession. They came to mine by mistake. I suspect whoever was behind this was hoping to cause social unrest, somehow. If the homeless people had been executed for their interference, their deaths would have served as perfect means to destabilize my father's rule. Because killing harmless slaves, or even honorary citizens, might not end well for your father, Sokka guessed. Angela nodded. And whoever was behind this could have easily claimed that they were either thing, after they were dead. But they're true-born Fire Nation citizens, or so they told me, Angela sighed. Sokka's eyes widened. Spreading rumors that these people were part of any of those three social groups, though, could have severely damaged my father's image. It's madness, said Sokka, frowning. But it sounds like the White Lotus, doesn't it? Angela mused, with a small smile. As usual. The homeless group claimed the man who did this had a scar on his cheek, and dark hair. If you see anyone who fits that description, do let me know. Sure, said Sokka, smiling and caressing her face. But seeing as you're the one who'll take care of those people, you'll sort things out for them, Angela. You always do. I'd like to hope so, Angela admitted. This is a new kind of responsibility for me, and I'd like to avoid botching it up. Well, if you need any help, I'm right here for anything you may need, he said, taking her hand and kissing her knuckles. I'm really proud of what you did. I know it was far from easy, standing up to your father that way, but you're just that amazing. Please, she said, smiling and resting comfortably with her head against his chest. It's merely a start. Whatever comes next should be much harder work. If someone can succeed at it, it's you, Sokka whispered, fingers caressing the nape of her neck under her hair. She closed her eyes and relaxed comfortably while Sokka glanced over at the darkening skies again. He bit his lip. I suppose we won't see much of each other tomorrow, huh? Sokka asked, as he brushed her loose hair with his fingers. No, we probably won't, she sighed, pressing her face to his chest. "It's why I chose to drag you to the theater today. I figured it was the best way for us to be in each other's company for as long as we could be, considering it will be a lot harder tomorrow." "Well, today was fun, even if Fire Nation theater plays are a bit weird," Sokka said, smiling as his free hand slid to find hers. Azula snorted. "Sure, but the plays for children seem to suit you just fine," she said, and he laughed. "Hey, maybe they're for children but they're better written than everything else they had there." "You can't blame me," he smiled. Azula looked at him skeptically. "I certainly do blame you," she said. "Is it your tribe could make better plays than what we have to offer, by any chance?" "Heh, plays?" Sokka asked, skeptically. "We really didn't do those." "Then where does all this wisdom and knowledge of playwriting come from?" she asked, with a smirk. Sokka chuckled. "Maybe I've been reading too much," he said, smiling. "Or, well, we didn't have plays, but we did have storytelling sessions. Might be I'm too cultured because of them." "Oh, no doubt," Azula said, sarcasm dripping from her words. Sokka's proud grin prompted her to place her arms across his chest, her chin resting atop them, as he continued stroking her hair. "Do tell, then. What's the best story you can share?" Well, I suppose a story or two wouldn't hurt," Sokka said, biting his lip as he frowned, trying to remember the best stories he had heard. "Maybe, the story of Wing Feng's haunted blade." Azula cocked an eyebrow, and Sokka grimaced. "Okay, scratch that." Well, I think I remember one now," he said, brow furrowed. "It's more of a legend, really, and I heard it as a kid, but it's a story about how the South Pole became as cold and harsh as it is." "Is that so?" Azula asked. "It's some sort of mythological tale, then." "I guess," said Sokka, with a weak grin, his fingers laced through her hair. "Well, according to the legend, the poles were all green and full of resources when the tribes first settled there. They were guided there by a spirit who took the form of a white wolf. The spirit taught them everything they needed to know about the land, about how to survive and live off the earth, while also learning how to return the earth's boons every time." "Interesting, yet I hope you know that it's really odd to hear you talking about spirits like this," said Azula. Sokka's solemnity broke with a grin, and he winked at her. "Come on, I can pretend to believe in them, if just to sell the story," he said. Azula smirked approvingly. "At any rate, the tribes prospered, and everything was good and great until it wasn't. The white wolf became complacent, and it didn't visit the tribes as often as it used to. It had thought the people had learned all they needed to know to protect their land while living off it, but the humans proved the wolf wrong soon enough. As it turns out, the people gradually forgot important lessons that they should have passed on to their young. So, 2 teenage hunters, who had never learned that you only hunt when you need to, committed the crime of slaying wolf cubs. They cut them down, even if they had already hunted enough prey for the week. They were such young cubs that they wouldn't even yield enough fur for a baby's coat. The white wolf was really angry, as you would guess. It lashed out in some frenzied spirit rage, and the people couldn't take cover against its wrath. The beauty and ripeness of the land disappeared as the beast's fury affected the whole environment. All that was green was replaced with white, as bright and blinding as the wolf's fur. Ice rained from gray skies above, sharp and deadly as the fangs and claws of the mighty spirit. The wind howled through the landscape, just as the wolf had howled when it had found the dead cubs. After so many centuries, millennia, even, the white wolf's rage hasn't been appeased. And until it is, it shall punish the tribes, so no one ever forgets again to live by the white wolf's teachings. Azula blinked blankly as Sokka stopped speaking with his most solemn voice. He was sure he had sounded foolish, but given how taken Azula seemed to be with the story, perhaps he hadn't done so poorly. He looked back at her and smiled sheepishly. "Story time over," he said. She smiled. "Well, I admit, that's better than I expected," she said. "Tragic, but interesting either way. Your people's region has been punishing you since immemorial times, then." "It would seem so," he said, grinning weakly. "Still, it's just a story. I'm pretty sure the land was never nearly as ripe as people want to pretend it was." "Likely," Angela conceded, with a shrug. But it's still surprisingly interesting. Really? Does that mean the savages can impress a refined princess of your education and high standing? Sokka asked, teasingly. Angela scoffed and leaned close to him, pressing her forehead to his, her mouth hovering inches away from his own. I'm sharing a bed with one would think it's obvious by now that yes, your lot can certainly impress me, she said, smirking before kissing him. Silly gladiator. Sokka chuckled and hugged her tightly. Angela sighed and melted into his arms, a peaceful grin across her face. His lips pressed against her brow on occasion, while his fingers and thumbs stroked her skin lightly. Say, last year you got away from the ball, he whispered. Remember? Of course I remember, said Angela, with a weak smile. It was, goodness. What a nightmare that was. Hey, I'm pretty sure you enjoyed the dancing, he said, smirking. The actual dancing you did with me, I mean, not the vulture. That's not what I meant, she said, shaking her head and pressing tighter against him. Not only did Zhao throw me off that night, but you did too, in your own way. You mean, when I told you I'd sleep on the couch because if I joined you I might just... he asked. Angela sighed. I didn't even know how to say what I was truly thinking, how to just reach out to you and tell you that I wanted it to be you. That I wanted you to be the first man to see me that way, and the only one, if I could get away with that. But I really couldn't say a thing back then. I just couldn't. I was terrified of the mere notion of putting something like that into words, of letting anything else happen between us. So I pulled away, impulsively, and even though I wanted to close the distance again, I was too scared. And yet now you can even admit you were scared back then, huh? Said Sokka, smiling a little and stroking her cheek. Seems like we've come a long way, haven't we? Definitely, she sighed, kissing his chest softly. I did like sleeping in your bed, can't deny that, but I would have liked it better if you'd been there, too. I had thought your subtle rejection after we danced was a little more intentional than that, said Sokka, grinning gently. I mean, I could tell you were horrified by what you'd done, but I figured you were just worried I might take it the wrong way. I was worried about that, she confessed. But I also really hated myself for pulling away when I did. I wished I hadn't been such a coward. Well, it's been a year since then, he said, smiling. Your old self can rest assured about many of her fears now, right? You've slept in my bed enough times to tire of it. Oh, certainly not, she said, relaxing again and grinning brightly. I think I may need to do it a few dozen thousand times more, if not a dozen million. Setting the bar so low? Sokka asked, playfully. Now, really, it's not that good a bed. Perhaps it's just the handsome company that makes it worthwhile, then, she said, smiling at him. Sokka bit his lower lip in a failed attempt to contain a bashful grin. Well, if that's the case, how can I deprive you from it? He said, chuckling, and kissing the tip of her nose. And, I mean that. Maybe you can give everyone the slip tomorrow again, like last year, and this time I won't sleep on the couch. If you did, I'd just join you there, she said, matter-of-factly. Sokka laughed. I mean, sure, it will be less comfortable, but I can have my way with you there just fine. Then, you'll spend the night again? He asked, hopeful. Angela smiled at him. Maybe. I'll try, at least, she said. There's a chance people will be distracted enough not to notice my absence again, but I can't guarantee it. So yes, I'll try, but don't get your hopes too high, just in case. It's all I can ask for, said Sokka, sighing happily. I really would like to just wake up beside you without either one of us running off nervously because we'll get caught, you know? Just one full night for ourselves. Doesn't feel like a lot, but, damn, I'd really love that. It sounds wonderful, Angela whispered, caressing his chest gently. I guess there are many things other couples can take for granted, since they don't have to run and hide the way we do. Secret romances tend to be complicated this way. Just makes me dream of the day when it won't be a secret anymore, he said, with one more kiss to her brow. She raised her head, making his lips drag over the rest of her face. Sokka took the chance to kiss the bridge of her nose too, knowing Azula was about to seek his lips with her own. He held her by the nape of her neck as she kissed him willfully, nails marking his shoulder lightly as she held onto him with a little more force than she had intended to. We'll find a way to make that dream come true, then, she said, leaning in to kiss his cheek and wrap her arms around his neck tightly. And the small-term dream, too. Zuko won't be running away dramatically this time around, so, maybe we could spend the morning together, too. True, said Sokka, chuckling and hugging her back. I hope so. The sunset slid into twilight, and even then, it took more willpower than they knew they could muster to separate their bodies. Sokka sighed as he helped Azula put on her clothes, throwing only a few light garments on himself. Fixing Azula to perfection was a routine they'd already practiced endless times before, as much as neither of them liked doing it. In a matter of minutes, all evidence of their trysts was well hidden under layers of clothes and makeup. Even if we can't get away with our planned escape tomorrow, it's just one day, Azula told Sokka, with her best attempt at a reassuring smile. It looked like a pained one, instead. Sokka smiled back and nodded, leading her out of the room. We might still figure out another way to spend a whole night together, and a morning, as we'd like. It would be nice to come up with plans for that, said Sokka, fingers interlocking with hers as he closed the door behind him. If only so we could. Unexpected noises of rustling clothes surprised them. The two glanced over the banister of the second floor and smiled with malice when they spotted Ruishi and Song sitting up on the couch, visibly flustered. Oh, by all means, don't stop on our account. I was just leaving, Azula declared. As she had intended, the blushing pair only seemed more embarrassed over her comment. You probably should have just gone to Song's room. Sokka chuckled, as they made their way downstairs. Song tried to hide her blush behind her hands, but covering her face that way only made her look guiltier. We weren't exactly inclined to, in case the walls aren't all that thick, Ruishi muttered, his eyebrow twitching. Why, how very bold of you, Ruishi, said Azula, smirking. I'd have thought you'd be subtler than that, but I guess you two are a lot more passionate than you look if you were worried you'd be so loud as to bother us. I meant you two were the loud ones. Ruishi growled, his blush stronger yet. Azula couldn't seem to stop laughing. It's too easy to rile you up, Captain, really. She said, moving towards the backyard. I'll see you in the palace, I suppose. Right. Said Ruishi, hanging his head as both Azula and Sokka left through the garden's door. Song sighed and slumped on the couch, guessing she and Ruishi would need to rethink their strategies next time. He glanced at her and reached for her hand, leading Song to curl up against him. Ruishi smiled warmly and held her closely, caressing her back. We really have nothing to be embarrassed about, they're far more shameless than we are, he said. Song laughed softly against him. They are, she said, a hand caressing his armored chest. But I guess I'm not used to letting them see us like this yet. We'll have time to get used to it, said Ruishi. And their teasing may be annoying, but we could just throw it right back at them. We could. They've done much worse things than we have, she said, determined. Ruishi chuckled. Sokka returned inside after a few minutes, looking crestfallen now that Azula was gone. Song blushed, but remained locked around Ruishi even though Sokka was watching. Hey, guys, he said, with a weak grin. I just wanted to ask you for a favor, Ruishi. Me? He asked, raising his eyebrows. You asked me for one about a week ago, I think I'm entitled to do the same thing, said Sokka, chuckling. I just need formal wear, you see. Azula says I should go to tomorrow's ball, but she told me I can't wear what I wore last year. I assume you'll have to be there in uniform, so, if you have any formal clothes, can you lend them to me for tomorrow? Huh? Said Ruishi. Song uncurled around him, pulling away but only so she could look at him. I could do better than that. We could go out now and find you something for yourself, rather than give you my hand-me-downs. Wait, really? Sokka said, eyes widening. I mean, I don't want to impose like that. It should be fine, said Ruishi, smiling and shrugging. I won't get you something all that expensive, though, so don't get your hopes up. I wasn't expecting anything in the first place, said Sokka, with a weak grin, as Ruishi prompted Song to stand up with him. Do you have anything to wear? Ruishi asked her next. It took Song a moment to realize she was the one being addressed now. Wait, you mean, me? I don't go to those things. I mean, I never have, and, why should I go? She asked, surprised. Ruishi blinked blankly and shrugged. If he can go, why not you? He said. As far as I know, a lot of slaves attended the last ball. Well, gladiators, to be precise, said Sokka, frowning but pondering the possibility. Though, you really could go, Song. You wouldn't have to make dinner for one night, there's plenty to eat over there. I'll be too out of place. I really doubt that's a good idea. She mumbled. Not even if you can spend a few happy moments with Ruishi once his shift ends. Sokka asked, smirking at her. Song blushed brightly. I mean, it will end, right? Around midnight, said Ruishi, nodding and glancing at Song. It's not the worst idea. You don't have to do it if you don't want to, though, but if you decide to. Now I think of it, Song could come as my date, said Sokka, suddenly. Both Song and Ruishi flinched. I mean, not for real, just as a smokescreen. It's clear that neither of us are interested in each other that way, but no one else knows that, right? If I bring her as my guest, people won't think you're crashing the party or anything like that, see? And it will help keep suspicions about me and Angela at bay. But that's... said Song, blushing and glancing at Ruishi. He chuckled. If it's too much you can say no. It's fine, he said. She lowered her gaze. Can't I go as your date instead? Well, it won't make much sense for me to bring a date when I'm working, said Ruishi, looking at her apologetically. Also, well, no one knows about us. That's, technically not true, said Sokka, grimacing. Ruishi frowned. What do you mean by that? Just, Angela kind of teased me when I was pretending to be you, he explained. She got me a haiku book, and told me to use it to write poems for my girlfriend, and she did all that in front of the rest of the guards, of course. I didn't say much, tried to be as stoic as I figured you'd be, but, the point is, they know. Odd that they haven't said anything, then, said Ruishi, blinking blankly. Maybe they forgot. Or maybe they think it's fine, said Sokka, smiling and shrugging. Your fellow guards are pretty cool, you know. They might just think it's great that you have someone in your life. Song blushed deeply while Ruishi smiled. Song hoped Sokka was right, she absolutely did, because if they approved, it would mean she and Ruishi would at least be accepted as a couple by his colleagues and friends. It might be a little awkward once they found out she was a slave, but if they accepted her, it could only mean good things for their future as a couple. Then, we'll go out to buy the clothes, then? Sokka asked. Ruishi nodded and Song squeezed his hand. I guess I can go to the ball, too, she said, with a weak grin. Ruishi's face brightened. You want to? He asked, and she nodded. Then, all the better. We'll buy your dress first and whatever money is left will be for Sokka's outfit. Wadash. Hey. Sokka pouted, but Ruishi's proud smile spoke for itself. Sokka wasn't about to get equal treatment from Ruishi, not when it was a contest between Song and himself. Shopping at night was more fun than expected, the bright lights of the festival were everywhere in the city, inciting further revelry from the people who were still in the streets. A few performances were still being held, and the three of them stopped to watch a few of them after they purchased the clothes. After that, they went to a noodle stall and ate dinner together before returning home. The next day promised to be eventful, and as much as the Fire Nation was at its most beautiful during the festivals, all of them needed to go home quickly and get proper rest, so they could attend the ball as intended. Sokka and Song spent most their day preparing for the ball, although Song was clearly the more nervous of the two. Sokka helped appease her concerns about how she looked in her classy orange dress, and he reassured her that her manners wouldn't cause anyone offense, seeing as his own had never gotten him into serious trouble so far. "Still, I don't really look Fire Nation, do I?" she asked, staring at herself in the mirror while Sokka helped her with her hair. "I mean, won't they judge Ruishi if they see him with me, and then they realize I'm not Fire Nation, and everything will be alright, Song," said Sokka, smiling as he carefully elaborated a sophisticated but simple top knot, crowned by a few ornamental combs. "If they put up with me with just a few whispers and nasty glares, they'll barely even notice you. You'd fit in better with the Fire Nation's high society than I ever could." "But, still, say that I don't," she said, sighing, and rubbing her forehead with her fingertips. "I just don't want to cause trouble for Ruishi." "You won't. You're my date, remember?" said Sokka, smirking. "If you cause any trouble, I'll be the one to deal with it. And seeing as you've been clashing so much with me lately, you're probably just going to sit back and enjoy that." "I guess I could do that," she said, blushing a little. Sokka chuckled. "But I also have been too hard on you these days." I didn't have to be." "Oh, please," said Sokka, shaking his head. "I ask for trouble all the time, Song. Nothing you've said or done is all that bad." "Still, I'm sorry," she said, fidgeting with her fingers. "I just have been nervous and on edge because, well, I really like Ruishi. I love him. I do." "I know you do," said Sokka, smiling and patting her shoulder. "And he loves you too." "Yeah, he said as much," she whispered, smiling even as she blushed. "But I guess I'm afraid. I feel like we're too happy together, and I'm afraid of anything that could threaten that happiness. There are so many things that could go wrong, and Yeah, believe me, I know how it feels," Sokka said, after Song fell silent, at a loss for words. "So many things can threaten it, and you're terrified to the bone of losing something so important to you. But at the same time, you shouldn't hesitate or do things halfway just because of that fear. When you're that much in love, fear shouldn't hinder your relationship or else you'll never experience it fully." "Even if I fear that he might risk too much by being with me?" Song asked. I keep wondering if he'll ever wake up one day to think that maybe it's not worth it." Sokka smiled and patted her shoulder as Song hung her head, eyes set on her hands. He breathed deeply behind her. "An understandable fear, but, to put it into perspective, do you think you'll ever regret being with him? Do you think you'll ever wake up and, instead of feeling grateful to be beside him, you'll wonder why on earth you ever thought you loved Rui?" "What? No!" Song exclaimed, interrupting him rashly. Sokka chuckled. "Chances are he feels the same way you do," he said, squeezing her shoulder now. "Enjoy your relationship as best as you can, Song. I'm likely going to tease you guys here and there, but I'm happy you found him. I'm glad you two are such a good match, and I'm definitely rooting for you. All you need to do at this point is enjoy it and fight every adversity that tries to force you apart." "Speaking of experience?" asked Song, with a small smile. Sokka sighed and shrugged. "If someone knows what it's like to be terrified while being completely in love, it's me," he said. "And so far, it definitely has been worth it. Sometimes I worry about the same thing, you know? That maybe I'll mess up badly, or that she'll realize she could do so much better, but then she smiles at me, in that way she always does, and I know I'm where I belong. I know I've found my place beside her, and I know she wants me there just as much as I want to be there, too." I understand," said Song, with a soft laugh. "Ruishi makes me feel that way, too." "And it's surely mutual," said Sokka, smiling and patting her shoulder again. "Also, seeing how pretty you look, you're definitely going to take his breath away tonight." Song raised her eyes at last and glanced at herself in the mirror. She blushed as a modestly elegant woman looked back at her. She wasn't used to seeing herself this way. She smiled as she stared at the reflection, and Sokka smiled fondly at her as well. "Well, take care of your makeup, then," he said. "I'll go get ready too." "Right. "Thank you, Sokka," she said, as he moved to her room's entrance. "No problem. If you ever want more hairdressing, you only need to." "I don't mean just the hair," she said, smiling warmly as he reached the threshold. "I mean, for everything you've done as of late. I haven't been as grateful as I should have been. I mean, you are a jerk, and you tease me too much, but I'm glad we're friends." "So am I," he said, smiling back at her. "Just relax for now, we'll head to the palace in a bit." Song nodded and breathed deeply, trying not to feel too anxious. She hadn't been in the palace many times, and she found it rather daunting, but she hoped that it would feel warmer today, seeing as it was bound to be full of people, of all sorts of activities and music. And of course, Ruishi would be there, too. Not even an hour later, Sokka and Song made their way to the nearest main street, where they waited until an available carriage pulled up to bring them to the palace. If the city had been lively and crowded on the previous days, it was practically overflowing with people today. Every lantern-lit street revealed large gatherings, laughter, and music could be heard everywhere they went, and as the carriage moved closer to the palace it became increasingly difficult for it to transit properly, both because of the thick traffic and the pedestrians who recklessly walked in the spaces between carriages, seeming oblivious to the danger of being trampled by dragon moose. The carriages rolled towards the palace steadily, and once they were closer to it, many soldiers on duty helped in keeping the streets clear for the vehicles to progress smoothly. After a few minutes of slow but constant movement, their carriage came to a stop at the palace gates. "All right, let's do this," said Sokka, smiling at Song as the driver opened the door. Song gazed at the brightly lit palace with amazement while Sokka paid the driver. If the streets were almost blinding, it was nothing compared to the palace. It was a beautiful sight, even if the building itself was still as ominous as it ever was. But just for one night it could pretend to be a more welcoming place than it really was. For one night, Song could look at it without thinking of all the harm Fire Lord Oze had done to her people and family, to everyone she held dear. "Ready to go?" Sokka asked Song, nudging her gently. She nodded and smiled. "All right, don't talk to anyone who looks like a nasty piece of work, ignore any stupid comments you may hear, just stay near me and we might just pull this off, okay?" "Okay. Okay," said Song, with a nervous smile. She had once been threatened by soldiers when she had tried to cross these gates. Ruishi had saved her then, which had led to their first proper conversation. She smiled fondly at the memory as Sokka greeted some of the guards, who promptly allowed them in. Lost in thought as she was, she only walked by instinct at first, but she made sure to take in her surroundings before they entered the main building. The gardens were decorated with lanterns too, and many people spoke underneath the bushy trees. Off to their right, several people were feeding the turtle ducks in the pond Sokka knew Azula avoided, and to the left, many were gazing reverently and even pointing at the large structure of Xin Long's refuge. After a quick overview of what the gardens had to offer, the gladiator and his healer entered the palace halls. It was up to Sokka to show Song into the dance hall, walking through crowded corridors on their way to their destination. Song's eyes scanned every guard and soldier in hopes of finding the gold trim that signaled Ruishi's uniform. Even if just by seeing him from afar she would feel at ease right away, but before she could find him, they came across someone else. Sokka stiffened, his eyes wide. Song was left to smile at him while his lips parted, raking with his gaze the figure of the Fire Nation princess. Once again, she had chosen a hanfa with mild cleavage, and a lighter tunic covered her shoulders and arms. The main body of the hanfa was black, but the fabric around her cleavage and her cuffs was bright red, with patterned dragons across them. The tunic atop it was gold, embroidered with many figures of dragons and flames to suit the princess. Her head was crowned by an ornamental headpiece, which, in turn, held her traditional princess hairpiece. His mouth ran dry as he stared at her. Azula was greeting other guests, but she soon turned towards them. Unlike the last time, when they had looked at each other awkwardly, their tension yet unresolved, this time they both smiled warmly, until Azula noticed Song, which made her smile with confusion. "Why, I didn't know you were bringing her," she said, as Sokka and Song moved towards her. "Had I known I would have given her a few pointers on how to bear with you during an event like this one." "Come on, she bears with me on a daily basis, she probably doesn't need any," said Sokka, with a small smile. Azula, you're quite busy, as you could see, Azula cut him off, dryly, before turning to Song. Did you help with her hair? Definitely looks like your handiwork. Oh, yeah, said Sokka, as Song nodded shyly. He's helpful when it comes to that sort of thing, Song admitted. Azula laughed softly. I'm quite aware, yes, she said. In any case, it's good you came with him. Now he won't be grumbling about how lonely he is. I've always thought he needed a date for these kind of events. Why yeah, I wasn't sure when he asked, but I guess, if you don't mind. Song said, insecure. Did the princess catch on to their ploy so quickly? She truly had to trust the two of them, if seeing them together this way didn't trigger any jealousy from her at all. What's there for me to mind? Azula asked, smiling, and looking at Sokka. Whoever he's involved with isn't my business, now, is it? I only pay him to fight. Her blatant lie spoke for itself. Song sighed in relief, guessing Azula had seen right through them indeed. Sokka grinned, having known the princess would gladly play along as she had. And to endure your teasing when you decide to torment me, too, Sokka added. Azula's smile widened. Only when you deserve it, she replied, bringing him to laugh softly. Well, I hope you two enjoy your evening. Ruishi might just be. Azula. Ty Lee's voice didn't come as a surprise to anyone but Song, for whom the spirited girl was a complete stranger. Ty Lee rushed to Azula's side, smiling brightly. You look lovely, she said, beaming and looking at her friend's dress. You always pick the most adequate clothes for you, it's really. She fell silent as she realized that Azula hadn't been talking to Sokka alone. Her eyes glided over Song's face, and she visibly tensed up when she took in how the girl stood awfully close to Sokka. It's, pretty, Ty Lee finished, with an awkward smile. Well, I sure haven't met you before. Will you introduce me to your friend, Sokka? Oh, sure, Ty Lee. Hello to you too, he retorted dryly. Ty Lee pouted a little. This is Song, my healer. Oh, I see, said Ty Lee, her smile growing more genuine now. She's Sokka's date tonight, Azula declared, beaming brightly. Ty Lee's relaxation vanished again, replaced by tension and disbelief. Who'd have thought he'd ever get a girl to accompany him anywhere? And he's quite lucky that Song is well above his league. He should know better than to let that one go. I am just. Song mumbled uneasily, judging by Ty Lee's reaction that the girl knew about Azula and Sokka's relationship. You're right, Azula, and you know what? I should get her to eat something, right? Said Sokka, grinning awkwardly at Azula. I'll, see you later. I suppose, I'll be busy anyways, but if I'm free before the dancing begins, I suppose we can chat again, said Azula, nodding towards him and turning to Ty Lee again. So, where's Haru? He's dealing with the carriage, he'll be back shortly, said Ty Lee, smiling as Sokka and Song moved towards the feast table. As soon as they were gone, she gave Azula a pointed stare. What was that? Why, what else? Said Azula, with a perfectly simple smile. Sokka brought a date. And he's flaunting that date in front of you? Ty Lee asked, inching closer so no one would overhear them. Aren't you in the least jealous? I have no reason to be, said Azula, matter-of-factly. They're merely using each other, Ty Lee. She's actually dating the captain of my guards. Oh, said Ty Lee, her usually joyous countenance returning immediately. So it's just a ruse. As should be obvious, said Azula, with a soft laugh. Clearly, I wouldn't be so calm if I thought he was doing anything wrong, especially that kind of wrong. And you trust he wouldn't, of course, said Ty Lee, smiling brightly. I mean, you two have such a tight bond. And I'll remind you that discussing such matters right here and now is a terrible idea, said Azula, with a dry grin. Either way, come along. Mai arrived about an hour ago, she should be around here somewhere. The two friends made their way through the crowd, and Sokka followed them with his gaze even as he stood beside the long table, full to the brim with luxurious dishes as it was. While Song took in the different meals in wonder, Sokka merely smiled as he watched Azula, his heart beating faster as he marveled at her beauty. "Aren't you going to eat something?" Song asked, surprised. Sokka jumped at being addressed, and he gave her a goofy smile. "Huh. Distracted, I see." "Just a little," he said, chuckling. "I'll try to pretend to be a good date, but how am I supposed to pry my eyes off her, when she looks like that? I wouldn't know. A lot of people keep looking at her, so I guess it's not something that can be helped," said Song, with a smile and a shrug. Sokka frowned, though. A lot of. Only then did he take notice of the rest of the crowd. Several men would glance in Azula's direction, and while most of them didn't seem to have ill intent, there were some who seemed a lot less noble than that, with obnoxious smirks on their faces. Unsurprisingly, Han was one of them. "Ugh. What's that jerk doing here?" Sokka grumbled, scowling at Han. "Why would Zhao bring him?" "Who?" Song asked, glancing at Sokka while holding up a plate. Sokka huffed and shook his head. "Nobody. Just someone I had wished I'd never have to see again," he said, reaching for his own plate and finally paying attention to the food. "Well, damn. They went all out this year. Fried squid, and lobster crab, and muso briskets, and boiled pick'n eggs, and—" "Don't eat all of it right away," Song exclaimed, as Sokka scooped up servings of each meat dish and poured them on his plate with a greedy smile. "I have to. I need as much food as I can to stay strong and fit, remember? You've said so yourself," he declared, proudly. Song grimaced. But this is the Fire Lord's palace, and this is his food, and we're just making sure nothing goes to waste." Sokka finished for her, and Song hung her head in defeat. "We're going to get kicked out any moment now, aren't we?" she sighed. Sokka only chuckled before digging in. Song sighed and ate slowly, hoping no one would think poorly of their manners or, at least, of Sokka's. But it was unlikely that he wouldn't be judged, stuffing his face as he was. Still, he seemed happy enough, so she figured she could cut him some slack. Where do you think Ruishi's patrolling right now?" she asked. Sokka shrugged and glanced about himself before swallowing a mouthful of food. "There's a lot of people in here, so it's hard to say," he said. "Do you think it's okay if I go look for him?" she said. "I could do it alone, you don't have to come along." "Really? You're sure you'll be fine?" Sokka asked, nibbling on a slice of pork chops. Song smiled and nodded. "I'm sure." "You keep enjoying your meal," she said, waving a hand towards him and walking away quickly. Sokka shrugged and continued eating, smiling as he took in the scents and flavors. Even though he couldn't be with Azula, he could certainly bask in the food the Fire Lord had provided while he waited for a chance to talk with his sponsor properly. He'd be happy to stay peacefully anchored to this table, with no one to pester him whatsoever for the time being. "Ah, I knew you'd be here." Sokka had been in the middle of devouring a small bowl of the best fried noodles he had ever tasted when he heard a familiar female voice he failed to place. He turned around towards her, unwilling to lower his bowl even so, and glanced at the brown-haired, dark-eyed woman in a flowing pink and gold dress, with so many ornaments in her hair that Sokka wondered how she kept her head upright. Her makeup did little to mask the deviousness of her smile. Do I know you?" Sokka said, with an awkward smile. "You seem familiar, but—" "Oh, I suppose it's been so long that you may have forgotten, or perhaps I went overboard with the glamour and I've become unrecognizable," the girl laughed. She probably hoped to sound humble, casual, but it was hard for Sokka to think of her behavior as anything but arrogant. "Well, we met well over half a year ago. I was with them back then, remember? The Blue Pack." Sokka frowned at first before his eyes widened with surprise. The girl's smirk only broadened. "You? Hannah, was it?" he asked, with uncertainty. She laughed, though it sounded somewhat forced. "Hina, but it's quite all right to have forgotten. I know you must have so many admirers," she said, with a sad sigh. Sokka blinked but shrugged. "I have a fair number, I don't really know them all," he said. "I do interact with as many as I can, but But the princess hardly allows it, on a good day, said Hina, and finally the fake smile vanished when she was more honest about her feelings briefly. Still, she smiled again afterwards and reached out with a hand towards Sokka's arm. It's lucky she's not around to control you right now. Well, as much as you may not think so, her interests and mine align, in most ways, said Sokka, inching away subtly before Hina could touch him. You might think she's being controlling, but in truth she's often enabling me to do whatever I want to do. Oh? So, you can get the better of her that way? She said, with a giggle. That's interesting. You must be very smart if you can manipulate her. I'd call it an agreement, not manipulation, said Sokka, with an awkward grin. At any rate, your dad was invited to this, I take it. Oh, he is every year, yes. I saw you last year too, but only from afar, she admitted, with a shy smile. I didn't dare speak to you yet. Heh, well, where is he? Sokka asked, with a smile that hardly masked his unease. He would like some more company, any sort of company, if it would mean getting Hina to stop inching closer to him as she did. He answered her unwanted closeness by stepping away from her, which him walked beside the table, away from the meat-based dishes and towards the vegetable-based ones. He's around, somewhere, said Hina, with a soft chuckle. She bit her lip, though, and gave Sokka a sympathetic look. You do eat quite ravenously, don't you? Sure. Said Sokka, blinking blankly as Hina giggled again before picking up a cloth napkin on the table beside them. You have a little bit on your... she said, reaching as if to wipe it. But Sokka's dry grin and grip on her wrist said enough about what he thought of her course of action. He took the napkin with his free hand, releasing the other only once he was sure she had no excuse to touch him. That's thoughtful, he said, his sarcasm sounding slightly bitter. But where he would have thought that would deter Hina, it only seemed to entice her more. Her eyes were wide, her pupils dilated, and her lips parted. Did she enjoy being rejected by him? There had to be several things wrong with the girl if that was the case. Yes, I mean, if you say so, she said, again giggling, and blushing. Goodness, are all water tribe men as attractive and strong as you? I'd think so, yes, said Sokka, nervously. In fact, I'm not even all that good. One of the worst specimens you could find. Truthfully, if you're interested in a water tribe guy. Now, don't sell yourself short, she giggled again, circling him now. Sokka gritted his teeth, hoping he wouldn't have to climb on the table to get away from her. He was absolutely going to ask Azula to convince Ozai not to invite Hina's father to any events, ever again. You're one of the best gladiators of all, and you're the best looking one there is, and you're so forceful when you want to be, and that makes you so. Am I interrupting anything? Sokka had been inching away as Hina leaned towards him. But Song's voice seemed to destroy the other girl's mischievous intent. She turned to look at Song accusingly, only getting raised eyebrows as a response. Sokka slid out of Hina's grasp as soon as he had a chance, moving to stand beside Song now with a guilty grin. You're not, Hina was being awfully pushy, but I'm sure it's because she didn't know I had a date. He said, beaming at Song and offering her his arm. Song smiled brightly and took his offer with trembling fingers. Why, it's silly of you not to mention it. Did you want to embarrass her, by any chance? She asked. Sokka laughed. Not at all, he said, before turning to look at the distraught Hina in front of him. It'd be rude not to introduce you both. Hina, she's Song. I'm his girlfriend, Song declared proudly, bowing her head towards Hina. Nice to meet you. Song's declaration seemed to drive a knife through Hina's chest, going by her sudden display of tense breathlessness. Her wide eyes reflected her indignation, as though she had been betrayed deeply. If that was truly what she felt, Sokka dreaded her interest in him was well beyond that of a simple fangirl. His girlfriend. She repeated. That's not possible. Well. I'm sorry, dear, but he's well out of your league. Hey. Don't talk to her like that. Sokka exclaimed, pouting a little. Song laughed beside him. Oh, she's not saying anything I don't know, she said, inching closer to Sokka and pressing her head to his shoulder. Sokka blinked blankly but relaxed again, trying to imagine it was Azula instead. I'm very lucky to have you in my life even if I don't deserve you. Sokka clenched his jaw, suspecting Song was pretending he was Ruishi just the same. It was all he could do not to laugh. But there was no amusement in the situation for Hina, apparently. She huffed in indignation and looked at him almost pleadingly. You can do so much better, you know you could if you just tried. She said, as Sokka sighed and glanced over her shoulder. Truly. She's nothing, surely a nobody, I've never even heard of her, but I'm of noble birth. If you were with me. Hey! Sokka exclaimed suddenly, waving his hand with big movements. Hey, Han. Song blinked blankly, and Hina scowled. Was he truly ignoring her? She had been saying something important. I'm speaking to you, she said. Sokka jumped. Oh, sorry, I thought you weren't talking to me. I've always been told I have terrible manners, said Sokka, with a guilty smile. I always seem to inconvenience my girl here, she never fails to reprimand me for it. But I could never be too mad, said Song, with a happy sigh. Hina gritted her teeth and glared at them. This is just. What do you want from me, Gladiator? The smug, unpleasant voice of the northerner made Sokka feel almost nauseous, and he struggled while feigning a smile. Han was as unlikable as could be, and he even seemed proud of that. I just saw you standing all alone over there, I figured I'd greet you, said Sokka, still grinning. This is my girlfriend, Song. Heh, she's far too pretty for you, Han declared. Sokka's eyebrow twitched. Of course she is. I always remind her of that, he said, with a dry grin. And this one here is our friend, Hina. Han raised an eyebrow and glanced down at Hina. He nearly jumped, though, when he noticed the girl was staring at him with wide, love-struck eyes. No one had looked at him that way since he had left his tribe, where many girls had always admired him from afar. I'm Hina. She said, with a weak smile. Han only smiled with a hint of arrogance. Well, you certainly are quite pretty as well, he said, approvingly. It's good to meet you. Right. I'm just going to, get myself a drink. Hina said, with a groggy smile as she walked backwards, carelessly enough to bump into someone by mistake. Sokka, Song, and Han watched as Hina left in her daze, her previous displeasure seemingly gone all of a sudden. Sokka sighed in relief and smiled gratefully at Han. I know you weren't hoping to help me with anything ever, but she was terribly persistent. Right, but what exactly did I do? Han asked, raising an eyebrow. Why did she flee from me? Are all Fire Nation girls like that? Eager to get away from you? I wouldn't know, sorry to say, said Sokka, with a dry grin. Either way, enjoy the rest of the evening. Now. I helped you, however I did. I'm thinking you should help me, too, and I actually have something in mind, so, it's only right, he said, smirking again. Sokka's eyebrow twitched. Is it, now? He muttered. I only need some advice. It's nothing outrageous, said Han, raising his hands defensively before looking at Song. Can you give us a little privacy? I guess. I'll go look for Ruishi somewhere outside, said Song, smiling at Sokka, who sighed but nodded. Good luck with that, he said, as the girl slipped away from them both. Han cleared his throat and stood beside Sokka, staring at the food table while Sokka kept his back turned towards it. The gladiator eyed the northerner warily, as the man seemed to struggle to express whatever he wanted to say. Well, said Sokka, losing his patience. Han sighed. Fine. Okay, you're supposed to not be stupid, so you should have guessed I'd very much like to court Princess Azula, he said. Sokka's stomach lurched, but he held down both the food and the impulse to threaten Han away from his lover. His eyebrow twitched, but he mustered a smile and a shake of his head. Han scowled at him. What? You don't think I can woo her? I'll have you know. Yeah, you married a princess before, this is hardly new territory for you, said Sokka. Which is why you probably ought to set your sights on someone else, maybe look for something you haven't experienced already. Right, and waste my time with some other girl who won't give me the benefits she would. Han scoffed. Marriage is a political tool, Gladiator. You should know as much. One day someone will marry her, and I'd think a guy like you would know all about the nice community feeling that our people are known for, so you'd like to help me out, right? You'd sooner have one of our kind sponsoring you instead of her, wouldn't you? Not to mention I just helped you shake off that girl, so. Alright, Han, I'll be blunt, there's no amount of community feeling that will ever make me consider you a long-lost brother or something like that, said Sokka, matter-of-factly. And while yes, you sure helped, you're not taking into account that, even if I gave you advice, her father would never accept you as her suitor. That's simply not going to happen. I have a plan on how to fix that problem, if you must know, said Han, sighing. All I truly need is the princess's approval. Once I know she's not going to protest, which, as far as I know, has gotten her out of many engagements so far, I'll get the Fire Lord's permission without much issue. I doubt that, said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. For one thing, Azula won't appreciate me telling you how to win her over, she'll know immediately that you got your information from me. How would she know that? Said Han, with a sneer. Sokka shrugged. Because I'd tell her, clearly, he said. Han huffed. And why would you do that? You're supposed to help me here, remember? He said. Sokka raised his eyebrows. You said you wanted advice, you didn't say I couldn't tell her I'd given it to you. At any rate, I suppose you should find something else I can help you with, because this wouldn't work even if you had my counsel. Seriously? Said Han, looking at Sokka in disbelief. I guess you really are that much of a jackass. Well, great then. I'll just figure out how to woo her on my own, and once I succeed, I'll make sure she decides she's had enough of this incompetent gladiator and... Oh, really? Sokka asked, with a bright grin. Well, there's a way to do even better than that. You go find yourself a gladiator, hire him to fight me, and if you win, you get a shot at being her suitor. Yep, that's actually the smoothest path to becoming her suitor and... beating you? That's it. Said Han, with a disbelieving smirk. You're mocking me. That's ridiculously simple. So much you could even do it yourself, I wager, said Sokka, his smile growing colder as his eyes bore into Han's. The northerner wasn't daunted. You think she'd accept that? Me against you? He said, biting his lip. I could work with that. Just give me the time and place and... Oh, dear. Are you seriously picking a fight right here and now, Han? After you promised you'd behave yourself? Shame on you. Han was the one to jump this time, startled by Zhao's sudden appearance. Sokka blinked blankly, wondering if everyone would intrude in conversations unannounced in these events. It's complicated, said Han, scowling at Sokka. Sokka only grinned at him. Zhao sighed. I can tell. Too complicated for me to care for, no doubt. Run along, Han, he said. Han huffed. But I was. What, you wanted something to eat? Well, fine by me. The gladiator and I shall speak in the gardens instead. No, I mean, I was talking to... Zhao didn't allow Han to finish his sentence before ferrying Sokka away without another word. Sokka took his chance to shoot a glare at Han over his shoulder before following Zhao well outside the hall's premises. The gardens were emptier now, as most people had headed inside because the main event of the celebration was about to begin. Sokka studied Zhao's appearance, noticing that, yet again, the man was wearing his uniform rather than the expected dress robes. Zhao paced with his arms behind his back, his furrowed brow betraying he was pondering something heavily. Was he pestering you much? He finally asked. Sokka grimaced. I kind of brought it upon myself, he admitted. I made him help me get rid of this clingy girl, Hina, she's an unpleasant fan of mine. And he scared her away easily enough, of course, said Zhao. Sokka smiled and shook his head. You'd think she was scared, but she looked smitten to me. Or maybe I was being wishful. Well, either way, thanks for getting me out of that one. It's not a problem, said Zhao. I think I overheard the two of you discussing the controversial matter of gladiator fights for the princess's hand in marriage. Yeah, I may have told him to do that. What's worse, he seems to prefer fighting me himself. He's going to get what's coming if he tries, said Sokka, shaking his head. Zhao frowned. I suppose he would, said Zhao. Sokka's eyes narrowed at the unease with which Zhao spoke those words. They were silent for another moment until they had stopped by the turtle duck pond. Sokka couldn't see any of the creatures right now, surely they were already hiding away from the chill of the night in their burrows, sleeping or trying to, while enduring all the unpleasant celebration noises. You are close with the princess, aren't you? The words gave Sokka pause. His stomach sank as he glanced at Zhao warily. The man wasn't looking back at him. I guess you could say that, said Sokka, swallowing hard. She's not, well, she doesn't tell me absolutely everything, if you must know. At the end of the day, I'm just a slave, a common guy, and she's a princess, so. Of course, said Zhao, biting his lip. Sokka felt his stomach sink. Zhao didn't believe him. Yes, Sokka was lying, but he knew the truth would be quite unbelievable. As warm as Azula often was towards him, that wasn't a side of herself she showed in front of others. Someone like Zhao, who had known her since she was a child, surely wouldn't believe Azula would trust Sokka completely. You see. I'm aware of her dirty little secret, said Zhao. Sokka's eyes widened. And I merely hoped that you might be helpful enough and confirm it. But if you truly aren't close to her, I suppose you wouldn't know what I'm talking about, would you? And no, you're wrong, said Sokka, turning towards Zhao. Only now did the man look at him, and his eyes widened when he recognized the fear in Sokka's own. You're wrong, that's not, there's no dirty little secret. T the princess, she's. Hush, boy, said Zhao, looking at him warily. What is this outburst for? I'm merely asking if. Zhao's silence was crowned with understanding soon enough. To Sokka's confusion, the man turned a sympathetic glance on him, and placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry. Truly, he said. Sokka's heart sank deeper with every word Zhao spoke. I understand how hard this must be, but you do realize it's only right? It is for her own good. The sooner we act on this, the sooner she'll be rid of fools like Han who only want her for their own benefit. I don't follow, said Sokka, trembling by now. Zhao, I swear to you, there's nothing going on. Nothing. She and I know, said Zhao, patting his shoulder. Your feelings for her are strong, no doubt. You wish to protect her from the consequences. I'm sure you'll understand, then, when I do what I must. Oze will surely make the expected decision, and I know that may break your heart, but, there are other women, you know. I realize you may think she's the only one worth loving. If I were your age, I probably would think the same, but part of growing up is accepting you can find the right girl at the right time, rather than to obsess with the same one forever. I seriously have no idea what you mean, said Sokka. Zhao waved a hand dismissively. There are other women? Are you telling me to just forget all this and move on? What, like there are no consequences to be had? Well, sure there are. Still, what sort of consequences do you think you'd have to face either way? Said Zhao, shrugging and turning towards the palace now. You've committed no crime, or have you? You aren't even close to her, you don't know of her secrets. Admiral, please. Said Sokka, staring at him desperately now. Zhao looked back at him, confused. I beg of you. I'm only asking for her sake. Think about what you're doing to her. It could put an end to everything she's worked for. As wrong as it may have been, she deserves to have a chance to lead her people, right? And if you tell her father about this, she may yet have that chance, said Zhao, nodding. That's exactly why I'm doing it. I had thought you'd understand, but I suppose you don't? Oh, well. Either way, you don't have to beg anything of me. I am doing everything for her sake, and for the Fire Nation's sake, too. Here I thought it was obvious enough. And no, it's said Sokka, desperate. Zhao sighed. I understand you don't want to lose her. But truly, Gladiator? Whatever dreams you may have had, whatever hopes, he said, with a resigned grimace. Oze would never approve of Han, but he'd never approve of you as a son-in-law, either. Some of us have positions in life that we cannot overcome. All we can do is live with that. But I. Zhao. Sokka exclaimed, but the man had already walked away and back towards the celebration hall. Sokka's chest was heaving, his head was spinning, the ground underneath his feet felt shaky, unstable, perhaps even non-existent. An unpleasant sensation was yanking at his navel, as if a powerful force was dragging him down, telling him that it was over. That all the fantasies, hopes, dreams and promises were finished. Zhao knew the truth. Sokka cursed at himself for not being more decisive. For not choosing to knock out the man, or to threaten him into silence. But he hadn't brought any weapons, and fighting a highly trained firebender with only hand-to-hand combat was a bad idea. Maybe he ought to head to Azula's room, find Wolfsbane, and that way he could threaten Zhao into. No, that was preposterous, and he'd get Azula into even more trouble. Not only would everyone discover she was in an illicit affair with him, but he would behave as an unhinged lunatic in front of every important nobleman in the Fire Nation, and the Fire Lord himself. But the truth of it, the weight of this sudden turn of events, was tearing him apart. It was over. It was finished. All their efforts to stay together, their promises, their growth as a couple, all of it was gone now, after a single conversation. As for Sokka, he would die. Azula had never sugar-coated that fact, he would be killed, and knowing Oze, he'd force Azula to watch. The thought made his body jerk again with a violent shiver, and he shook his head repeatedly as he tried to figure out what to do. What to do, how to stop Zhao before his words destroyed everything Sokka had grown to hold dear. Before those revelations put an end to his very life, just when he was living it to the fullest. Just when he had as good as overcome the impulse to die that he hadn't been able to shake off for years. How had he found out? Why? Even if they were reckless in many regards, Zhao had never behaved any differently around them. If anything, Sokka had only thought his behavior odd when he had been pretending to be Ruishi, and even so, it wasn't all that strange. What had given them away? How? Xian Long had been watching for any onlookers when they'd had their escapade in the palanquin, so unless he had been hiding in the trees and bushes at the temple, which was highly unlikely, he couldn't have seen anything. It didn't make sense. It didn't. But the way Zhao had spoken, especially at the end, had made it clear he knew of Sokka's feelings for Azula. And yet he thought everything would be better if Oze knew the truth. Did Zhao think Sokka was suicidal? What sort of logic, or lack thereof, brought him to believe that this would be the best outcome for Sokka, too? His stomach churned, threatening to make him throw up what he had just eaten. His breaths came with difficulty, as if some sort of airbender was sucking the air out of his lungs. It truly felt as if the very ground on which he stood had disappeared, and he was falling at full speed, with nothing and no one to help him break that fall. But someone could break that fall. Someone who had the answers for, well, most things. Someone who direly needed to know what dangers they were facing, whether because she might be able to stop Zhao, or simply so she could do damage control and prevent things from escalating further. If she denied everything believably, Oze might leave them alone, but she had a better chance to succeed at that if he warned her about everything right away. He ran back inside, his body drenched in cold sweat as he rushed past the couples and groups of people, and he returned to the hall where he had last seen Azula. Whatever came next, they could endure it as long as she knew, as long as he could just tell her. He stopped abruptly when he heard a familiar tune reaching his ears. It was the solemn music that accompanied the vulture dance, as he had named it. One glance over the crowd gave away Azula's location immediately. She was dancing with her father right now, in the same elegant way as she had last year. Last year she had walked away from the dancing area right after the dance was over. Maybe she would do the same this time. If so, he only needed to bide his time to reach her before Zhao could speak to Oze. Another glance through the room gave him no answers as to Zhao's whereabouts. The man had returned to the palace, but he wasn't here right now. Maybe someone else had caught his attention, or maybe he was waiting to speak with Oze in private somewhere else. Either way, Sokka only needed to reach Angela first. She would know what to do, how to handle this, she'd know if she could get rid of the problem before it blossomed completely. And even if she didn't have solutions right away, together they might come up with something. It was his only hope right now. The music ceased, and the dancing did, too. The polite round of clapping that followed went entirely ignored by Sokka, who followed Angela with his eyes and rushed to intercept her as she and her father were replaced by the next two dancers. Others had stopped her before Sokka reached her, but he was relieved to find it was only Mai and Tai Li. Ruonjian was holding Uade right beside Mai, talking enthusiastically with Haru as the three childhood friends spoke as well. Sokka slid through the people blocking his path, and it wasn't long before Angela noticed him. She knew he wasn't alright instantly, he could tell by the subtle frown that appeared on her face. She smiled at the others and made to excuse herself bare instants before Sokka reached them. His tumultuous arrival put a stop to all conversations, though, as everyone gave him confused stares. "Sokka? Are you okay?" Tai Li asked. "I just," said Sokka, glancing at Angela. Her frown deepened. "I'll be back in a second, once he's told me what he wants," she said, smiling forcibly again. "Do continue to enjoy the evening, and don't dance too much." "You can't make me stop dancing," Tai Li exclaimed, stubbornly, prompting Haru and Ruonjian to laugh softly. Sokka had urged Angela to follow him, a hand yanking her arm at first, but he had released her from his hold by now. Angela struggled to keep up, her dress and shoes rather burdensome when she had to follow a man of long strides. He stopped when he found an empty room, and he held the door open for her before closing it behind him abruptly. Angela swallowed hard. "What is it?" she said, moving closer towards him. But Sokka's hands darted out towards her shoulders, stopping her in place as his eyes refused to focus on her face. I don't know how, I don't know why, but Zhao," he said, his voice choked. Angela's eyes widened. He knows. He had expected a violent, emotional reaction. He had thought she'd be as distraught as him and, for the most part, it seemed she was. But he counted himself lucky that his lover was as practical as she was. After what felt like mere instants of shock, she looked at him again with blazing eyes, eager to understand their current circumstances. "And you know this how?" she asked. "Did he confront you directly? Or did you overhear him saying?" "He told me, outright," Sokka responded, dropping his hands and looking at her in despair. "He said that whatever feelings I had for you, I was better off discarding them, and that he'd tell your dad, that everything was for your sake, that—" "Damn him. Damn that rotten bastard," said Angela, her chest heaving now before she shook her head and looked at Sokka with determination. "Well, clearly we have no choice. You have to leave." "Leave?" Sokka repeated, frowning still. "Leave where? What exactly?" "You'll take Xin Long, and he'll fly you both well away from the palace," Angela determined, her brow furrowed. "Whatever my father does to me." "What the?" "No. Whatever he does to me, at least you'll be safe," she insisted, glaring at him meaningfully. "I'm not about to let you face the consequences for this, all right? You and I both know you won't live through it, and if anyone ever so much as tries to kill you, I'd kill them first, and I'd love to avoid reaching that point. So, for both our sakes, you're leaving now." "Where the hell would I even go?" Sokka asked, eyes wide as Angela moved towards the door. "Angela, you don't have to go too far, as long as nobody knows you've left in the first place," Angela said. "Xin Long can take you somewhere uninhabited, where you will wait until I convey further orders to Xin Long. Once he knows what to do, where to take you, he'll do just that. If I manage to sort this out, you'll come back home. If not, I don't want to. I can't even imagine what would happen if you—" Sokka asked, breathing heavily and shaking his head. Angela stepped towards him and cupped his face between her hands. "You won't imagine anything. I'll handle this," she whispered. We'll be together again, one way or another. If my father decides I can only be punished for what I've done, then by all means, I'll just take off to find you too and we'll become outlaws." "It sounds," hellish, and it may be the worst idea ever, but it's the only one I've got and I can't do this. I can't just leave you when you're in such danger." Sokka gritted his teeth, struggling to stop the tears of helplessness that burned in his eyes. "I know you think it's the only way, but you'll live. That's what matters most, and if you say otherwise I'll knock you out and strap you to Xin Long while unconscious," she said, with determination. Sokka grimaced and she smiled a little. It won't be forever, okay? We'll survive this, one way or another. Whatever happens now, we'll get through it. We always have." "I know, but it still scares me," he said, shivering violently. "I always thought we'd never." "So did I," she admitted, her own voice threatening to break over her own tears. "So did I." Sokka gritted his teeth as he wrapped her in a tight embrace that she returned eagerly. Her face found the crook of his shoulder and neck, and nestled there while he gritted his teeth, hating himself for having been such a fool. For having failed to lie to Zhao, for not being more careful, but never berating himself for the one thing that had landed them in this predicament. For he didn't care what consequences he had to face, loving Angela was well worth its price. Even if that price was his head. Chapter 149, Fire Nation Festivals 7. She managed to find him by chance, right after indulging in a bathroom break. Ruishi had led her to a secluded corridor, seizing their moment of privacy to ask her if everything had been alright and to hold her hand briefly. It was enough for Song, for there wasn't much more they could do right now. That they'd had a chance to be together before his shift ended already felt like a miracle. "You haven't had to work too hard, or did you?" she asked him, as he escorted her back to the ballroom. "Only to stop a handful of people from doing highly inappropriate things in utterly inappropriate places," Ruishi confessed. Song blushed and smiled as he sighed. "I'm actually relieved it was never those two." "That's great to know," said Song, with a weak grin. "My date shouldn't be caught doing such unseemly things behind my back, right? You have that act down perfectly, don't you?" Ruishi asked, smiling. "If you could help him get rid of that girl you mentioned." "He needed someone else to help him further, though," said Song, sighing. "For a moment I really worried she might do something to either of us. She looked so mad. What exactly is it about him that draws women to him that way?" Ruishi asked, grimacing. Song shrugged. "I once asked him, he doesn't know either." "Nor do I," she said, with a weak grin. "It's not that he's not handsome, but, well, he's so goofy. I suppose that could be it." "The princess secretly longed for someone who would make her laugh," said Ruishi, smiling under his helmet. Song nodded and grinned more brightly. "It's quite likely." They re-entered the dancing hall together, but to their surprise, neither Angela nor Sokka were in plain sight. The dances unfolded before their eyes, and most people stood watching them, but while Song found Han soon enough, smirking as he spoke to the unpleasant girl from before, she couldn't see her friends. She bit her lip, approaching the only other person she had been introduced to, and she tapped Ty Lee's shoulder softly upon reaching her. "Hi. We only just met, I came with Sokka," she said, when the taller girl turned to look at her. "Do you know where he might be?" "Oh, well," said Ty Lee, grimacing. "I don't know where they are, but I hope they're still together." "Huh? What do you mean?" Song asked, uneasily, but Haru cut in. "The princess was with us when Sokka showed up, looking, well, out of sorts. I'd never seen him like that," he explained. "She took off with him. We haven't seen them since." "Oh. That's, well, thanks, both of you," said Song, her smile growing stiff as her concerns increased steadily. Sokka behaving erratically, pulling Angela away from this celebration? Either it was over something really stupid, or something really serious. For once, Song sure hoped for the former. She returned to Ruishi's side. He had stayed back, glancing over people's heads while trying to find either Sokka or Angela. He shifted his focus to Song once she returned, though. "What is it? Is something wrong?" he asked. Song bit her lip. "Maybe. I'm not sure," she said, glancing sideways. Is there anywhere in the palace those two would sneak off to if they want to talk privately? Her room, Ruishi mused. Or maybe the basement. Depends on what they're actually doing, though. I know we may run into something unpleasant, something neither of us wants to see, she said, with an awkward smile. But I'd rather confirm they're being their reckless selves than discover something bad is happening. I don't know what's going on, but I'm worried. I see, said Ruishi, frowning but nodding. Let's go, then. We'll find them. They checked Angela's room first. Song surprised herself by remembering its location, even though she was following Ruishi's lead. She had been there once before, and it was still as luxurious as she remembered it, but it was empty. Ruishi closed the door and locked it before leading the way through different doorways, some of them hidden in unexpected locations, until he brought them to a basement, full to the brim with objects lined with dust. Yet again, no one was there. Maybe they wouldn't go somewhere so secluded, said Ruishi, frowning before leading Song outside again. Maybe they're simply somewhere they feel safe in. Like where? Song asked, struggling to keep up with his pace. Ruishi slowed down for her benefit. Like her dragon's refuge, he suggested. Song nodded promptly. The pair headed for their new destination, finding the terrains around the palace were less crowded than they had been earlier. Everyone wanted to join the dancing, if just for one round. It was the best chance to be noticed in the Fire Lord's court in a peaceful way, after all. Thus, the mantle of the night, though alight with many lanterns, served to hide Ruishi and Song as they walked together to Xianlong's home. Ruishi stopped at the door warily, raising a hand towards Song so she would stop moving too. He could hear some sounds inside, but maybe it was merely the dragon's breathing. He was startled when the door slid open and he found himself glared at dangerously, by both humans and a dragon. He stumbled back by instinct, surprising Song, but even though Angela had seemed ready to electrocute him, she lowered her defensive hands as soon as she identified them, wide-eyed now. Ruishi? Song! She exclaimed. Sokka huffed, wordlessly urging them inside before closing the door behind them. What are you both doing here? I was just looking for Sokka, Song explained, grimacing as Sokka's hand fell on her shoulder heavily. I'd already found Ruishi and talked to him, so I figured I'd just go back to him but, he was gone. I'm sorry, said Sokka, genuinely. He didn't seem to be able to bear holding her gaze with his own. What's going on? Song asked. Ruishi frowned too, removing his helmet and looking at Angela meaningfully. This isn't like you, he said. If you two were just sneaking around it wouldn't be like this. What's wrong? It's... said Angela, her breath caught as she tried to find the right words. But none would be right today, not for this. She huffed and shook her head. Zhao's basically told Sokka he knows about us. He's going to tell my father, he has confessed those are his plans. So? No, said Song, hands going to her mouth. Ruishi's eyes widened. It can't be. I wish it hadn't been, too, said Sokka, gritting his teeth. So Sokka will be taking a little trip, if just preemptively, said Angela, moving to settle the straps on Xianlong's saddle. As she spoke the words, both Song and Ruishi could see Sokka's displeasure. He turned to look at Angela, pain reflected in his blue eyes. Can't I just hide somewhere nearby? He asked. The tunnels, maybe, or... and risk being caught? Not a chance, she snapped. Sokka, this is for your own good, and if you don't want to believe that, then it's for mine. If you're not here to take the worst of the consequences for this, I'll be able to think more clearly. It's that simple. Even so, Sokka grimaced, stepping towards her and shaking his head. You will ask Xianlong to come back as soon as everything's cleared, right? You would? Because if you don't, I give you a day, maybe two, before I come running right back here against all common sense and reason. If you dare, I'm going to kill you myself, she snapped. Sokka huffed. Good. That would hurt less, he said. Her bravado froze upon his retort. She shook her head and turned to the saddle again, strapping it a little harder than intended. Her shoulders shook suddenly, and Sokka gritted his teeth before reaching to touch her shoulder. "This is for your own good, damn it all," she said, as he pulled her into his arms. "I want you to be safe, that's all there is to it. You can't die on me, all right? I've kept you alive through too many things for this to be, for him to have, how would he even find out? I still can't understand it, I can't." "Neither can I," Sokka replied, gritting his teeth as his tears coursed down his cheeks. Hers were already dripping on his elegant clothes. "I don't get it either, but I don't want this to be the end, okay? It's not right, I can't just lose you now without being able to fight to stay by your side. Because that's where I belong, where I always have. I should really kill that bastard." Azula sobbed softly. I can't believe this. I can't believe." Sokka hugged her tighter, burying his face in her neck. Her scent, enhanced by the soaps and perfume she had used today, still intoxicated him. The softness of her skin, the smoothness of her hair, all of it was worth feeling all over again, just so he could imprint them into his memory and never forget them. But most of all, her lips. Most of all, to kiss her deeply and thoroughly, as her fingers dug into his scalp, nails raking him and branding him as hers, as he always had been. As he always would be, regardless of whatever distance might stand between them. Song and Ruishi tore their eyes away from their friends, both flustered but distraught. While there was no doubt Azula and Sokka hadn't been as careful as they should have been, none of them had truly expected this would ever happen. Watching their last intimate moments, when their hearts seemed to break over an indefinite farewell, felt like an act of disrespect. They were locked in that passionate kiss for what felt like hours to their friends, and what seemed bare instants for the two of them. Azula gritted her teeth as they pulled away, pressing her forehead to his. Her hand stroked his cheek. If it fails, if everything fails, I'll just go find you," she said, with a sad grin. "I don't care what it costs. I can't let you go just like that." "Neither can I," Sokka whispered, closing his tearful eyes to prevent more of the tears from spilling out. I'll be fine." "So will I," she said, as his hands found hers, squeezing the fingers gently. "It's going to take more than a few accusations to tear me down. I should be sturdier than that." "I know you are," said Sokka, smiling sadly too. "I'm just sorry I won't be here to see it." Azula's smile was more genuine now, and again he kissed her in one rushed frenzy. If only they had known this was coming, they wouldn't have wasted so much time. They would have sought each other out on every single opportunity, without a doubt, to make the most of their love for as long as they could. But if this was how it had to be, then at the very least. "I love you," Sokka whispered. Azula nodded, pressing her lips into a tight line to stop them from trembling. "I'll come back for you. I'll hold you to that," she replied, with one more soft kiss. "I love you, too." The final kiss was tender, fragile, leaving them both with even stronger urges to cry once they forced themselves to part for the night. Sokka stroked her face one more time, before climbing on the dragon's saddle alone. He picked up the reins, unable to shake off the certainty that it was wrong for him to ride Xianlong by himself. "Take care of him," Azula said, caressing Xianlong's snout. For once, the dark dragon didn't seem to be in the mood for jests. He nodded, smoke pouring from his nostrils with determination. Azula glanced at Sokka once more time, reaching out a hand towards his. Sokka took it, leaning close to kiss her knuckles. The knot in her throat came undone yet again, unleashing more tears across her face. "I love you," they whispered once again, in unison. They shared one last, genuine laugh over the perfect timing of their words, before Xianlong darted off into the sky through one of the refuge's open doors. Azula watched them keenly, wanting to see Sokka even at the very end. Wanting to see his silhouette on the back of her dragon until it was gone, but the knight didn't concede her wishes. He was glancing back at her once they disappeared from sight by blending into the darkness. At least she had the chance to kiss him, to talk to him one more time before he was gone, who knew for how long. A hole seemed to open inside her chest, making it harder for her to breathe as the gravity of the situation sank in. She shook her head and wiped at her eyes, knowing her makeup would be a disaster by now. Given the circumstances, it wasn't exactly shocking that she had been so careless with it, but she would need to touch up more than just her lips now. "Do you need us to do anything?" Ruishi asked, and the sound of his voice startled her. She had as good as forgotten that her friends were still there. "Just help me get to my room without anyone noticing," she said, her voice strained. More tears of despair were welling up, and she fisted her hands as she tried to steel herself. "No one can see me like this. No one else, at any rate." "Very well," said Ruishi, nodding. "I'll escort you back. You two should pretend to talk, or talk for real while we go there. People might only notice something's wrong if you're behaving in an unusual way." "You're right," said Angela, shaking her head, dreading her makeup's state would be a little more noticeable than her strange behavior. "Let's go." Song bit her lip as they walked quietly back to the palace. Of all the things she could have expected tonight, this had never crossed her mind. Sokka and Angela had taken many risks over the years, so for them to be caught tonight, of all nights. One glance at the distraught princess convinced Song to give Ruishi's suggestion a try. He walked in front of them, barely a couple of steps ahead, blocking the frontal view of Angela's face. It would be up to Song to distract her, so they could keep their ruse while they passed by the clusters of people in the corridors. "I, really didn't get to eat a lot," Song said, smiling a little. "Or drink, for that matter. I could go for something to drink, myself," Angela said, with a resigned grimace. "Or for many things to drink, for that matter." "I can imagine," said Song, with a weak smile. "Maybe after you've recovered we can do that. Ruishi could join us later, too. That is, if you don't have anything else to do." "My important duties are done for the night," Angela said. "From here on I just have to endure more pleasantries and—" She fell silent, the weight of an unfulfilled promise coming to mind now. They had talked about it, about escaping together back to Sokka's house, to spending the night and morning there, without needing to take off in a hurry, as it always was. The thought led her to snarl and tighten her fists, nails cutting into her palms. So much for trying to feel like a normal couple, for a single morning. "Then you won't be missed if you stay in your room for a while." "Just to take a break," Song finished. Angela nodded promptly, releasing a deep breath. "I shouldn't be." "Not for now," she agreed, as they took the corner down the hall that led to her room. They hadn't come across many people, but those who had been around didn't seem to notice Angela's face. As stressed as she was, she had managed to draw no attention to herself, not even as she entered the room, with Song behind her. When the girl turned around, she found Ruishi closing the door, while still standing outside the room. "Rui! Help her! She'll need you." "I'll stand guard," he said, nodding towards her before closing the door. Song took a deep breath before turning towards Angela. The princess was already ruffling through her dresser, searching for the makeup supplies that would restore her mask of perfection. But one glance at the mirror made her freeze in place. Song approached with uncertainty, never having dealt with the princess during such circumstances. That image of perfection that she had looked at when the week had begun, the one Angela had felt disapproval and distaste towards, was gone. As badly as she wanted Sokka, as much as she wished the world would just accept whatever imperfections she had, right now she only wanted to bring back who she had been. To bring back that perfect girl who would never slip up, never disappoint her father, never do anything she knew she'd have to face dire consequences for. There was nothing wrong with a little mayhem, but there was something wrong when that mayhem could bring such devastating consequences with it. What would happen to her guards after this? Would her father settle for berating them for having failed to notice her relationship? Or would he punish them with death, too? What of Song? She was Sokka's healer and cook. What was there for her to do without Sokka, without Ruishi? And what about the homeless group they had come across that week? The people she was taking under her wing somehow, whose predicament she had to resolve. The entire nation whose fate hinged on her, her father's heir? The world that she had vowed to change with Sokka by her side? All of it caught to her in an instant, with the force of a train tank, crashing into a mountainside at full speed. She was frozen where she stood, her golden eyes fearful as she shivered, her body hunched slightly. What had she done? Princess. Song's voice sounded behind her. Angela blinked herself out of her daze, her eyes shifting downwards. I'm here if you need any help. I know this is so tense, and I understand how worried you are, but it's not going to end like this. I'm sure it won't. Good to know one of us is, said Angela, sighing and brushing her eyes with her fingers. I need to clean up. Right, said Song, nodding as Angela made her way to her personal bathroom. Song stood by, towel in hand, while Angela rinsed her face fully. Her skin was red after her scrubbing, surely because of her tears, too. She shook her head after another glance in the mirror. There's too much at stake, she whispered. More than there ever should be. No relationship should ever be burdened with everything ours is. It's really not fair. I agree, said Song, sighing. You too. I can't really imagine either one of you with anyone else. I know why it's so forbidden, but it just shouldn't be. It shouldn't matter where he comes from, or his standing. And yet it does, said Angela, breathing deeply as she buried her face in her hands. And there's nothing any of us can do about it. Can't you try to talk to the Admiral? Song asked, as they returned to the bedroom. Maybe convince him that whatever he thinks is off base. Knowing that bastard, he's made up his mind to do whatever he pleases, Angela growled. It couldn't have been someone worse than him, truly. Well, only my father, of course, but, as it's him, my father will find out any moment now. Hell, he might have told him already, for all we know. Song swallowed hard and lowered her head. Angela breathed deeply and took her seat before the dresser. Then again, maybe if that were the case, the physicians would have already come rushing to find me, she mused. To confirm that I'm, well, no longer pure. Would he go that far? Song asked, as Angela began applying her makeup all over again. Of course he would, she whispered. It's happened to others before. And it's quite ironic, because giving yourself to someone willingly is a crass crime, but sending someone to invade a woman's privacy in such a manner is perfectly acceptable. What happens to her purity if she had committed no crime, despite the accusations against her? Is she still considered pure, regardless of whatever the physicians might do, or would they be the ones charged for destroying her purity, even if they did it under orders? I've always wondered about that. It's horrible, said Song, gritting her teeth and shaking her head. Disgusting. Did they never do that to you? Angela asked warily, glancing at Song sideways. When we bought you, the man who sold you claimed you were untainted. How did he know? The soldiers asked. I told them as much when I was first seized in the Earth Kingdom, Song said, her eyes darkening as she remembered the experience. They didn't try to check, fortunately. Maybe they were just too busy, or they thought they'd make more profit if they merely turned me into the slave merchants. The man selling me simply wanted money, he didn't care how he got it. He figured I wasn't worth much, I'm not too impressive, physically, and he figured that my virginity would be my only selling point. He didn't make much of a case to sell you, said Angela, raising an eyebrow. He wanted to get rid of more complicated slaves first, said Song, with a weak grin. The dangerous ones, or the visibly talented or attractive ones. The ones that would earn him better money, or who could ruin his business altogether if left unsupervised for too long. I was none of those things, so he didn't really care for me. I see. Said Angela, breathing deeply and nodding. Well, I'm glad they took your word for it. Nobody should ever endure that kind of humiliation. It's disgusting to think a woman's worth would depend entirely on something that men get away with freely. Those double standards make so little sense that my brother could run off with a slave girl and nobody cared. If I ever did the same thing, most people would demand that I pay for my sins in whatever gruesome way they saw fitting. Song watched Angela with sympathy, standing beside her in wait for any orders to help her with anything. But the princess merely continued to take care of her makeup alone, seemingly unwilling to burden Song with more problems than she already had. I'm sorry tonight turned out as it did, said Angela, after finishing her lipstick and glaring at herself in the mirror. It wasn't supposed to. If anything, when you showed up with Sokka I felt safer, if that's possible. It seemed like the perfect cover and excuse, and a brilliant way to avoid any of us being caught, but Either Sokka wasn't too convincing, or whatever that admiral found out was, well, too incriminating, said Song, nodding and gritting her teeth. I know my opinion isn't worth that much, but I still think you ought to talk to that man, if you can. Maybe you can stop this before it does get any worse. By doing what? Hitting Zhao hard enough that he forgets his memories for the last few hours, if not longer. Azula mused, before frowning with interest. In truth, if I believed that would work, I'd certainly do it. Suddenly being a memory bender sounds like a brilliant idea. Song sighed, and Azula pushed herself up to a standing position. To the girl's surprise, the princess placed a hand on her shoulder. Thank you for putting up with this situation. For coming with Sokka and, well, everything, really, she said, breathing deeply. Whatever comes next, I'll try to spare you whatever I can of it. If asked, you don't know anything, never saw or heard a thing. It's for your own good, Azula insisted, looking at her apologetically. It's bad enough that Sokka and I are going to pay for it, it's worse if people like you have to take the fall for what was never your crime. It's not a crime at all, said Song, with a sad sigh. Not the way I see it. I don't think it's one either, Azula confessed. But there's very little I can do to convince people that some traditions are worthless. Not everyone would want to overlook this, and even if some did, I know my father wouldn't. And he's the one who makes the decisions in the end. I really am sorry that it's come to this, Song said. Azula shook her head. It was good, while it lasted, she said, moving to the door. Better than good. But for now, I'll just keep him safe, and far away. Until I know for sure that I can see him again without risking everything in doing so. Song sighed and nodded before following Azula back outside. Ruishi nodded when they passed beside him, and the three returned to the ball area. Song lagged behind, talking to Ruishi about the last few hours of his shift while Azula stepped towards the crowd, eyes scanning everything intently as she looked for that soldier uniform, with dry and flat colors that would stand out in the seas of colorful robes throughout the ballroom. But she couldn't see any other soldiers aside from the ones on duty. Not one set of army uniforms mingling amid the colorful nobles, who twirled and danced, drinking and laughing together, no sign of the accursed Admiral Zhao. Azula. Ty Lee's voice brought her back to reality with a start. The princess turned to find her friends standing behind her, looking at her with confusion. She swallowed hard, trying not to seem overly anxious in front of them. Is everything okay? Mai asked, raising an eyebrow. Azula gritted her teeth. Where's Sokka? He had to leave, she said, and the words felt like a punch to the gut. He had indeed been forced to go, but not just back home. And she didn't know for how long, either. She blinked herself back from her miserable thoughts, though, and glanced at Mai. Have you seen Admiral Zhao? Have any of you? Ty Lee shook her head, as did Ruanjian and Mai, but Haru nodded. Azula turned towards him immediately. I noticed him a little after you and Sokka left, Haru explained. He spoke to your father, I think, and then they left through that door. They didn't come back. It was all she could do to keep herself from crumbling in front of them. No, not already, not just yet. She could almost hear the soldiers rushing in to restrain her, despite she could see them standing in their stations. She could hear her father's impending order, to arrest and execute Sokka. She could already feel the hole in her chest, the place where a heart had been beating once before, but after losing him, it would be completely empty. She glanced at the ballroom's back door, the one Haru had pointed at. She hoped, foolishly, that they'd return. That she'd get a chance to explain, even if she would have to lie her way through it, but there was nothing to be done, not a thing. She had destroyed her hopes and dreams, her chances to be with the only man who truly loved her. She had no idea what had given them away, but she couldn't stop blaming herself all the same. Who else would there be to blame for Sokka's eventual execution? She had always known exactly what price they'd have to pay for their indiscretions, and she had failed to prevent the worst from happening. She'd lost. She was doomed. Whatever she'd done, whatever she had forgotten to do, Zhao's choices were well beyond her control. All she could do now was hope Sokka and Xin Long would stay as far from Oze's reach as could be, and that the worst of the consequences would be hers to confront, with as little collateral damage as possible. Morning came, and his stomach churned at how empty it felt. His eyes burned, after the tears he had shed and the sleepless night he had endured. But Sokka remained where he was, sitting at the countryside, his back against the dark dragon. He couldn't bring himself to sleep, or eat, or do anything he should do. His numb mind just raced back through the conversation with Zhao and every interaction he'd ever had with the man, through every reckless moment between himself and Azula over the last few weeks, because Zhao had to have discovered them somehow. Nobody who knew about them would have told him. Had he spied on Azula's daily routine, perhaps? Or had he overheard them that day, in Azula's bedroom, or the palanquin? Xian Long groaned and shifted positions, placing his head on Sokka's lap while the rest of his body continued to encircle the gladiator. Sokka stroked the creature's hair absent-mindedly, not in the mood for talking or joking for once. "Is she okay?" Sokka whispered. Xian Long nodded briskly. "Okay, okay." The dragon prodded his chest with his nose, and Sokka patted his scales gently. His eyes drifted to the hem of his outfit, the classy red, brown and black clothes Ruishi had bought for him. So much for fitting in, for being one of them, for wearing the kind of clothes she liked seeing him in. So much for wanting to be with her all night, to enjoy her company well into the morning. He clenched his fists and shook his head. It could be worse, he knew as much, but that didn't mean his current situation was any good either. Xian Long audibly sighed and dropped his head on Sokka's lap again. It promised to be a long day for the two of them. She had been waiting to hear the knock on the door, even if she had been dreading it. She had been ready for hours now, wearing her golden armor, without a hair out of place. As though she had nothing to be ashamed for. She was ready to accept responsibility for her transgressions with as much dignity as she could, while rubbing in her father's face that he had trusted her, believed in her. A single decision he would never accept shouldn't simply overrule the ones that had granted her his approval. But that was a line of reasoning she knew she wouldn't be able to maintain. If she so much as tried to speak her mind, he would silence her and deliver his verdict. Whatever that was, though, she would be ready. She would face what was ahead with her head held high. So, upon the impending arrival of the sound of knuckles against metal, Azula opened the door to her room, and the Imperial Guard behind it escorted her to her father's study. "I never really thought I'd spend the night here," Song whispered, smiling weakly at Ruishi. He grinned back, stroking her hair gently. "I didn't think I'd bring you here either." "It may have been a crazy idea," he confessed, but his smile faded quickly. "I just didn't want to risk seeing you off in case soldiers and guards stormed your house, searching for—" "Right," said Song, swallowing hard. Ruishi nodded. "But I will need to go home at one point or another, won't I?" "Hopefully with me by your side," he said, lifting her hand to kiss her knuckles. "I'd like to make sure no one's lying in wait there to ambush Sokka, or so." "You always look after me," said Song, sighing and pressing against him, her hand falling on his clothed chest. Even if they had already moved into a fully physical relationship, it didn't always come easy to indulge in intimacy of such a level. Especially not when the two of them had been so anxious they could barely sleep at all in Ruishi's room, with thoughts of the princess and her gladiator constantly on their minds. But their time together was fated to be cut short. Ruishi was tightening his hold around Song when a rapping sound at the door startled them. "Captain Ruishi!" exclaimed a deep voice. Ruishi sat up with Song, urging her to hide in his closet. She rushed there as silently as she could while Ruishi stood up, relieved he hadn't removed his uniform entirely. He froze upon opening the door to find his superior, the general of the Imperial Guards, standing behind it. The man wasn't wearing his helmet, leaving the wrinkles and marks of age on his face in plain sight. His graying hair, his cold, dark eyes, all of it seemed poised in the perfect frown to judge Ruishi. Did the man know about Azula and Sokka? Was this why he regarded him more coldly than ever before? "Yes, sir," Ruishi said, standing up straight. "The Fire Lord wishes to speak with you." "At once," he said, unyielding. Ruishi nodded. "Understood." He wished he could have reassured Song, kissed her goodbye, anything, but all he could do was buckle on his armor and helmet, and put on his tall boots. What sort of punishment would the Fire Lord hold for him? The thought made him shudder. Was he going to die, just as Sokka would? Perhaps as a stand-in for Sokka, seeing as the Gladiator should be well beyond the Fire Lord's reach. He was bound to find out soon enough. His heart sank as he glanced at his closet, direly wishing he could say goodbye, but there was no point in wishing for the impossible or delaying the inevitable. He had been far too lucky with Song as it was. He would have to cherish that for as long as he had left to live, and hope she would manage to escape the palace unscathed if anything happened to him. He followed the general into the palace, both marching with matching strides. The general stood taller than Ruishi, and his build was stronger, too. Ruishi had never been one of his favorite guards, but as far as anyone could tell, the general held contempt and distaste for just about everyone. He was even rumored to have clashed with the Fire Lord in the past, but Ruishi had never seen it happen. He had suspected Oze would often make the general's job unnecessarily difficult, the same way Agila would do that to Ruishi. By the time they neared the office, Ruishi's eyes widened under his helmet. Another member of the Imperial Guards was escorting Agila to the study in the corridor opposite theirs. She glanced at him too, and Ruishi interpreted the steel in her eyes as an attempt to mask her dread and fear. The general and Ruishi reached the door first, and the general knocked on the dark wood brusquely. Ruishi turned to look at Agila once he stopped behind the general, hoping his presence would serve to reassure her, some would. Whatever happened next, Ruishi would remain loyal to her, he hoped she'd know that. "Come in, General," Oze called through the door, and the general obeyed, pushing the doors open abruptly. Agila almost froze where she was upon seeing Zhao standing beside her father. Oze sat behind his desk, elbows on its surface, fingers intertwined. He eyed both Agila and Ruishi with calculating eyes before waving a hand at the general dismissively. "Stand guard outside," he ordered, and the general bowed his head towards him before obeying the Fire Lord. Agila and Ruishi entered the study but held their positions near the now closed door. Oze raised an eyebrow and gestured at the two chairs before his desk. "Well, please, do take your seats. They're not occupied, as you can see," he said, with amusement. Agila gritted her teeth and nodded, obeying her father and sitting to the right. Ruishi took the left chair and removed his helmet when Zhao gestured at him to do as much. Agila shot a dirty glare at the admiral before turning to her father. Oddly enough, he seemed calm. Too calm. Something wasn't right, well, something other than everything that was very clearly wrong. "There's no need for both of you to be so apprehensive, really," said Oze, sighing and spreading his arms. "Admittedly, it isn't the best-case scenario, but it's far from the worst. And as it will certainly solve the problem you've been avoiding ever since you became of age, Agila, I have no qualms with it." Agila blinked, as did Ruishi. The wary scowl on the princess's face shifted into that of confusion at once. She thought about pinching herself for a moment, for she couldn't believe those words. What sort of absurd dream was she stuck in? The one where she had played Paisho with Iroh had made a lot more sense than this. "Granted, of course, that I trust you did nothing inappropriate, although Zhao's reports suggest otherwise," said Oze, eyes wide. "But I'd like to think my daughter would know better. And that her guard would know better, too." The illusion, the foolish hopes that she had nurtured for a brief moment, disappeared with those words. Her guard should know better? Did that mean he thought Ruishi would have stopped her from taking her relationship with Sokka into its most physical level? Or did it mean that he thought her relationship wasn't with Sokka, but with Ruishi? She couldn't control her emotions, not right now. Her reactions were instinctive when it came to matters of her personal bonds, for she was more vulnerable in those regards than in anything else she could think of. So her eyes were uncharacteristically wide, and her mouth opened as if to say something, but no sound seemed to come out. "Therefore, I'm open for starting the plans for the wedding whenever you please," said Oze, breathing out in relief. "I understand a few months of preparation are in order, but I've waited long enough as it is. If the two of you would rather wait longer." "Wait," said Agila, her voice slightly choked. "Father? You're asking me if Ruishi and I—" "Well, no, I'm not asking anything," said Oze, shrugging. "I'm merely acting upon the information I was given, and said information claimed you and your captain might be romantically involved somehow. It is, of course, inappropriate all the same, but it truly could be much worse than this. He's a talented firebender, born to a military family even if not the nobility, so. Angela said, her fear transformed into absolute confusion. She glanced at Zhao questioningly, and found nothing but certainty in the man's face. He had told Oze she was involved with Ruishi. With Ruishi? What on earth was happening? Hadn't he told Sokka? Well, she didn't know for sure what he had said to Sokka. Sokka had been too nervous and confused, to the point where he had mostly spouted words that seemed incoherent to Angela. Yet, never did Sokka suggest that maybe Zhao was suspecting Ruishi, rather than him, of being Angela's secret lover. Had Sokka jumped to conclusions and Zhao had been suspecting Ruishi all along? It's truly been too long, Angela, and the fact that you apparently found someone to your liking at last is a relief I cannot begin to describe, said Oze, sighing and smiling at her. Truly, I was starting to fear you'd only take a husband well after I was dead, and who knew if you would even be fertile by then. If so, Zuko's potential children would be the only available heirs. There would be nothing quite as preposterous as tracking down that fool so his children could inherit our nation. I wouldn't hear of it. My lord. Ruishi finally said, trembling. Angela glanced at him warily before looking at Oze anew. The Fire Lord was smiling confidently, looking at Angela with pride. Granted, I don't expect children anytime soon, I know you're scarcely interested in that, but whenever it may happen. My lord, said Ruishi again, louder this time. Oze's eyebrow twitched. What is it? For a moment, Angela was tempted to lift a hand to stop Ruishi from speaking. It was one wild impulse, one she would have gone through with, if only she had been a little less shocked and a little more rational. But the ideas were barely starting to take form in her head, and it was only on some superficial level that she was suspecting that taking Ruishi as her husband could be the best way to proceed. That moment ended as soon as the captain spoke his mind. I'm afraid you've made a mistake, he said. Angela's stomach sank, and she sighed visibly. I have nothing but respect for your daughter, and working as captain of her guards has been an extraordinary honor, but... You needn't lie, said Zhao, looking at him intently. I've noticed you two rely on each other constantly. I asked other guards, and they said you fetch the princess at the gladiator's house on a daily basis, a duty you have never relinquished to another guard. I saw how you were standing unnecessarily close to her palanquin while you were waiting for the parade to begin. It seemed like you were holding some sort of private conversation. Not more private, though, than the one you held on the barge before dawn broke, of course. That, said Ruishi, eyes wide. Angela grimaced. Well, it seemed Zhao had come to such wild conclusions with enough basis, misled as he was. It's not necessary to lie and cover it up. We know the truth, Zhao shrugged. No. You don't, Ruishi said, eyes wide. Oze frowned. What, then, were you doing in my daughter's room at such hours in the morning? He asked. Angela grimaced and glanced at Ruishi, who allowed his eyes to shift towards her indeed. He breathed deeply before answering. Well, while the princess and I may be closer than is expected from a guard and the royal he's meant to protect, it's not in a romantic way, he explained. The princess has been a close friend, and support, when it comes to my relationship with someone else. You, what? Said Oze, raising an eyebrow and regarding Ruishi with confusion. The guard breathed deeply. It's indeed an inappropriate relationship as well, and I understand if you believe I should be demoted for it. But I've been dating Song, the healer of the princess's Gladiator, he said. Angela sighed and gave Oze and Zhao a sarcastic grin. It was the Fire Lord and Admiral's turn to be utterly dumbfounded, as opposed to the princess and her guard. I would fetch the princess after her training with her gladiator was finished, yes, Ruishi explained. She has been known for going overboard, especially if the gladiator is being particularly insolent, so I started to visit recurrently as to avoid certain incidents that have happened before, such as the princess wasting an entire night of sleep merely to punish the gladiator for his foolishness. It's because of those visits to the gladiator's house that I've grown closer to his healer. But, well, I didn't know who else to ask advice from, he said. I visited the princess early in the morning at the barge because she often wakes up before dawn, and my shift was just ending. I wanted to ask her for permission to forego my place in the parade, so I could spend that day with Song, but she would not allow it. Safe to say he resented me quite a bit for it, said Angela, giving Ruishi a significant stare. He glared back, even if he got a pretty nice book of poetry to woo her with, even if he couldn't spend the day with her. I did, Ruishi said, swallowing hard. At any rate, when I stood near the palanquin, it really didn't mean much. She was only trying to suggest other ways for me to show my earnest feelings for Song. It's hardly anything noteworthy. Truly, now, said Oze, now looking disgusted. All that is true, Angela. She sighed and nodded, giving her father an apologetic smile. You may have thought I was reacting adversely merely because I was trying to protect my image of the perfect daughter, she said, before shrugging. But I wouldn't wish to marry Ruishi either, father. Granted that, so far, he's the first candidate I wouldn't want to stab as soon as the wedding ceremony was over, but still. I don't like the idea of marrying a man who loves someone else. Of course you wouldn't, said Oze, huffing and shaking his head before glaring at Zhao. And you got my hopes up for nothing, then. I'm sorry, said Zhao, eyes wide. I truly didn't think I had made the wrong guess. I spoke with the Gladiator last night, and with his reaction, I assumed. His eyes narrowed again, though, and he glanced between Ruishi and Angela. Angela raised an eyebrow, and Zhao swallowed hard. I'm truly sorry, Oze, he said, turning to his friend again. I've learned my lesson. Indeed. Do not ever get involved with my daughter's love life again, said Oze, with a deep sigh. Clearly, there's not enough of it for anyone to get involved with it, not even she. Well, seeing as I'm not supposed to have one, I don't see why you're so bothered by that, Angela said, curtly. It's hardly that shocking, or is it, father? You didn't marry my mother until you were nearly in your 30s. I was 27, he retorted, and Angela raised a questioning eyebrow. And your mother was your age, in fact. So, for that matter. For that matter, what? Angela said, skeptically. If I'm comparable to either one of you two, it's to you. I'm the royal, and if my royal father could get married at 27 years of age, so can I. Oze huffed and rolled his eyes, while Zhao shrugged but nodded. Ruishi seemed nervous enough beside the princess, who caught his eye now. All things considered, though, she said. Will Ruishi be allowed to continue to work for me? Well, why not? Said Oze, shrugging. If he's so taken with the slave there's nothing to worry about, clearly. It's only, said Angela, swallowing hard. Considering the suspicions that Admiral Zhao had, and the potential catastrophe that could have happened if he had spoken about this to others. Catastrophe? Said Oze, raising an eyebrow. You mean? If the masses had heard of the wild assumptions Zhao made, my reputation, so celebrated over the past few days, would be obliterated entirely just because I apparently was involved with my guard, said Angela, shrugging. So, I am wondering if it's even safe for me to have guards at all, seeing as they could easily destroy everything I've worked for. What? Said Zhao, raising a confused eyebrow. Now, this was a misunderstanding, princess. There's no need to assume all your royal guards are. Truthfully, I've meant to make this petition for some time now, Angela cut through Zhao's words, eyeing the man warily first before looking at her father. I have a dragon who flies me wherever I may want to go, after all, and he's rather adept at battle, too. What's your point? Oze said, looking at her with confusion. My point is, my guards have proven their competence before and I'm sure they'd do it again if it were necessary, Angela said. Yet, because I seldom need them, their duties are usually as menial as those of lower-ranked soldiers who protect the perimeter around our palace. It's not right for royal guards to only have duties when I'm traveling. On their free time, of which they have plenty since they scarcely escort me anywhere these days, they have absolutely no duties worthy of their stations. And it has been this way for well over a year, father. Which means you would like to resolve this problem by, said Jose. Angela breathed deeply. By requesting that they may be promoted into the duties of Imperial Guards, she finally said. All three men looked at her in disbelief, but none did more so than Ruishi. They had spoken of this before, long ago, and he had told the princess he didn't want to go through with it. But this had been one wake-up call that none of them had been expecting. Zhao had been wrong, but only barely, and this was only working because Angela had gotten away without any invasive examinations to discover if she was still pure or not. If any physicians had been sent to perform one, whatever story they told would never explain the situation to Jose's satisfaction. If it happened again, though, if she was ever caught with Sokka, the consequences would be potentially devastating, but only if she didn't act the way she was acting right now. Only if she didn't fight back against said consequences with everything in her power. While this wasn't the best solution, it was the only one she could think of, at the time, to protect not only Ruishi, but all her guards. Jose looked at Angela with uncertainty and turned his eyes on Ruishi. The captain tensed up. Well, I certainly can agree to testing them. So that we may see if they are suited to the task of serving as Imperial Guards, he said. But, all of them, Princess? Really? It's only a merge of two groups, if you think about it, said Angela, with a smile. The men under your service will have some well-deserved respite when others can take their shifts, too. And I would still bring my old royal guards with me whenever I need to travel, as they're the ones who are most used to working for me. But this way they'll have something to do instead of staring at the ceiling and pacing walls like ordinary soldiers, as they have as of late. Jose frowned but shrugged, toying with an ink brush he had on his desk. Zhao kept his silence, apparently unwilling to get involved with matters of Angela and her guards anymore. It's quite a promotion. And for all 10 guards. Jose mumbled, stroking his beard now. It's no more than you requested from your own father, back in the day, Zhao muttered. Jose eyed him with uncertainty while Angela raised an eyebrow. You requested something like this? She said. Jose waved a hand carelessly. My father's guards were no longer what they had been, often struggling to protect him from threats that should have not posed true danger for him, he said. I made an offer, hoping he would appreciate that I was willing to relinquish my guards and find new ones, but instead he decided to teach me some sort of lesson by taking only my captain and turning him into little less than an errand boy. At the very least you were able to make it up to him later on, said Zhao. Angela held the urge to ask what Zhao's words meant. Did Jose take revenge on Agelan? Or did he mean the Fire Lord had helped his former captain? I suppose, said Jose, sighing and looking at Angela intently. I understand why you're requesting this, but I would assume that after this mishap, Zhao will certainly stop presuming to understand the nature of your relationship with your guards. The Admiral grimaced and looked away, pointedly, and Angela smiled. Jose rubbed the bridge of his nose with his fingers. Nevertheless, you're not wrong about your guards having less duties as of late. They don't even accompany you to the Royal Dome anymore, do they? They don't, Angela admitted. Jose shook his head. Then indeed, either they'll be demoted back to the status of regular soldiers, or they can be promoted to my Imperial Guards, as long as they're competent enough to be part of them, Jose declared. Angela smiled. As you said, of course, you may yet borrow them whenever you require them for long journeys, or if you undertake any missions that require a group of soldiers at your disposal, but aside from that, your royal guards will be dissembled, I suppose. Thank you, Father, said Angela, bowing her head towards him. I do hope you'll excuse me for the confusion that brought about this meeting. It isn't you who should repent, said Jose, glaring at Zhao sideways again. The Admiral tensed up, avoiding eye contact with his friend. Jose's eyes turned back to Angela before long, though. Well, then, as the confusion has been cleared up, you're both dismissed. Though, Angela. Yes. She said, as Ruishi stood up quickly. Please, find a husband before any fools like Zhao try to misinterpret anything else ever again, sighed Jose, shaking his head. And do it before you can no longer carry children, too. Truly, child. I think that's still several years away, she said, with a crooked smile. You and my uncle are over a decade apart, aren't you? If your mother could withstand births so far apart. I suppose that's some sort of argument to be made, but she didn't live long afterwards, and who knows if it was because of how late I came into her life, Jose said. So take no such risks, find a husband and stop making me fear our legacy will die with you, please. I'll let you know if I ever do find someone worthwhile, she said, with a dry voice while pushing herself up. Do excuse us, father. He nodded as both she and Ruishi bowed towards him, and the two of them filed out of the office. Ruishi placed the helmet back over his head, concealing the confused grimace still gracing his face. Angela breathed deeply, about to convey a command to him when she heard Zhao's voice calling her. Princess. They were already halfway down the corridor, and the two Imperial guards who stood guard at Jose's study watched them closely. Zhao trotted past them, looking rather anxious once he reached Angela and Ruishi. I do hope you know that I didn't mean to cause you discomfort, he said, grimacing. I truly misunderstood the signs, and I had believed that the two of you could be a good match. I had thought, perhaps, that you feared he would never be accepted by your father because he wasn't of noble birth, so I understand, Admiral, said Angela, breathing deeply. I truly am sorry for jumping to conclusions, he said, grimacing and bowing his head towards her. I realize you were growing more patient towards me as of late, but if that changes again, I would certainly deserve it. Why, yes, you certainly would, said Angela, with a smirk. Zhao grimaced. But there was no permanent damage done. If anything, this can turn into an anecdote we can laugh about in a few years, right? Yes. For certain, said Zhao, smiling and nodding. I truly thought this could make you happy, but, again, I'm sorry. You're quite considerate if that was your true motivation, she laughed, nodding. Well, then, I suppose I'll see you some other time, Admiral. Of course. If you need anything at all, I'm honor-bound to see to it, especially now, he said, bowing his head again. Angela smirked. Well. I suppose I'll keep you to your word someday. Whenever I need something from you, she said. Farewell, Admiral. Have a good day, Princess. Angela watched him return to Jose's office, surely for a stricter scolding than what Jose had given him so far. Angela sighed and glanced at Ruishi, who had stood by quietly as she spoke to Zhao. I suppose you may not feel up for it, considering what just happened. Angela said, biting her lip. But I believe it's in our best interests to head into the city right away. It would be, no doubt, he said, nodding, but he lifted a hand to stop Angela from starting on her way to the front gates. But I should go back to the barracks first. If you don't mind. Go back there? For what? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Don't you want to see Song and tell her? Indeed, which is why I have to go back first, he said, glad his helmet concealed his flustered expression. It took a moment for Angela to understand what he was saying. She huffed and looked at him skeptically, while Ruishi lifted his hands defensively. She merely stayed because we had no idea what might happen to their house, he whispered. You know, since. I know, she said, smirking. It's still surprising you kept her in there all morning, though. If I were you, I would have sent her home by dawn. I would have, too, but I couldn't bring myself to do it, he admitted, sighing. Care for a detour, then. Be my guest. Eyes fell upon them as they entered the barracks a few minutes later. Angela didn't often visit the building, but she didn't stare back at any of the guards looking at her, familiar or not. She merely followed Ruishi into his private quarters, where he was quickly greeted by the tight embrace of the nervous Song. I couldn't get out, it was always so risky. She explained, only noticing Angela was there too when the princess closed the door behind her. Song gasped. Princess. Everything is all right, said Ruishi, with a weak smile. We'll explain everything when we get home, but for now, we're okay. Really? Song asked, glancing between them both. Angela sighed and nodded. It's still hard to believe, but, yes, she said, glancing out the window. I've let Xin Long know he should come home. They're on their way, so the sooner we can set out. But, is it okay for me to just leave? Song asked, blushing. Wouldn't the other guards, well, notice me? Considering the Fire Lord himself knows about your relationship now, I don't think it's going to matter whether a few soldiers see you or not, said Angela, with a dry grin. Song's jaw dropped. Now, come along. There's no time to waste. Many pairs of eyes followed all three of them as they made their way outside, through the barracks and the palace grounds, all the way into the city. The groups of people who were already picking up their stalls and taking down the festival decorations spared a few glances in their direction, pleased to catch a glimpse of the princess as she strode through her city's streets. They didn't find any available carriages until they had walked a few blocks deeper into the city. The three of them climbed aboard, Angela in one seat while Ruishi and Song shared another. Watching them speak quietly, their hands intertwined, only increased Angela's urge to see Sokka again. But he was on his way, she could tell through her bond with Xian Long. The dragon hadn't needed a mental bond with Sokka to communicate that it was time to go. As soon as he had shifted to stand up, the gladiator had leapt on the saddle and they had taken to the skies quickly. Angela only hoped they hadn't been hiding someplace too far away, as relieved as she was already, she would feel a lot better once she was with him. The house felt too silent and empty when they entered it. Angela breathed deeply as she walked to the living room, her eyes staring through the open back doors that led into the garden. She heard Ruishi and Song make their way to the kitchen, guessing the two of them might be famished. Knowing Sokka, he would be desperate for food too once he arrived. It was well over half an hour when Xian Long alerted her again. She had been sitting on the couch, her face buried between her hands, elbows on her knees, dwelling on everything that had happened. But Xian Long was already flying over the city, they were back, and even if she had seen Sokka barely last night, it felt like it had been years instead. She rushed through the back door, moving towards the place in the garden with the best visibility. She bit her lip, waiting for a sign, and finally she saw them, speeding towards the house and growing larger in size with every second that went by. Her clenched heart seemed to loosen up as soon as she saw him, still wearing his clothes from the previous night, his hair uncharacteristically unkempt. But there he was, and he was safe, alive, in one piece. Sokka! She whispered, smiling as tears filled her eyes. He was anxious, of course he was. He had no idea what had happened, why Xian Long had brought him back, and she could tell that he wasn't thinking very clearly once he launched himself off Xian Long's saddle, when the dragon was barely entering the house's territory. Surprised, Xian Long only continued to fly past them while Angela looked at Sokka in disbelief. "Are you mad? Sokka!" she exclaimed, racing towards him. He had fallen on his feet, which wasn't surprising considering he had taken worse falls during his tenure as a gladiator. He stumbled to keep his balance and rushed to meet Angela halfway as she moved towards him. His eyes had tears of their own when he wrapped his arms around her body and kissed her desperately. She responded with equal enthusiasm, even if her rational side thought that he should have asked what had happened, first of all, but who wanted to be rational? Who needed rationality, when they could have each other right here and now, when they could bask in having returned to one another after facing the horrifying, although misplaced threat, of being torn from each other's side? They couldn't seem to pull apart, not even when Xian Long huffed at them, surely disapproving that Angela hadn't checked on him after he had lost balance because of Sokka's stunt. Not when gusts of wind picked up around them, not when Sokka's stomach roared in need for food. There was no tearing them from each other, as their hands clutched at one another's clothes and bodies, not with the usual drive of desire, but instead, with the eagerness to make sure this was real, that they were together again, in spite of everything. Breathlessly, they finally parted so they could look at each other. Their foreheads remained linked, their bodies in full contact. There were bags under Sokka's eyes, as there would be under Angela's if she hadn't covered them up earlier. But those details were hardly important when they had each other still, when they hadn't lost the one thing they would sooner die protecting than ever relinquish. "You're okay?" Sokka gasped, his voice raspy. Angela nodded, eyes tearful again. "It's fine, Sokka," she said, her voice cracking. "It's all fine, it was all a misunderstanding. We're safe, for now at least, but we're..." He didn't know the full story, but he didn't wait for her to explain it. His lips were on hers again, and she returned his affections with delight. There was still despair in the kiss, but there was relief as well. She could feel his tension fading, and the power behind the kiss was softer but warmer now. He groaned and hugged her tightly after they parted, burying his face in her shoulder. "We're okay," Angela said, kissing the side of his neck and rubbing his back. "We're fine, Sokka. I don't even know how, or why, but, thank goodness," he sighed. Angela laughed a little and hugged him tightly as well. How did I deal with it?" She finished his question. He nodded before pulling away, but only so he could kiss her while she answered him. She smiled as he did. Turns out, Zhao had it wrong. He thought it was Ruishi, not you. What? Sokka said, blinking blankly and slowing down with his kisses. Why? I can explain inside, she said, smiling, and cupping his face. You must be starving. Maybe, he said, with a soft laugh, but he hugged her again. I didn't even notice. You were that worried, really? She said, smiling, and hugging him back. His hands traveled lower than her back, though, and he lifted her, so she could embrace him with arms and legs. She did as much, even if warily, for she didn't know if he was too weak to handle both their weights, but he was stable enough as he walked back to the house, still kissing her as he carried her with him. Their exchanges didn't stop once inside, not even when they both knew they had company and that Sokka direly needed something to eat. Angela lost herself in his deep kisses, her tongue twirling around his as they both sought the pleasurable feelings that came from being together. Despite it all, I still can't bring myself to get used to that, Ruishi's voice drifted from the kitchen, along with Song's laugh. Cut them some slack. It was a really scary situation. Their voices made them more conscious of their surroundings, and they laughed together, foreheads pressed once more. I love you, Sokka whispered. Angela nodded and kissed him chastely now. And you, she said, tears leaving her eyes now as she embraced him tightly still. If she had tried to bend right then and there, the gold in her flames would have been brighter than ever. It wasn't long afterwards that Sokka sat at the kitchen table, gobbling down leftovers at haste while Song carried on cooking a proper breakfast. His manners usually were a source of complaints for Angela, but today she couldn't have cared less about his sloppy eating. If anything, watching him devour his meal felt like a privilege to her. All right. I hope this is enough for you, said Song, bringing 2 more plates to the brim with food for Sokka before fetching the ones for herself, Ruishi and Angela. The princess wasn't particularly hungry, but she accepted the food all the same. I do hope so too, Sokka said, smiling before digging into his rice bowl again. Ruishi sighed in relief and smiled at Song, thanking her for the food with a kiss to the side of her head. She blushed, awfully self-aware in front of the other two, but even if they noticed them, neither one could be bothered to tease them for their displays of affection, especially not when they kept reaching out to touch each other's hands over the table ever since they had taken their seat at it. All right, so, said Song, breathing deeply and looking at Angela, can you explain yet? Because I can't understand anything so far. Why did the Admiral think you were with Ruishi? Because of a string of misfortunate coincidences, I'd say, Angela snorted, shaking her head. He saw Ruishi leaving my cabin on the barge at unreasonably early hours one morning, which was terribly suspicious, yes, said Ruishi, sighing. I was only there because I saw her creeping back into her room after spending the night with Sokka, and I figured I'd take my chance to make my request. Request I denied, as everyone knows, said Angela, but upon Song's confused look she breathed deeply and started over. Ruishi wanted to spend the day with you a week ago, remember? He asked me if I would allow it, I said I couldn't. And that's why the two of you swapped places, said Song, pointing at Sokka and Ruishi. They both nodded, though Sokka was hunched over his plate as he did. Zhao caught Ruishi when he was on his way out of my cabin, Angela said. And of course, assumed he'd been there for the reasons you can imagine. No wonder, said Sokka, sighing and shaking his head. Truthfully, if anyone had caught me doing that, I would be dead already. Let's count ourselves lucky he caught Ruishi, then, said Angela, reaching to caress his hand again. Sokka responded by stroking her fingers with his thumb. Either way, that wasn't all of it. On the day of the parade, he, glanced out a window when Sokka was standing right next to the palanquin. Sokka's eyes widened when Azula gave him a meaningful stare. He had been about to take a bite of his omelette, but it dropped on the plate again as he paled, returning Azula's stare. He just saw me standing there? That's it, he said. Why, you mean he didn't see the hole? I'm assuming he didn't, or else he would have used that as evidence, said Azula, eyes wide. Granted, we truly are lucky. Had he glanced out the window 5 minutes earlier, he would have seen. He would have seen what? Ruishi asked, grimacing. They didn't know whether it was his voice tone, or the look on his face, but both Azula and Sokka failed to restrain the bursts of giggles that rendered them both unable to speak for the time being. Ruishi shuddered, while Song blushed and looked at him in concern. And never, ever, return that uniform to me, please, he exclaimed, only for the other two to laugh louder. I suppose you two really are unstoppable when you want to be, said Song, giggling a little as well. Both Azula and Sokka struggled to catch their breaths again, smiling apologetically at Ruishi. He only looked at them judgmentally, shaking his head. Truly, I don't know how you were nearly caught. It defies all logic, he said, though he smiled a little either way. Azula shrugged. Granted, we were asking for it, she admitted, looking at Sokka. It's really my fault, I just... No need for details, the mental image of the palanquin's despoiled innocence over whatever you did in there is bad enough as it is, said Ruishi. Azula laughed again. Well, at any rate, if he had seen that, we would be doomed. But as he didn't, it seems he only thought it wasn't normal for me to speak privately with my captain, or whatever. So, he jumped to that conclusion over 2 instances. Sokka asked, raising his eyebrow. At least 2 he considered meaningful enough, said Azula. I think he kept watching us, hoping to find more evidence. But when he asked you, and you denied it so nervously. Ugh. So he assumed that I was nervous because I knew more about you two than I was letting on. Sokka asked. Azula shrugged and smiled sarcastically. I mean, you certainly did know more than what you told him, she said. You can be a good liar sometimes, but not when it truly counts, Sokka. I have much work to do with you yet. Heh, no doubt, said Sokka, smiling a little. Damn, I suppose he only said something about a dirty little secret, but he never specified that he was talking about you two. If he had, maybe I would have known he wasn't suspecting me, but as he didn't bring up Ruishi. I suppose, said Azula. But the point is he told my father of his suspicions and, predictably, me and Ruishi were summoned to his office so we could discuss our wedding, outright. My father certainly knows no moderation. Wedding? Sokka exclaimed, eyes wide. See, can't I take his place again for that? Azula laughed and looked at him tenderly now, giving his fingers another gentle squeeze. There won't be a wedding for you to replace him at, sorry to say, she stated. I was only just beginning to consider that it could work to our advantage when Ruishi blurted out, to the Fire Lord himself, that he was dating Song. You just said it, just like that? Song asked, blushing. Ruishi blushed too but shrugged. It was only right, he said. I couldn't allow that sort of confusion to continue, now, could I? Well, if you had, it would have certainly helped me, Azula commented, with a defeated smile. Ruishi looked at her in disbelief. How so? Of all candidates to marry me, you're the only one so far who has known about me and Sokka. Marrying you would have been a perfect cover, and it would have served as a great excuse as to why I'm not pure anymore, said Azula, with a shrug. Ruishi grimaced. We could have separated later on, of course, but it would have worked for as long as it had to. We would have been a successful marriage in public, and in private we would have been with the people we really wanted to be with, but it would have been too dishonest, Ruishi said, grimacing. Azula nodded. It wouldn't have been a bad plan, and, well, in retrospect, it could have been helpful. I just didn't think clearly when this happened. I just wanted them to know the truth. And now they do, said Azula, nodding. Or, well, part of it. There are some truths they should never learn. If we're a little less crazy, They won't learn them, Sokka said, breathing deeply. I know we always say we'll be more careful, but this time we should mean it. For sure, said Azula, nodding. We certainly don't need to do anything as risky as, well, the palanquin thing. Or at least, we shouldn't. Yes, you certainly shouldn't, Ruishi said, an eyebrow twitching as Azula and Sokka laughed again. But then, everything's okay, said Song. Nothing has really changed. Well, something has, said Azula. Now everyone in the city will know you are involved with Ruishi. I do hope that makes you happy. I don't know how to feel about that, Song answered, blushing wildly. Ruishi smiled and reached for her hand, too. It will be fine, he said. Some of the guards already knew, and they didn't give me a hard time for it. But now that everyone does, you'll be able to visit the palace whenever you like, and no one should bother you for it. I would like that, said Song, though Ruishi's cheerfulness faded quickly. Ruishi. Well, just, if I can stay in the barracks after the test, that is, he admitted, shrugging. Something did change, actually. Azula breathed deeply and nodded, their sudden seriousness startled both Sokka and Song. In order to minimize the damage, in case the worst ever happens for real, she said. I've officially dissembled my royal guards, starting today. You mean, what you once told me? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Did you get him a promotion? Or did you get him fired? I got him, and the rest of the guards, the right to be tested for the roles of Imperial Guards, said Azula, nodding. Sadly, if they fail, they will be demoted back into lower ranks in the army, but that's hardly likely, especially in Ruishi's case. All my guards are skilled benders and capable of obeying orders, even if they don't like them. She smiled at Ruishi, who rolled his eyes but nodded. She laughed softly. So now they'll have a chance to actually work instead of sitting around waiting for me to take off on a long journey, said Azula. It's what they had been doing over the last few years, after all. My father has, predictably, said they should still come with me whenever I travel, and I agree with that, but otherwise, they'll be expected to uphold duties that aren't limited to watching over me day and night. And so, if anything worse happens, they should be safe, said Sokka. Azula swallowed hard. All of them. You too, said Azula, looking at Song. Like I told you last night, if this is ever exposed or discovered, and you're caught up in the middle of it, lie and claim innocence with everything you have. Never admit the truth. Let them think we fooled everyone and that we were a lot more proficient at keeping a secret relationship than we really are. I guess I would, said Song, swallowing hard. But it won't come to that. I'm sure of it. I'm not, said Azula, smiling despite her blunt answer. But even if you're right, and it never does, it's still better to be safe than sorry. I mean, I have no doubts Sokka must have tried to lie to Zhao and claim he wanted nothing to do with me. Sokka snorted and Azula grinned at him. He shook his head, rubbing his eyes with the heel of his free hand. I wish I'd had the guts, but I couldn't do it. Heck, even without the confusing emotions from last night, I doubt I'd ever be able to say something like that, he said. Azula huffed. Now, you just have to search your feelings for that residual hatred you held for me back in the good old days and... Do excuse me, princess, but you saw to the absolute destruction of said hatred and replaced it with something very different, so there's no residue to speak of, he chuckled. Azula rolled her eyes. Really, now, you just can't help but be a rebel, she huffed. I tell you to lie and you tell the truth, I tell you to hate me and you decide to love me. You just find some sort of twisted pleasure in going against me, don't you? Sokka chuckled but shrugged. Azula smiled and looked at him with what couldn't shape up into a disapproving glare. She was far too happy to be with him again, everything about him, including his rebellious streaks, was meant to be cherished deeply today. They finished their meal with occasional conversation, but mostly with teasing and laughter, a celebration of their survival after yet another terrifying ordeal. Their moods had lifted noticeably, and for the first time, all four of them were together in complete comfort. Ruishi and Song's displays of shy affection were just as natural as Azula and Sokka's more mischievous teasing of one another, coupled with their own kinds of loving gestures. After breakfast was finished and cleaned up, though, Ruishi and Song knew better than to stay in the house. Angela and Sokka had clearly held back for their sake through the meal, but it was apparent they wouldn't manage to be so considerate through the whole day. "You're sure you want to introduce her to your fellow guards?" Angela asked, eyeing them warily as they moved to the front door. "It's not that you shouldn't, but, watch out for Fei and his ridiculous enthusiasm." "I'll try to keep him from overwhelming her," said Ruishi, smiling as he clutched his helmet. All four of them stood at the front door's threshold, the mid-morning sun gleaming upon them. Angela nodded towards Ruishi and Song, who smiled at her. "Just be careful, and make sure those fools are on their best behavior," said Angela, grinning too. "Will do," said Ruishi. He breathed deeply, though, and bowed his head towards her. "I'm sorry, Princess. In spite of it all, my actions seem to have caused more trouble than yours. It's unbelievably unlucky, I'd say, but—" "You needn't apologize," said Angela, shaking her head. "As much as I know Song is your priority now, I prize your loyalty all the same. Yes, this week was madness and I, for one, am glad it's over." "Even though it was a bit more fun than last year's," Sokka said, chuckling. Angela shrugged. "Even so, it was a little too much for a single week," she sighed, turning to Ruishi again. "Thank you, Captain. And you, Song. For all you've done for us." "No need to thank us," said Song, grinning too. "If it weren't for you, we would have never found each other in the first place. We're the ones who should be grateful." "Well, maybe we can all be grateful to each other, how's that?" Sokka proposed. Song laughed. "Have a good day, you two," said Angela, nodding. "You deserve your happiness, no doubt." "As do you, Princess Gladiator," said Ruishi, smiling before putting on his helmet. His gloved hand reached out for Song's own, and together they walked back to the streets. Sokka and Angela watched them briefly before closing the front door again. Privacy seemed like such a precious treasure suddenly, and they were in each other's arms again within mere instants. "We really are lucky to have them," Angela admitted, with a weak grin. "Even though the plan to marry Ruishi backfired before it even took shape, those two have really helped a lot." "You don't even know half of it," Sokka chuckled, stroking her hair. "Song even got Hina off my back, or helped to, at least." "Hina?" Angela repeated, pulling away to look at Sokka questioningly. He sighed. "That crazy daughter of a nobleman, the one from my Fang Club," he said. Angela's eyes narrowed and darkened upon realizing who he spoke of. "Oh. That Hina," she said, an eyebrow twitching. "I would have told you sooner, but with all this nonsense, it slipped my mind," he laughed. "She's disturbing, really. I don't think there's a better word for what she was doing aside from harassment." "She was creeping up on you at the ball? Seriously?" Angela huffed. Sokka nodded. "She came with her father, I guess?" "Well, she was alone when she tried to make a move on me. It didn't matter how I rejected her, she refused to get it, until Song swept in and pretended she was really my girlfriend," Sokka chuckled. Angela smiled. "I suppose that mustn't have made Hina happy," she mused. Sokka shook his head as he led her back to the living room. "But she wouldn't go away yet, that's the worst part," said Sokka, sighing. "She kept trying to shoot down the fake relationship, trying to convince me I could do better or so." "How I wish I'd noticed this was happening," Angela growled. Sokka smiled weakly. "Seriously, I would have just done what I did, and found her a better potential lover to chase," Sokka said, his grin turning into a smirk. Angela blinked blankly. "What?" "Well, turns out Hina's not that selective." "I guess she just likes water tribe guys," said Sokka, chuckling. "I called Han over, and the minute she saw him she seemed to lose her senses entirely. That's how we got rid of her." "With Han?" "Well, it was about time he made himself useful," she said, as Sokka laughed while sinking in the couch. "Though, admittedly, the asshole tried to make me help him woo you right afterwards," he said. "You can imagine how I responded to that." "My sweet defender," said Angela, grinning and sitting on his lap. Always ready to take down anyone who makes any move to marry me. Well, seeing as I already asked you to marry me, and you said yes, I feel entitled to protect your word, he said, smirking. Angela laughed and pressed her forehead to his. You know just why, after all. Of course I do, she whispered, cupping his face and smiling warmly at him. Goodness, I really had hoped we wouldn't have to fear for our lives again anytime soon, but I guess we couldn't be that lucky. It's over, though, said Sokka, pulling her closer for a kiss. Angela complied gladly. And yes, we'll try to be more cautious, but we can set aside caution right here and now, she said, with a wide smile. Sokka laughed and nodded in agreement before pulling her in for another deep kiss. Their smiles had faded when they parted again. Angela pressed her forehead against his, her breaths brushing his lips. Her fingers trailed over his cheekbones, relieved to no end that they could be together again. I had thought I'd lost you, Sokka whispered, his grip around her waist tightening. For a moment I really. You once told me I'd never lose you, she said, smiling a little. What makes you think I'll let you get away from me that easily, Gladiator? I sure hope you won't, he laughed, his voice unsteady, as though he were on the verge of tears again. The thought of not seeing you again, for who knew how long, was terrifying. I know, she said, kissing his forehead. I couldn't even sleep last night. I kept asking Xin Long if you were alright. Well, I asked too, but getting nods as a response isn't too enlightening, Sokka admitted, smiling weakly. When he got up I just jumped on the saddle and hoped for the best. I can't believe Zhao got that close. Frankly, we got off too easy, Angela said, dropping her head on his shoulder now. They usually would send physicians to verify if you were still a virgin or not. Sokka asked, scowling. Angela nodded. That's disgusting, wrong, and something I won't ever allow if I can avoid it, Angela declared. But for some reason my father said he trusted me not to be that foolish. I just hope he keeps trusting me that way. I hope so too, Sokka sighed, frowning. I don't want that to happen to you, ever. Well, then, we'll be more careful, she said, hand caressing his chest. No more palanquin escapades, I guess. Yeah, I had figured it was a one-time thing, Sokka chuckled. Angela smiled brightly. And we did say some time ago that you had to stop impersonating my guards, but it's a habit you can't seem to break, she laughed, reaching up to kiss him. Well, now, I think I'm a habit you can't seem to break either. He said, stroking her hair while smiling gently. And I'm certainly not complaining. You'd better not, she said, smiling back as he brushed her bangs away and kissed her lips. You'd better. Sokka. I love you, he whispered, between kisses. She sighed and held him tighter, lips moving against his. I really love you. So do I, she answered, lips hardly leaving each other. I love you so much, damn it. He held her as they dropped on the couch, lips relentlessly seeking out each other, but the despair decreased with every exchange. They knew the threats were behind them, along with the bulk of their recklessness. Granted that they might do crazy things again in the future, they never seemed to stop doing them, but this wake-up call prompted them to protect each other even more ferociously than ever before. Instead of losing themselves to passion right away, they remained locked around each other on the couch, breathing evenly with their foreheads together, their fingers intertwined. Amid more soft kisses, they allowed themselves the respite of a nap, one they had needed quite direly. Resting was only an option now that they had found their way back to each other. And in that warm embrace, with drying tears and gentle caresses, the two lovers abandoned themselves to relaxation and sleep, basking in the peace and comfort they would only ever find in each other. Chapter 150, Anniversary 1. Haru raised his eyebrows when Ty Lee showed him the flyer, a cheeky smile on her face. The earthbender took the paper in his hand while Ty Lee snickered, taking her seat at their kitchen table and uttering a quick thank you for the meal he had finished preparing for them while Haru continued to take in the contents of the flyer. You're sure about this? Haru said at last, looking at her. Ty Lee swallowed a mouthful of red beans while nodding. I've never done something like this before. All the more reason to do it, dear. She exclaimed. That guy from the dome, Shuji? Shoji, Haru corrected, and Ty Lee nodded energetically. Yes, that. He's actually the one who told me we should join. He says you're already within the range for joining the upcoming pairs tournament, and I asked, Sokka is in that same range, so. You really think they'll be up for something like this yet? Haru said, biting his lip and setting down the flyer. I could make a good partner for Sokka, I guess, but I'm not sure they're in the mood for big trips and crazy events these days. Oh, please, said Ty Lee, waving a hand carelessly. What happens in the festivals stays in the festivals, everyone knows that. It's been 2 weeks already. They'll get over it soon enough and, once they do, we can all go on a new trip. And this time it will be more fun than the last time, since they're properly together now and no longer pretending otherwise in front of us. They will have to pretend otherwise, though, said Haru. If we go all the way to Ba Sing Se, wouldn't we take the princess's ship? And there will be guards, and sailors, and... Do you really have to poke holes in all my plans, Haru? Ty Lee pouted. Haru stiffened and shook his head. I mean, it's not like you can't speak your mind, but you're being such a pessimist, darling. I just don't know if they'll agree to this, that's all, he said, with a shy smile. If they do, though, I guess we'll just have to train harder than ever. It would be my first pairs tournament. It will be a very educational experience, I'm sure. Ty Lee insisted, beaming. Not to mention, the number of points you earn if you win is out of the ordinary, dear. We could get a great boost if we get far in this event. I hope we can, said Haru, grinning weakly. Sokka is much stronger than ever these days. If Angela agrees to this, you and Sokka can start training for it starting today, said Ty Lee. It's going to be amazing. And we'll travel the world, see the sights, you'll enjoy it, I'm sure. Even if we lose the tournament, the trip should be worth it. Haru smiled and nodded as Ty Lee continued to eat. She had visited the Grand Royal Dome early in the morning, both to pick up whatever money she was owed from bets and to choose Haru's next fight. It wasn't all that unusual for her to return in high spirits, but it was the first time she was so determined to join one of the league's events. Haru bit his lip, though, as his sponsor finished her breakfast, humming to herself as she often did when looking forward to her weekly meeting with her friends. It was definitely an interesting prospect to travel to the Earth Kingdom's lands again, but the idea also daunted Haru, to an extent. He hadn't been in the Earth Kingdom since he was taken away from his family. His former sponsor had always taken him to fights within the Fire Nation's main islands, never in the colonies. Returning now and witnessing, personally, whatever harm had been done to the lands that had once been a home to him, might prove painful. And the mere thought of his mother and father, their torn family with no hopes of being amended. His jaw squared as he lost himself in his past briefly. It was easy to be swept up in Ty Lee's enthusiasm and free spirit, to enjoy the kind of life she was providing for him. His time with her had easily been the best of his life so far, and yet at nights he would lie awake for hours, thinking about everything he had lost while she slumbered beside him. Visiting the Earth Kingdom again, now that it had become a colonized continent, would probably only deepen his grief for the family he would likely never see again. Haru was washing the dishes when he heard a knock on the door. Ty Lee rushed to open it while Haru carried on working at the kitchen. He overheard the conversation from the kitchen easily, though, as Ty Lee's cheerful voice drifted through the rooms. Seriously? Ruonji took you a day to work with him. Apparently, he thought it would be fun. Mai's voice wasn't as loud, but Haru could hear it regardless. He dried his hands and approached the friends with a kind smile on his face. Don't ask me how he expects to do his job while handling a mumbling boy who needs a change of diapers every 2 hours. If he gets fired for this, it won't be anyone's fault but his own. Of course, said Ty Lee, giggling while Haru waved at Mai. She nodded towards him. I figure Angela isn't here yet. Mai said, glancing across the house. Ty Lee shook her head. She might just be having some fun with Sokka before coming here, it's hardly beyond them, she snickered. Mai leveled her with a pointed stare and a raised eyebrow. Haru smiled and moved to close the front door, but he stopped on his tracks when he noticed someone else was approaching the house. He almost rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things, but a hard blink proved his perception had been correct. Sokka approached the house, hunched over while carrying all his weapons on his back. He was on foot, and he was alone. "Sokka!" Haru called him, once his friend was entering the front yard. Sokka glanced at the front door and snapped out of his daze, smiling and waving at Haru. "Hey, how's it going?" "I guess everything's fine over here," he said, as Ty Lee and Mai glanced at Sokka over Haru's shoulders. "Why are you alone? Didn't even bring Toph to replace Azula this time?" Mai teased. Sokka chuckled and shook his head as he crossed the threshold into the house. "Toph is not going to be around for a while, so no. As for Azula, she'll be here later," he said. "She sent me a messenger hawk this morning, told me to come by myself. She's been rather busy these days. Anyways, good to see you all." "Oh? Is she so busy she can't even take time out of her schedule to fondle you?" Ty Lee sneered, but she dropped her teasing when Sokka's response was merely a miserable grimace and a shake of his head. "Oh. Sorry. How I miss the fondling," he mused, making his way towards the living room while Haru closed the front door. "He's remarkably down," Mai mentioned, and Ty Lee bit her lower lip as they gazed at their friend's Gladiator. "Maybe make some tea?" Ty Lee nodded and rushed to the kitchen while Sokka began stretching in the backyard. He stopped his warm-ups when Mai let him know about the tea, however, and within a half hour, all four of them sat at the cushions around the tea table, the unasked question waiting to be spoken aloud. "Well, if no one is going to say it, I will," Ty Lee finally declared, looking at Sokka with determination. "What's going on? What is Azula up to that she can't hang out with us?" "A lot of things," Sokka sighed, rubbing his forehead with his fingertips. "If it's not one thing, it's another. You know that she dissembled her royal guards, right?" "She told us last week." "Yes," said Mai, nodding. "And you also know that she's responsible for that group of homeless people who crashed the parade." "Yeah, she talked about that, too," Ty Lee said. "Well, for the past 2 weeks she's been overseeing the tests for the guards and also cross-checking all the information the homeless people gave her, so she can confirm they are who they say they are," said Sokka, with a shrug. "Does it matter?" said Ty Lee, raising an eyebrow. "They're homeless, their future should be more important than their past. Turns out they might be Fire Nation true-born citizens," Sokka said, and the girl's eyes widened. "So yes, it matters a little more than it would if they were just escaped slaves." She had confirmed 3 of their backgrounds the last time she mentioned that, but she's working so hard that I've only seen her twice over the last 2 weeks. All we do is talk through messenger hawks and it's boring. "Of course it is," said Ty Lee, with a sympathetic smile. "And after what you guys went through in the festivals. At the very least, this way you can be sure no one will accuse you two of spending more time together than you should," said Mai, raising an eyebrow and sipping her tea. Sokka groaned. "I suppose it is helping us keep a low profile, but it's not helpful in any other regards," he said, shrugging. "She's been so busy she didn't even come watch my final session of training with my swordsman apprentice last week." "An apprentice?" Mai repeated. Sokka smiled weakly. "I offered to teach a lieutenant's son a couple of months ago," he explained. "She's usually there for our training sessions, but she had to skip out of the last one we'll ever have. The kid's father is being relocated by the army. Either way, point is, I haven't seen much of her lately." "No wonder you're so down," said Ty Lee, sipping her tea too. Sokka groaned. "I suppose it's no surprise." "Yeah," he said, an elbow on the small table, resting his chin on his palm. "What's worse is our anniversary is coming up. And I just keep wondering if I'll even see her at all that day." "Your anniversary?" Ty Lee repeated, eyes wide with an awkward smile. "You guys have a, huh? Doesn't everyone?" Sokka said, raising an eyebrow. Mai nodded, but Ty Lee and Haru looked at each other with uncertainty. Did they have an anniversary? Was it when she had bought Haru off his awful sponsor? Neither one remembered the exact date of it, and if that wasn't it. Sure, everyone," said Ty Lee, waving a hand carelessly towards him. I'm sure Angela will make time for that, though. She'll know better than to skip something so important. I hope so, said Sokka, with a weak smile that turned into a grimace again rather quickly. Still, I can't say I've planned much for it so far. It's hard to come up with new ideas when your relationship can't be public. Oh, are you planning on giving her a celebration surprise? Ty Lee asked, her excitement alight again. That will be wonderful. I can only hope it would be, said Sokka, smiling sadly. But, truthfully, I have no idea what to do. Though, wait a second. You two are her best friends since childhood. Right. I thought you were told as much over 2 years ago, said Mai, skeptical. Sokka ignored her, though, and rubbed his chin while eyeing both girls. Not only that, but you both have enough experience in relationships, so. He said, biting his lip before nodding with determination. You two can help. Help? How? Ty Lee asked, curious and confused. Well, I mean, you two have known Angela forever now, said Sokka, with a growing smile. So, you can tell me all about what sort of crazy romantic fantasies she had as a kid. As far as I've heard, girls talk about that kind of stuff, right? Some girls, said Mai, with a grimace. Ty Lee smiled apologetically at Sokka. Not Angela, though, she said. No doubt she would listen to my stories, and Mai's, but she never sounded all that interested in finding love for herself. If anything, she was very quick to shake off the first guy her dad tried to make her marry, so. Though I do remember one thing she said, back when we were like 7, said Mai, smirking. Sokka's eyes lit up. What's that? He said. If I can make it happen. She said she was going to marry Admiral Zhao. Sokka's jaw dropped, and his hopeful mood vanished instantly. Ty Lee looked at Mai skeptically while her friend merely smiled at the aghast look on Sokka's face. Did she really say that? Ty Lee whispered. I mean, I remember her saying he was a good-looking man, but that she'd marry him. I distinctly recall her confessing that in one of our slumber parties, said Mai. I was a little worried about her taste in men from that day forward. Safe to say I'm astounded she improved her standards and went for a guy like Sokka instead. Improved, huh? Said Sokka, with a half-hearted grin. Good to know that's what you think. Well, what else should I think? Said Mai. Zhao's sideburns are ridiculous and his hairline was receding even when we were kids. He always looked disgustingly old to me. I don't know what Angela saw in him. Safe to say she doesn't see anything in him anymore, Sokka said, with a dry grin. Not in that sense, anyways. And I'm glad for it, really. She always could do better, Mai declared, before taking another sip of her tea. Anyways, sorry but I really can't think of anything in particular that would help you, Sokka, said Ty Lee, with a shrug. I mean, you're really limited here. You're trying to surprise a princess, of all people, when there's nothing you can buy for her that she couldn't get on her own, if she truly wants it. Giving her a nice experience, like dinner out in a good restaurant, is impossible. Yeah, we can't really go out somewhere, said Sokka, shaking his head. So, your options aren't the greatest, by far, said Mai. Though, I suppose you could always prepare a meal she'll enjoy, and you can eat it by candlelight if you two would do that kind of sappy thing. That'd work. Exclaimed Ty Lee. Oh, get her some mochi for dessert, she loved them as a kid. Huh. I'll keep that in mind, said Sokka, stroking his stubble. Now they were getting somewhere. I suppose a pretty spicy meal, then mochi, and candles, then? You sure? And flower petals. Ty Lee exclaimed. Mai grimaced. Spread them across the house, it will give the whole thing a much more romantic vibe, you know. Said Sokka, growing a little doubtful. Ty Lee giggled. And, well. I suppose what comes after that is pretty much your area of expertise. She said, wiggling her eyebrows towards Sokka. He blushed, catching on to her meaning immediately. Well, I don't. I mean, maybe, I don't know. He muttered, bashful, as Ty Lee laughed loudly. Come on, We know you're a wonderful partner for her," she exclaimed. Sokka grimaced. "You did just say that girls talk about this kind of thing." "Yeah, well, they do, but I don't think Angela talks about our sex life with you guys," he said, with a skeptical grin. "Not as far as I know, anyways." Ty Lee's charade fell apart that easily, and Mai snorted with mild amusement. She raised her teacup towards Sokka in acknowledgement. "Ty Lee was hoping to coax you into spilling all the dirty anecdotes, you see," she said. "You're right to believe she won't tell us anything. As much as she has to keep things secret, we already know the truth," Ty Lee pouted. "She could tell us about that kind of stuff, right?" "She could. She chooses not to," said Mai, with a shrug. Ty Lee sighed. "At any rate, Sokka." "Yeah," he said, looking at Mai hopefully. "I'm afraid you aren't in luck," she said. "As helpful as you may find some of our advice, at the end of the day I'm quite sure that, of all the people in this room, and surely, the whole world, the one who knows Angela best is you. If you can't come up with something to surprise her, I'm afraid no one can." "Really, then?" he said, blinking blankly before sighing. "I really thought you guys might know a thing or two that could help. I've just never done this before, you know? And I want to do something she'll love. It shouldn't be just another ordinary day of, training. Training. That's what they call it these days," said Mai, smirking. Ty Lee grimaced. "I hope not, because you were supposed to be training with Haru today and I'm not sure I'll condone that if I'm not involved too," she pouted, while both men squirmed and glared at her in disgust. "What? You're mad," said Sokka, shaking his head and rolling his eyes. "I'm trying to do something good for my anniversary with Angela, remember? Stop talking nonsense." "Well, you started it," she pouted, folding her arms over her chest. "Still, as sex has been brought up," said Mai, raising her eyebrow. "Maybe try something interesting in those regards? Like, oh, a day that's all about her," said Ty Lee, beaming. "Please her in every way you can." Heh. "I'd have no problem with that," said Sokka, biting his lip, and both girls looked at him skeptically. "But what?" said Ty Lee. "Would it be that difficult for you? Is it you don't want to be all work while she gets all the fun?" "That's not it, it's just. I said I wanted us to do something different, to make it a day that stands out amongst the others, right? Well, that suggestion is basically what I do every day, so, it's not likely to feel very special," he said, with a shrug. Mai's eyes narrowed. "Seriously?" she said. "You spend every one of your trysts worrying about pleasing her." "Why wouldn't I?" said Sokka, blinking blankly. Ty Lee looked at him in disbelief. "You mean, do you go down on her, then?" she asked, with a shy smile. Mai shot a glare at her. "Why are you asking?" "I do it almost every time," Sokka answered bluntly. Both Mai and Ty Lee froze, and even Haru stared at him in astonishment by now. "What? If you're judging me because I don't do it every single time, well, in some circumstances it's kind of tricky to be so thorough, especially if you have to get it done fast and, wait, that's not what you're judging me for." "No one is judging you," said Ty Lee, eyebrow twitching. "It's just shocking. I mean, that's not what most men do." "I'd know." Haru blushed next to her and bowed his head, muttering promises about not failing her in that area anymore. Sokka grimaced, blushing as he covered his face with his hand. "So, it's really that rare?" he asked, swallowing hard. "I guess I'm sorry to hear that. You should just be proud of yourself." "And we'll just be happy for Angela," said Mai, blinking in amazement still. "Anyways, I don't know what to suggest that's outlandish enough." "Yeah, outlandish without being over the top," said Ty Lee, with an awkward smile. "Like, I don't know, getting her to climax thrice in one round or so." "Well, that could be done, but I'm not sure that'll go down in history as something all that extraordinary either," said Sokka, shrugging. "Just the other day, when I was in the palace, we, Yeah, I'm not telling you about that." What do you mean you won't?" "Come on, You can't just start a story and leave it off at the very beginning. Ty Lee cried out, pouting. Haru patted her back gently. Point is, I did that recently. You could say it was 2 rounds, not just 1, but still. He said, shrugging. I have the unspoken policy of doing my best to make sure she finishes at least twice every time we go at it. Best way to be sure I did things right. Again, the other 3 stared at Sokka in disbelief while he blushed. Angela would kill him if she knew he was talking about this, wouldn't she? Then again, going by how absent she had been these days, maybe she'd show up so late that nobody would even remember this conversation when she did. Is he some sort of gift of fate? Said Ty Lee, staring into the horizon with a deadpan smile. She was more patient than us, waited longer, found a perfect guy. Whoa, I'm hardly perfect. If I were, I wouldn't be here asking for advice. Sokka exclaimed. Mai huffed, eyes unusually wide. From what I'm hearing, Sokka, she said, earnestly. If you're really that successful with her, you don't need any advice from us. She's as high maintenance as can be, and yet you seem to keep up with her just fine. How are we supposed to give you any information you'll find any use for? I don't know, Sokka admitted, sighing. I just really want it to be a good, special day. I don't know how, but maybe you could make something for her, said Haru, with a shrug. A painting, or poetry. Yeah, she'd likely laugh at my art if she ever saw it, as she already has laughed at my poetry, he said, with a dry grin. She liked the last ones I wrote, I guess, but she keeps the ones I wrote eons ago just to make fun at me for them. You wrote poetry for her? Are you kidding me? Ty Lee said, shaking her head. Remind me, just why aren't you 2 married yet? Because that kind of behavior is like a prince out of a fairy tale or something. This is disturbing. Well, we're not married, but not out of a lack of trying. I've actually asked if she'd marry me and she says she would, so why am I not surprised? Ty Lee's disbelief over Sokka's successful relationship with Angela only seemed to amuse Mai, while Sokka shrugged it off and Haru looked at his sponsor warily. Was her reaction to Sokka's achievements a veiled message for him? Surely it was. Ty Lee probably would like it if he was as thoughtful and hard-working as Sokka seemed to be. But as Ty Lee usually was so cheerful and relaxed, she had never given Haru much reason to think he had to make those sorts of efforts. The Earthbender decided to work harder for her, though. Perhaps that way he'd stop feeling so inadequate upon hearing Sokka's stories. Still, he wasn't entirely surprised. Sokka's relationship with the princess had always been very different from his own with Ty Lee. Even though he had been involved romantically with his sponsor from the get-go, their connection wasn't as complicated and deep as the one between Angela and Sokka, even before their relationship had become physical. Ty Lee had saved him from a cruel sponsor, but while Haru held her in high esteem, he wasn't entirely sure she felt the same way. They never talked about their feelings, after all. Or about their future. Or about what either of them wanted. If she had wanted him to be more attentive in bed in some regards, he would gladly give her what she needed. To avoid Ty Lee and her particular, sudden blend of explosive bitterness, Sokka and Haru began training right after finishing their tea. The 2 men fought roughly, Glass constantly chasing after Sokka and forcing him to either shatter it with his club or slice it with his sword. The hard work forced Sokka to focus on something other than his half-baked plans for the anniversary, and it also distracted him from the misery of not having been with Angela for what felt like an eternity by now. After the fright from the festivals, neither of them wanted to be away from the other, but they couldn't avoid it because of Angela's work as crown princess. He had low expectations, assuming he might only get to see her for a couple of hours at most, if that, but when the wind buffeted at him in the middle of training, he turned on his heels quickly, and got hit on the back with a pillar of earth for his distraction. Sokka shot a nasty glare at Haru, who shrugged innocently, before turning again to watch as Xin Long descended on the backyard. Angela didn't seem to be in a good mood, and Sokka dreaded something bad might have happened to her. Yet he didn't think her irritation's source would be, in fact, the dragon. Are you seriously being this needy and childish, Xin? Do I have to pamper you for 5 hours every day so you can feel loved and nurtured? She rolled her eyes, jumping off the saddle while Xianlong bickered back, with groans and guttural sounds. Truly, it's not like I have a choice, do I? The dragon seemed to think she did though, for he slunk away and towards Sokka, who was approaching at a soft trotting pace. Xianlong wrapped his body around the gladiator, who blinked blankly and looked at him in confusion while Azula's wide eyes spoke for themselves about how affronted she was. Oh, so Sokka's your rider now? Is that it, then? Why, no problem. Do go ahead and bond with him now, why don't you? Xianlong stuck his tongue out at her before unfolding his body again and giving Sokka's head a long lick. The gladiator froze, squirming at the unpleasant sensation of the dragon's raspy tongue, before Xianlong took off into the skies again, unwilling to bicker with his actual rider any further. What was all that? Sokka asked, blinking blankly as Azula stared after the speeding dragon, shaking her head in disapproval. He's been mad for weeks now, first because I didn't let him participate in the festivals, then because of how he flew to scare the people in the streets, and later because I was more worried about you than about him that time you jumped off his saddle like crazy, she said, stepping towards Sokka. But now he's apparently mad that I don't spend time with him, and he claims I merely use him for my escapades with you. Well, that doesn't happen too often lately, he said, smiling, and wrapping his arms around her waist. I think that's what bothers him, likely. He actually wants me to use him more for that purpose so we can spend more time together, but as I'm so limited these days. She sighed heavily, before smiling up at him. Hi. Hello, Sokka replied, beaming and leaning in for deep kiss. She swayed with him, a hand cupping his cheek as she cast all concerns and caution away, but she reeled them back in quickly upon remembering they weren't in Sokka's house. She cut the kiss short, biting her lip as she looked at him. I thought I'd mentioned we should be careful out here, what with you a day around. You did, but he's not here today, for whatever reason, Sokka smirked. Azula's eyes widened. Is that so? She smiled, as Sokka chuckled and kissed her again. This time she didn't stop him, instead leaning in fully to kiss him eagerly. Haru watched them with uncertainty, again growing painfully aware of the difference between his own relationship and theirs. The intimacy between them, even when they were only kissing, was hard to overlook. He doubted Azula had even noticed him yet, fully devoted to Sokka as she was. With a soft laugh, he headed back inside to let Ty Lee and Mai know that their group's last member had arrived. Sokka and Azula were still tightly wrapped around each other when Ty Lee came out of the house. She stood by with a raised eyebrow, eerily reminded of the first time she had seen them kissing, before smirking as she resolved to interrupt them. Azula! She exclaimed, making the princess jump in Sokka's arms. He chuckled, still unwilling to relinquish his hold on her. I didn't know you were here already. Just got here, Azula said, with unusual shyness. Sokka chuckled and tightened his embrace, kissing her temples. It's okay to be caught off guard once in a while, he whispered to her, prompting Azula to smile warmly before he stepped away from her. All right, Haru and I will get back to business as usual, no need to worry. Ty Lee eyed Sokka skeptically while Haru returned to the backyard too, smiling with camaraderie at his friend. Azula sighed as she watched Sokka go, her eyes raking his strong body from behind. That was a sight she certainly had missed over the last few days. She blinked herself out of that daze upon feeling Ty Lee's insistent stare upon her. Azula endeavored not to blush as she made her way to the veranda, where her friend stood. I guess you really missed him, huh? Ty Lee teased. Azula sighed but shrugged. It's hard not to, she admitted. It's been a few heavy weeks for me. Oh, no doubt, said Ty Lee, as they entered the house together. The princess eyed her friend warily, while Ty Lee smirked. And I also have no doubt Sokka's tender love would have made everything much easier to bear for you. Azula's eyebrows twitched, glaring at Ty Lee as the girl smirked proudly. Azula shook her head as she moved towards Mai, who sat pouring new cups of tea for each of them. We were starting to think you wouldn't make it, Mai said, as Azula sat in one of the empty cushions. The princess shook her head. I was lucky today's test for my guards was merely a written one, she said. Over the last days they've undergone physical examinations, stamina challenges, extensive background checks, it's been madness. I almost feel sorry for making them go through this. Well, all things considered, they should be grateful, said Mai. Not only will they get a significant raise if they succeed, but they'll be safer in case you're ever caught with Sokka for real. I know, said Azula, shaking her head and picking up her cup. But they don't know that's the real reason I'm doing this, and for their sake, I hope they never do. How have they fared so far, though? Mai asked. Azula shrugged. As far as I can tell, they've aced every challenge, she said. My father seems pleased, if anything. He should be happy to have them in his Imperial Guards now. And you should be happy they'll join them, too, said Ty Lee, still with her knowing smirk. That way they won't be around you as often, and you'll be free to do whatever you want to do to Sokka. Or, he'll be free to do whatever he wants to do to you, from the sound of it. What is that supposed to mean? Azula asked, regretting the question just after uttering it. Oh, nothing much, said Ty Lee, innocently. He's just so manly and strong, I'm sure he knows just what to do for you. Why exactly is this conversation flowing into this topic all of a sudden? Azula growled, sipping more of her tea. Seriously, Ty Lee, can't you ever think of anything else? It's hard to help it when all I can think of is that you've had his head between your legs hell knows how many times, and he apparently gives you more than one orgasm every time you meet. Ty Lee said, between gritted teeth, but her bitterness vanished when she saw Azula's aghast, embarrassed expression. By then she merely smirked. Or, so we hear. The princess couldn't seem to hold their gaze, initially too shocked to process Ty Lee's bold words. But she realized Ty Lee wouldn't have been so specific if she didn't have more information than what Azula had disclosed, which was none. And the only other person who could disclose it. She slammed the teacup on the table and glared at Ty Lee. Ty Lee failed to stifle a soft giggle, as Azula shook her head and stood up briskly, on her way outside again. You really couldn't be more childish, could you? Mai asked, and Ty Lee smiled blissfully. It was only right for her to know what we know, she said, with a shrug as a flash of bright light blinked from outside the house. Sokka had been in the middle of evading one of Haru's attacks when he heard the familiar crackle of lightning. He turned with a start to find Azula conjuring a bolt that she shot at him just as he processed what was happening. He raised Space Sword just on time to catch it, despite it was aimed well above his head. He plunged the weapon into the ground before looking at her in disbelief. Azula! What the hell were you thinking? She yelled, prompting Haru to inch away from the pair as Azula stormed up to Sokka, fire blazing in her hands. What Haru missed, and Sokka didn't, was the redness in Azula's cheeks and ears. What sort of unreasonable impulse led you to tell them about our sex life, you unbelievable? Wait. Sokka exclaimed, but the fire onslaught had begun. He cursed under his breath as he avoided one of her blasts. I'm going to kill Ty Lee. Not if I kill her first. Azula roared. But I'm killing you first of all. Oh, I'd like to see you try. Sokka retorted, but he smirked all the same. He even had missed their ridiculous fights, after all. Haru returned to the house's sitting room, looking at Ty Lee in disbelief and glancing over at Sokka and Azula on occasion, slightly concerned about his friend's well-being. A longer glance at Ty Lee revealed she was actually relishing in the situation, however. You are remarkably messed up, Ty Lee, I hope you know that, said Mai. Ty Lee sighed happily. I know, but it was just hard to help it, okay? She said. Keeping all that to herself for so long, really, here I thought she was ashamed and shy, but no, turns out she's living the dream. She deserves a bit of pain for it, wouldn't you say? No, I wouldn't, said Mai, bluntly. Ty Lee giggled again. You're seriously crazy. It was safe to say that Haru didn't feel all that envious of the intimacy between Azula and Sokka all of a sudden. At the very least, his sponsor had never threatened to kill him out of embarrassment, for Haru wasn't entirely sure Ty Lee even had it in her to be embarrassed about anything. He merely smiled to himself and shrugged things off, guessing it would be better to get started with dinner. He wasn't likely to get more training done, going by the blasts and fighting roars he could hear drifting from the backyard. Azula's fury only seemed to dissipate, to a fault, after around 2 hours of reckless sparring. Sokka had been on the defensive all along, but where she had been aggressive and fierce at first, she had grown more tactical and level-headed through the fight. Sokka's initial concerns had shifted into amusement and enthusiasm, and he stopped worrying about how to appease her. It seemed she merely had needed to get the rage out of her system, or perhaps she lacked the energy to keep her fighting spirit at its highest after the long, sustained effort to overcome Sokka. "Well, now, you really need to work on that left hook," Sokka smirked, after having evaded one of her blows easily. "Or are you tired so easily these days? Not getting enough exercise, are we?" Angela's indignation finally was overcome by amusement. She wanted to lash out at him again, but the urge to laugh overcame her. She still shot him the best dirty glare she could muster, but it wasn't remotely as strong as it could be because of her laughter. Sokka smiled too, watching as she bent forward, hands resting on her knees. "Truthfully, no," she said. "All those damned papers I've been tearing through, and watching all of those exam sessions with my guards. Takes up your whole day, I've noticed," said Sokka, trying not to sound overly mopey about it. "Seems like you rely on our training sessions more than I realized." "Training sessions, or murder attempts?" she asked, smirking a little as she pushed herself upright again. "Truthfully, I hadn't tried to kill you for quite some time now. It's a new record, isn't it? A year, pretty much." "Well, now, we both know you didn't really mean it in either occasion," he smirked, moving towards her after sheathing his sword. "As mad as you may be, deep in your heart you know that I hate you so very much," she declared, proudly. Sokka laughed. "What? You've been saying you hate me a lot lately." "I must be doing a lot of things wrong," he said, smiling apologetically and reaching out to touch her shoulder. When she didn't shove him off, he took the plunge and kissed the top of her head. "Sorry." "You, ugh," she sighed, rolling her eyes. "Why do you have to be like this? Apologetic?" "Because I always mess up," I said, he chuckled, but Angela shook her head. "Not that, just. I do want to be mad at you, very much so," she said, stubbornly. "And yet you make it so hard." "Well, now, that's well out of my control, isn't it?" he said, smiling, and dropping his hand. Angela clasped it with her own. "I'm sorry, though. I did try to keep her from crying, but my tongue slipped and, yeah. I've spent so long dodging Tylee's most ridiculous questions, and you caved into answering her the first time she asked." "Seriously?" she asked, skeptical. Sokka sighed. "You know how to hold your own better than I do when it comes to this kind of thing, I guess," he said. "Besides, I didn't think she'd jump at the chance of telling you what she'd discovered, but it shows what I know. Truthfully, she seemed so pissed over what I said that maybe she just wanted us to kill each other so she could thrive on how our relationship isn't perfect, in spite of the amazing sex life." "Seriously?" Angela said, raising an eyebrow before frowning. "Well, now that you mention it," she sounded bitter for a moment back there. But then she smiled the way she always does and I just lost it. "Yeah, you did," said Sokka, with a small smile. "You know, as much as she may tease you, you can just tease her right back. She might stop trying to pry so much if you treat this matter like you treat everything else." "I suppose, but it's different," said Angela, blushing a little again. "I don't know why, but anyone who tries to be nosy about our relationship makes me uneasy. I don't like sharing it, even if just in a conversation, with anyone else. It's always been about us, after all. All the prying people have nothing to do with it." "Yeah, you're right," said Sokka, nodding. "And our private life is private. But Tylee's just not someone who can accept that, apparently." "Well, sucks to be her," said Angela, rolling her eyes. "I suppose you're right about what I should do, as much as I hate to admit it. Still, you won't talk about orgasms in front of anyone else. Or about who goes down on whom, if you'd be so kind." "I didn't say anything about what you've done," Sokka declared, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Angela smiled. "They have no idea what positions we've tried, either, or what crazy places we've done it in." "Good. Keep it that way," she said. She sighed and leaned close to kiss him softly. Sokka answered the kiss, smiling as she pulled away. So, you're not mad anymore? He asked, hands stroking her arms now. She laughed. Oh, Sokka, I'm always mad, she said, caressing his cheek. I thought you would be used to it by now. Now, really, you can be happy sometimes. He exclaimed, leaning down and scooping her up in his arms, by slinging her over his shoulder. Azula gasped, but hung limply there while rolling her eyes as Sokka marched back towards the house. Especially when I do fun things like carrying you to places. Well, if you do it while giving me such a great view. I suppose I can't be too displeased, she admitted, smirking before reaching to squeeze his buttock and prompting him to jump. Oh, excuse me, was that too bold for me to do when we have company? You are such a wicked woman, he laughed, leaning down so he could set her down on one of the steps of the veranda. Seriously, what have I ever done to deserve such spite? You really want me to make a list? She asked, smirking as she leaned close to him. Might take most of my day. How about you make a list of all the good things you like about me? And, the good things you wish I'd do for you? He asked, wiggling his eyebrows while Azula stared at him in confusion. Why would I? That sounds tiring, and even longer than the other list, she said, grimacing. I'll have more fun with the bad list, I'm sure. Damn it, girl. He laughed, shaking his head. There's just no winning against you. Never. You only get to win when you're on my side, never when you're my enemy, she smirked, cupping his cheek and kissing him again. He chuckled and kissed her back, guessing she was right about that claim. Even whenever he seemed to defeat her long ago, it always felt like he had lost. The only way to achieve victory was beside her, as much as he enjoyed antagonizing her for the fun of it. Mai cleared her throat as they were kissing, though, and Azula dropped her head on Sokka's shoulder while they both laughed quietly. Mai merely stood in the threshold that led into the house, watching them with a raised eyebrow. The foreplay's over, I take it. She teased. I'm sure Suki's old room is available, in case you two need to have a go at it somewhere, hygienic. What do you think Ty Lee keeps in her room, industrial waste? Azula asked, pulling away from Sokka to look at Mai in disbelief. Mai shrugged. If it has any use during sex, she might, she said, prompting the others to laugh. They're working on dinner as it is, if you two will stick around for that. I suppose we could. And probably should, said Azula, eyeing Sokka with skepticism as he smiled innocently at the prospect of food. Ever insatiable? So it seems, Mai said, with a knowing smile. Azula huffed and rolled her eyes, glaring at her as the three returned to the sitting room in the house. I expected that kind of nonsense from Ty Lee, not from you. Are you really going to be as insufferable as her about it? Oh, of course not, said Mai. I'm teasing you for the fun of it, whereas Ty Lee is dying of jealousy. I wouldn't be shocked if she had gone to help Haru just so she can straddle him on the kitchen counter. Said Azula, eyes wide. Mai laughed softly. I suppose you haven't given it much thought, have you? Said Mai, sitting by the table again, where Azula and Sokka joined her quickly, sitting side by side. In our group, we've always had our roles, so to say. You were the princess, out to take the world by storm and whatnot. Still am, Azula muttered. Sokka smiled warmly at her. Me, I was the proper one, always acting as expected from one of my station, said Mai. I got married at the convenient age, my relationship is stable and good, and I already have a son. But Ty Lee? She's all over the place. Azula asked, with a malicious smirk. Sokka now fixed her with a skeptical stare. She took pride in being the sexual deviant, so to say. I suppose she still does, even after today, said Mai, with a soft chuckle. Knowing you're having such a great sex life injures her pride, if just a little. So it would seem, said Azula, raising her eyebrows and biting her lip before shrugging. She'll have to learn to live with it. Though I highly doubt Sokka and I have been half as insane as she is with Haru. Well, I mean, not to brag but... Sokka said, but Azula silenced him with a glare. You are not allowed to speak unless spoken to. Especially regarding this matter, especially after what you did earlier, she said. Sokka pouted. I'm just saying. No, you're not. Fiein. Mai smiled at their mild spat, guessing they hadn't resolved their problems quite as thoroughly as she had expected, going by how cozy they had seemed when she interrupted them. She rose to her feet again, glancing over towards the kitchen. I guess I should go in there, make sure those two aren't actually going at it out of spite, she said, sighing. Either way, Azula, don't pay her much mind if she tries to get a rise out of you again. You know what's going on now, after all, so. I get it, I get it. I'll try, said Azula, with a shrug. Sokka smiled at her as Mai took off. The princess sighed in defeat and surprised Sokka by relaxing against him, her eyes closed. His hand sought hers over her thigh, and she rewarded him by intertwining their fingers. I suppose it was a long day, huh? He asked. She smiled and shrugged. It got better than the rest of them, though. As fun as your ridiculous messages are, it's not nice only hearing from you through hockey, she said. Sokka smiled weakly. I was thinking the same thing, he whispered. When do you think you'll be done with all this? I hope by next week, said Azula. There are still several more tests for my guards, and even though I've finished 5 of the 7 background checks for the homeless people, the last 2 have been really elusive. Seriously? Said Sokka. Well, being down to 2 is still good news. And so far, all the verified ones are Fire Nation, born and raised, said Azula, nodding. Hell knows how many more of them are out there. That sucks, said Sokka, frowning. What will that mean for your father's rule? It will mean he's having shortcomings he wasn't supposed to have, said Azula. For all that talk of greatness and progress, we're letting our own people starve and live without even a roof over their heads. How great are we if we can't even take care of our own, despite having the resources to do so? I hope your father asks himself that question, too, Sokka said, stroking the back of her hand with his thumb. If he doesn't, I intend to do it for him, she said. It won't be easy to come up with a strategy to fix this, and I certainly can't handle this on my own, but you won't be alone, Sokka said, smiling at her. Azula raised her head and grinned back at him. I know I won't be, she said, her chest tightening. It was truly remarkable for her that, after all these years of feeling lonely, of fighting all her battles on her own, she no longer feared she'd stand alone against the world, all because she had him by her side. It didn't matter if all odds were against them, as long as they faced them together. Oh, I see you've made up now. Ty Lee's voice drifted from the kitchen door. Azula flinched lightly, but she didn't pull away from Sokka, as she would have done normally. She merely gave Ty Lee a bold smile, scooting closer yet to Sokka, who blushed but shifted beside her, nonetheless. It's just so difficult, you know, staying mad at him. Azula answered, with a melodramatic voice. She gave Sokka a meaningful look, a smirk spreading over her features. He's been known to make some very compelling arguments to lift my spirits. And to make all your self-awareness disappear, apparently. Ty Lee asked, an eyebrow twitching as she stopped in front of their table. Azula shrugged and tucked her head in the hollow of Sokka's shoulder. He bit his lip in an attempt not to laugh. Now that Azula understood just what was bugging Ty Lee, she clearly wouldn't pull her punches. I mean, you don't hold back with Haru, and thanks to someone's slip of tongue you're all terribly educated on our sex life now, so. Okay, now, I didn't tell them every dash. Sokka started, but Azula silenced him with a finger over his lips. There, Sokka. No need to boast about how proud you are of our grand accomplishments in bed. Ty Lee may just explode in envy. I am not envious. I have no reason to be. Ty Lee declared. Azula's amused smirk spoke for itself. You used to be a better liar than that, Azula teased. Ty Lee huffed and shook her head as she knelt before them, slamming a sheet of paper down on the table in front of them. Okay, that's enough about that. I have a very serious proposition to make here. Ty Lee exclaimed. Azula raised an eyebrow. I refuse to swap Sokka for Haru, in case you dash. That's not it. Look. Finally, Azula glanced down at the flyer, and her teasing mood lifted quickly. She sat upright again, leaning forward to read the information on the new pairs tournament, open for the ranks between 100 and 200. You two went on one of those without us last year, Ty Lee pouted. So it's only fair you make up for it now. It's in about 2 months, so we'll have long enough to prepare. Wait, but... I'm not sure we can do this, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. I mean, I'd be fine with it, but I'm not sure that we can. I just dissembled my guards, remember? Taking them back with me barely a couple of weeks after they're reassigned may not sit too well with my father. Then take some common soldiers instead, what's the issue? Ty Lee mumbled, as Angela picked up the flyer. And Sokka would have to come here to train with Haru on a daily basis, I'd figure, said Angela, biting her lip. Had you told me about this sooner, they could have had a better training regime, starting from much earlier. I only found out about the tournament today, Ty Lee said, shrugging. But really, what's there to lose? It should be a lot of fun, Angela. And you could use a break, after all the work you've had to do through the festivals and afterwards, too. A compelling argument, I admit it, said Angela, leaving the flyer on the table again. But I'll have to think about it. If my duties don't get in the way, I suppose it will be fine, but who knows if they will or won't, huh? Ty Lee said, with a sheepish grin. Well, it's an idea, at least. I suppose you'll tell me if you're available or not later, right? I'll try to, before the month's over, said Angela, nodding. Better than nothing, said Ty Lee, sighing and standing up again. Now, carry on, I'll just pretend I'm oblivious to your overwhelming auras, thank you very much. You always did complain that my aura was too unpleasant, didn't you? Angela smirked, dropping against Sokka again as Ty Lee turned around and waved a hand dismissively at her friend. Sokka reached for the flyer now, staring at it intently. Angela glanced over at him, trying to read his expression, but he only bit his lip lightly before shrugging and dropping the paper again. Do you want to do it? Angela asked. Sokka smiled. For selfish reasons, yes, he said. If we did, we'd have the chance to see each other every day. Where's the drawback there? Nowhere, I suppose. That's the most compelling of all arguments, I admit it, Angela sighed, reaching for his hand again. Though we should probably be careful either way. After what happened with Zhao, I've noticed, said Sokka, feeling Angela tensing up beside him. I mean, I know you're busy, but I figure you're also unwilling to let any new suspicions arise, aren't you? It was a really close call, she said, swallowing hard. I miss you, I love you, and I'd want nothing more than to be by your side, but it's a little tricky when I don't know if I'm going to get you killed if I'm too selfish. Well, the plan was going to work fairly well, you know. When you sent me away on Xin Long, he said. Even if we weren't as careful as we should be, we can avoid the worst of it. You've already saved your guards, one way or another, so we should be okay. I can only hope so, she said, closing her eyes and sighing. But it's hard to put the worst-case scenario out of my mind. I know I'll get over it in time, I always do, but... All right, well, you have 1 week to feel more comfortable about life, said Sokka, biting his lip and smiling. Or 6 days, rather. By then, you'll go meet me at my house. Open your schedule so you can see me there, and if you still feel bad about it all, we'll talk it over. If you're feeling better, though. If I were feeling better, you'd be very happy, clearly, said Angela, smiling too. Sokka snickered. Well, I suppose that's not the worst idea. I don't know for sure if 6 days will be enough for me to finish all my pending duties, but they might be. If I can find the information on the remaining homeless pair, I'll be able to meet you by then. Great, said Sokka, beaming and kissing the side of her head. Being with you, no matter on what terms, makes life better every time. Angela smiled and allowed herself to feel even more comfortable in his arms. Somehow, displaying affection for Sokka in front of her friends no longer felt quite as nerve-wracking as it used to. If anything, she was growing accustomed to it, as she discovered while all 5 of them shared dinner, she didn't shy away from Sokka's touch, and she even offered some of her own at times, ever aware of Tylee's begrudging glares whenever she noticed their small gestures. It was well past dusk by the time they were finished eating. There would be no opportunities for genuine privacy today, as disappointing as that was for both Ajala and Sokka. They summoned Xian Long, who dropped by reluctantly and forced Ajala to take the back seat while Sokka rode the front one. Irritated, but resigned, the princess accepted being dropped off first at the dragon's refuge, as Xian Long had decided to take Sokka home on his own. Ajala huffed while Xian Long touched down on the refuge's grounds, and Sokka grimaced apologetically. "I have no idea what's going on," he confessed. Ajala smiled and leapt off the saddle, keeping a hand on Sokka's knee. "He's punishing me, that's what," said Ajala, leering at Xian Long. The dragon huffed proudly, raising his head and waving his mane arrogantly. Ajala sighed and turned to Sokka again, prompting him to lean down and kiss her. "I'll see you soon, I hope. Within this upcoming week, if I'm lucky. If not, I'll try to survive with your handwriting only," he said, smiling and stroking her chin gently. "I love you." "I love you too," she whispered, stealing one more kiss from his lips before Xian Long took off promptly. She rolled her eyes and headed into the palace, knowing the next few days would be heavy once again. But seeing Sokka, fighting with him and arguing with him, but also kissing him, holding him, and seeing his wonderful smiles, could easily cheer her up after any bad day. She'd had a lot of bad days behind her as it was, tomorrow promised to be no better. The exam for the guards on the next day was a combat-based task. Every guard was to fight the general of the guards in the Agni Kai chamber. Their competence through the fight would determine whether they were worthwhile benders or not. Oze sat by the sidelines, enjoying as each of Ajala's royal guards were forced to take defensive stances against the barrage of fire from the enemy. The other imperial guards were there too, along with those of Ajala's who either had already taken their turn to fight the general or were waiting for their time to shine. "I admit, you selected remarkable benders," Oze told his daughter, as he watched Taro pressing through the general's barrage of flames. "Even if that one has that strange health condition. As long as he takes his medicine, he can handle himself perfectly," said Ajala, with a weak smile. "He's one of the strongest firebenders in the group." "So I see. That's quite a bit of power," said Oze, nodding as Taro unleashed his own flurry of flames to counter the general's. Ajala's arms remained folded as she watched the fight eagerly. Nobody had been able to beat the general so far, but she had her hopes set on the next challenger. Once Taro had been lightly burned by his opponent, it was time for Ruishi to step up. The general's shoulders remained squared as the two stood at opposite ends of the platform. Ajala toyed with her bangs, hoping not to betray how anxious she felt about this matchup. While it hadn't bothered her that her other guards had failed to beat the general, she deeply hoped Ruishi would succeed at the task. The former captain held his defensive stance, compelling the general to attack with an onslaught of flames. Ruishi didn't settle for evading them only, but he bent them around his body, deflecting them away from himself. His skill at handling his opponent's fire sat ill with the general, visibly so. Oze chuckled as the general unleashed an inferno upon Ruishi, one that Ruishi adeptly handled, still making good use of his skills. "I can't remember the last time I saw Xiaofeng losing his patience this way," he said. "Is there any trouble between these two?" "If there is, the general did not inform us of it," answered another imperial guard, one who sat at Oze's left hand while Ajala sat to his right. Another imperial guard sat by Ajala's side, watching the fight nearly as anxiously as Ajala herself. She spared a glance at him when he bent forward slightly, and he straightened himself up quickly upon noticing her gaze was on him. "Are you all right?" Ajala asked, and the guard nodded. "Merely. I'm surprised he's going all out," the imperial guard answered. "He was nowhere near as harsh during my own tests. Perhaps he hopes to make sure Captain Ruishi is worthy of his title." Ajala mused. The imperial guard nodded again. "Must be." Ajala glanced at the guard once more, from the corner of her eyes. If memory served her right, it was the same one who had escorted her to her father's office recently. A sense of dread rose inside her, as she wondered if he had chosen to sit beside her by sheer coincidence, or if she was being watched. No, she was being unnecessarily paranoid because of the situation with Zhao. That had to be all there was to it. Ruishi's strategy kept him safe from the opponent's flames, but he quickly realized the general would not lose stamina as easily as most benders did. It came as no surprise, for all talk about the man's prowess suggested he was one of the most powerful firebenders in the Fire Lord's service. But Ruishi, despite not having watched any of Sokka's official fights, had learned plenty from him just by watching a few of his training bouts with the princess. This wasn't about physical or bending superiority, the goal was to land the first burn, and he intended to make that happen as effectively as possible. The general lashed out with another blast of flames, and Ruishi redirected them towards him. The general's wrathful fist rose again, but barely instants earlier, Ruishi had powered his feet with his fire bending. He launched into the air with a column of fire that enabled him to jump over the general's frame, but only just. The general's arm darted up, catching Ruishi by the neck as the former captain's fingers grazed his shoulder. Azula clenched a fist when she saw the general slamming Ruishi hard on the ground, mercilessly, as if ready to strike him down where he was. At that distance it was impossible to see it, but Ruishi smiled. The general's snarl grew, as did the fire in his fisted hand, but to everyone's surprise, he held back. His fist didn't connect with Ruishi's face. Eventually he released him, rising to his feet again, glaring at the guard on the ground. "Oh, my," said Oze, a malicious smirk spreading over his face. "I suppose someone has been outmatched." Ruishi stood up on his own, and the general turned his back on him, his mouth poised in a snarl again. Once he turned, his neck and shoulder were in plain sight for the exam's audience, the pale skin was red. Ruishi had successfully burned him. That's madness," said the Imperial Guard beside Azula. She smirked. "No. That's skill," she declared. "He wasn't captain of my guards for no reason." Ruishi rubbed his neck gently as he climbed off the platform. He didn't want to give his racing heart much credit, but he had perceived a killer intent from the general. It didn't make sense to him that the general had been an ordinary superior for a long time, yet upon the possibility of a promotion for Ruishi, he had become hostile and aggressive towards him. What had happened? No, it hadn't started with the promotion. Further reflection brought him to realize that the man had been behaving oddly even before then, the first instance being when he had escorted Ruishi to the Fire Lord's office. The antagonistic behavior had only worsened when news of their promotion had reached him. All evidence seemed to point in a certain direction, and he suspected only one person could truly enlighten him on what had happened, if something had. Thus, he sought her out on a secluded palace corridor on the next day, barely a few minutes before the last test began. What happened on the first day of the festivals, exactly? Ruishi asked Azula, looking at her insistently, his helmet under his arm. Did Sokka do anything to the general? Sokka? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows and frowning. I don't believe he did. I don't remember anything in particular, but, you mean because of how much harder he is on you than on the others? I know he's being a pain, but I assumed he was merely harder on you because you're expected to be better than the others. I don't think that's it, said Ruishi, frowning. The way he fought me yesterday, it was too aggressive, unnecessarily so. He's glared at me, he seems to hold nothing but contempt for me. Do you think he noticed Sokka and I switched places? There's no way he would have, said Azula, shaking her head. Sokka and I managed to make a very convincing case that he could bend, when the homeless people ran towards us. I doubt the general could have any cause to suspect that it wasn't you. But, after that, I gave the general orders he refused to obey, don't ask me why. I had to send Han, Chiang, and Fei Li to deal with what I ordered him to do. So, you think maybe he resents you? Said Ruishi, frowning. Azula bit her lower lip. Maybe he thinks this is all a political play on my part. That I'm trying to infiltrate my loyal soldiers into the Imperial Guards, so I can betray my father whenever I see fit. She shrugged. Ruishi raised his eyebrows. And he would be entirely off base to think so, wouldn't he? He asked. Azula stared at him skeptically. You know the true reason why I did this, you know it better than anyone, she said, folding her arms over her chest. I have no intentions of crossing my father, only to protect you lot so that if I fall from grace, I won't drag you down with me. Ruishi swallowed hard, lowering his gaze. Angela nodded towards him and gestured at the palace gardens. So? Are you ready for your final test, or? I was really hard on you, and on him, when everything began, he said. Angela raised an eyebrow. I truly thought that you couldn't protect us, or your relationship, not even yourself. I didn't think it was possible because I suppose because I'm a pessimist. Well, yes, you are, but that's not something I hold against you entirely, said Angela, with a weak grin. You weren't all that wrong. I was entirely wrong, as it turns out, said Ruishi. Angela's smile waned. You spoke of responsibility in your speech. I heard every word, thinking you might have been sending a message to me. Then again, you were sending a message to everyone. A message you are embodying by doing everything in your power to face responsibility for your actions with as little collateral damage as there can be. So, I certainly underestimated you, and I shouldn't have. After all these years I should have known better than to think anyone or anything could stop you once you set your mind on something. Ruishi, said Angela, with a small smile. The guard smiled at her, bowing his head in her direction. I've been honored to serve you for as long as I have, truly, he said. I've learned a lot from you, more than from any mentors I've had. I thank you for the opportunity you've given me, and everyone else, too, through this promotion. It's safe to say we were rather fortunate to pass your initial tests back when we did. You weren't fortunate, said Angela, her smile more genuine now. You were skilled, competent, and properly trained to be good soldiers. Don't sell yourself short, Ruishi. If the general hates you and the others, it's surely because of me, or because you're far more qualified than he is, who knows. Ruishi laughed for a moment. Angela smiled again and nodded towards him. Thank you for being my captain for all those years, Ruishi, she said. I knew I'd chosen the right man to lead my soldiers even back then, and by today I remain convinced that I chose correctly. I'm honored you think so, he said. Angela nodded and stepped out into the open, urging him to follow her. Well, it's time to go, isn't it? Ruishi breathed deeply and nodded, his strides strong as he put on his helmet. He followed Angela to the ample space where the guards were gathered, in the palace gardens, awaiting further instructions from the Fire Lord himself, and from his general of the guards. The final task, as it turned out, was about absolute obedience. Each guard was granted a different task, and until they earned the general's approval, they would continue to obey every order given to them. The orders ranged from complicated, to embarrassing, to ridiculous and in some cases outright illegality. But they obeyed, as unwillingly as they could in the last case, under the Fire Lord's observant gaze. The last man to take the obedience test, again, was Ruishi. He had watched his companions reduce themselves to whatever the general commanded, by drinking from the turtle duck pond, lifting skirts of servants, stealing from the Fire Lord's vaults, acquiring keys and weapons that should never be lifted from where they belonged, and so forth. Ruishi stood by patiently, waiting for the man to utter his command. Defeat Crown Princess Angela. Ruishi froze. Angela, who had been standing by, watching the trials with distaste, stared at the general in disbelief. Oze, though, seemed amused. He raised his eyebrows and glanced between the princess and the former captain, as if waiting expectantly for their combat to begin. Angela shot Ruishi an uncertain glance, but she soon offered him a light shrug. If that was what it took to get him the job. I will not. The words spoken by Ruishi were loud and clear, even through his helmet. Everyone in the gardens stared on at him in disbelief, as he turned to the general, arms folded across his chest. The gesture seemed to irritate the general further. You were given an order, Captain Ruishi, the general spoke, viciously. Either you carry it out, or you will never join the Imperial Guards. I would sooner be demoted than fight anyone from the family I've already sworn to protect, Ruishi declared. Whether I am a royal guard, an imperial one, or a regular soldier, I will not raise arms against the princess or the Fire Lord, no matter under whose orders. Angela allowed her gaze to flicker towards Oze briefly, and her racing heart seemed to be slightly appeased when she saw a pleased smirk spreading over Oze's face. The tension in the general's shoulders spoke for itself of what the man thought of this, though. Then you admit you are unfit to be an Imperial Guard," said the general, with a threatening voice. "If attacking those I'm supposed to protect is what it takes to be an Imperial Guard, I'd sooner not be one," he declared again. "What if they're the ones to command you, then?" the general asked. "What if attacking one of them is the only way to handle a very serious threat to our nation? Then I would need to be given full disclosure on the strategy to handle said threat, so that I can assess whether attacking them is productive at all," Ruishi declared. "But I will not do it on anyone's whim. I will not do it no matter if it's a simple task to prove my worth as a guard. I will not turn against the royal family." The sound of applause surprised most everyone but Angela. She had already seen her father's reaction to Ruishi earlier, and while she found his approval unexpected, it was also a huge relief. Even if the general despised Ruishi, Oze would be the one to decide who would be part of his Imperial Guards. The only problem that remained, however, was figuring out how the general might treat Ruishi from now on, if he was accepted into the Imperial Guards indeed. "Spoken as a man accustomed to a position of leadership," said Oze, smirking. The general turned towards him, clearly disapproving. "His leadership skills are not in question here. He's a soldier, and he has to obey his superiors," he claimed, but Oze smirked. "I'm afraid he's more than just an ordinary soldier, Xiao Feng," he said. "Captain Ruishi has dealt with many complications that are nowhere within his job description. It's, of course, my daughter's fault. She keeps making your job far more difficult than necessary, doesn't she?" "I would like to say otherwise, but," Ruishi admitted. Angela had a feeling he was blushing under that helmet. Oze only laughed. "Even if you had, everyone knows the truth," he said. "Obeying orders blindly, without understanding where they're coming from, or why, it's the mark of a soldier. Demanding reasoning behind those orders and standing by a code and principles to respect that which deserves respect, that's the mark of a leader, a man well above a common soldier indeed. I suppose you will have to endeavor to become a general whose orders Captain Ruishi will want to obey, General Xiao Feng." Xiao Feng clearly wanted to retort, to dismiss the notion as absurd, as per what his body language screamed right now. But, tense as he was, he bowed his head towards Oze in deference, in defeat, or so Angela hoped. "I take it this marks the end of today's tests?" Oze asked, and the general nodded. "Fair enough. Shall we begin reviewing all results tomorrow, General? Angela, you ought to be there, too." Of course," she said, nodding. She had deeply hoped that the conclusion of the tests would give her more free time, but now she would be involved in the grading of said tests. It almost felt like her father was deliberately hindering her opportunities to spend time with Sokka. For the next 4 days she worked with the Fire Lord and the General, remarkably tense while around the latter. Whenever she wasn't working with them, she would be reviewing birth records and identifications available from far-off villages. The remaining pair of homeless people were hard to locate, and she had even sent birds to their former hometowns to confirm that, at the very least, their families had existed and that their stories had some semblance of believability to them. By the 5th day without seeing Sokka, she felt like she was on the verge of a nervous collapse. One that she could remediate by spending time away from work, and with those who could ease her worst moods, but while she direly wanted to see Sokka, someone else was rather desperate for her attention, too. She spent the 5th day's morning corroborating the information she already had acquired, and the afternoon with her fickle, demanding dragon, whose mood vastly improved after his rider finally spent quality time with him. On the 6th day's morning, her hawks finally returned, her sources had come through, and the 2 remaining homeless people had been confirmed, with just that, as former residents of those villages, and as direct descendants of true-born Fire Nation families. Angela's profound relief, now that the first part of that task was finally over, eased her mood slightly, but she found further relief in not being the one who would make the final decision about her guards. She finally had a full day of freedom ahead of herself. "I suppose that's what I get for wanting more duties and responsibilities, huh?" she mused, as she strapped Xian Long's saddle to his back. "Even catching my breath seemed to be too much of a privilege for a moment." Xian Long prodded her with his nose to remind her that the worst was over. Angela sighed and nodded, reaching out to touch his hair. "It is, I guess." And I didn't even get to braid your hair as I'd promised, she smiled. Xin Long huffed. Admittedly, I'm not too good at it. I'm sure Sokka could do it far better than I could. The dragon wagged his tail excitedly at the mention of Sokka, but despite Azula's eagerness to see him, too, she took a brief detour beforehand. She had forgotten to make her tea upon waking up, but drinking it now should keep her safe either way. She had the suspicion she'd need as much preemptive hydration as she could today. As she sipped the tea in her room, her eyes fell upon the calendar she kept in her room. Often she relied on it to recall when their next fights would take place, but today it reminded her that they had yet to schedule any new fights. She had been so busy she had even neglected the gladiator business, she sighed, shaking her head and wondering if Ty Lee's idea would have some merit after all. If she attended the pairs tournament she could keep Rui Shi away from that Met General's reach. She had found herself growing increasingly apprehensive of the blunt, forceful, unamused general of her father's guards across the 4 days of working with him on the test's results. But there was something else to the calendar today. Azula cocked her head to the side, staring at the date with a strange feeling that today was important, for some reason. She had meant to visit Sokka as soon as she could get away with it. What could it be other than that? The question troubled her as she flew on Xin Long's back, watching the city speed away below her as they remained underneath the heavy clouds that floated in the sky. Had she made any other appointments today? It didn't seem like it. Was today an important day, for some reason? Why would it be, though? She dismounted in the backyard as soon as Xin Long touched down, and this time she dismissed him properly, patting his snout and wishing him luck with his hunts today. The dragon seemed pleased and answered with a lick to her face. Azula watched him fly away into overcast skies, wondering where he had picked up that custom of licking humans. She froze, though, when she glanced into the house to spot several candles lined up, both on the floor and on the borders of the staircase. She frowned, wondering if Sokka's lanterns were out of commission, somehow. Sokka! She called out, hearing a rustling sound in the upper floor once she reached the house's threshold. She was petrified once more, though, upon the sight of petals of all kinds and colors scattered across the floor, wherever there were no candles. She walked warily amongst them, careful not to step on them or on the candles. The usual tea table wasn't in front of the couch today. Azula found a message written in flower petals instead, and she frowned heavily as she tried to decipher its meaning, hard as it was to interpret the overlapping petals. Sokka finally came into view upstairs when Azula had finished deciphering the petals' message. Sokka smiled proudly, his untied hair falling around his face as gracefully as ever. He was deliberately underdressed, too, to make things just a bit easier later on. Goodness, for a minute I thought you wouldn't make it, he chuckled, heading downstairs and smiling warmly at her. But I guess not even your work could take you away from our anniversary, huh? Her head moved, almost mechanically, so she could glance at him. Sokka had reached the foot of the stairs, and he would have gladly moved in for a kiss, but he knew better than to do that when Azula had that look on her face, the look that told him that, despite his best efforts, something was irremediably, impossibly wrong. Azula, he said, lifting a hand towards her. Are you You wrote. Happy anniversary, she said, gesturing at the flower petals gathered in the center of the sitting room. That's what it says. I did, he replied, warily. Azula, is something wrong? Sokka. She answered, turning towards him with wide eyes. Since when do we have an anniversary? Time seemed to freeze for them both as they stared at each other with absolute confusion. As close as they had become over the years, it seemed their minds were still not as attuned as their chi had proved to be. Check the description for the links to the author.